What up? What up, UK? You know what? I like that you're here, United people. So, as every episode, there's always some technical issues. So, I see Prince Poe is trying to click in, but he's having a problem. So, I gotta. It's just that's just how it goes, man. It's like that every time. What up, humbly speaking? Woo, woo, woo. Man, it's been a crazy day, hasn't it? Oh my God. Didn't that rapper lady die? What's her name? I wasn't a big fan of 3 6 Mafia, but you know, respect. Y'all heard about that? What's her name? Oh my God, I can't think of her name right now. But she passed today. Let me look it up right quick. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna play some Prince Poe right quick. Happy New Year's to you also. Every time my son are you coming? Come in if you're gonna come in. Oh my God, every time. All right, let me see what's going on with Brother Prince Poe. Meanwhile, I'm going to play some Prince Poe music. Anybody want to have any particular song they want to hear? Anybody? I think I'm gonna play Pretty Black. Pretty Black. That type of day. While we get the brother together. Let's see. Hold up. We're still trying to get the brother in here. Gangsta Boo. Yeah. Yo, did y'all hear about that? I'm gonna just talk about that for a moment. Let me see what's going on with the brother. Gangsta Boo. Let me see. Let me see what's going on. Also, are any of you guys in those Instagram streets? Did y'all or YouTube streets? Y'all see what's? Oh, here we go. Here we go. Peace.
Hey, I got it.
What upper?
How you doing? How you doing? Hey
All is
there.
yay. Peace.
Doing right.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so happy New Year.
New.
And let's see, you got some people from the UK giving you a shout out. Paul H is in the building.
Oh man, that's my man. That's Twist. What's good, Twist? Salute,
What?
salute to my fellow mates over in the UK.
Yeah. Have you been there very often?
Yeah, quite often. I did a lot of the UK actually. I did Camden, King's Cross. This is
Wow.
all like in London.
Mm-hmm.
Camden, King's Cross. Brighton is a place called Brighton that the beaches have like rocks on them instead of sand. But I did to Denmark, Copenhagen. I did Edinburgh and Glasgow, Scotland. A
Awesome.
lot of places, man. They're so beautiful and they're different from each other, even though it's under the UK umbrella. Um, I guess you would say France is under them too. I did Nantes, Bourges, Paris,
Wow.
uh, Denmark, Amsterdam, Australia.
Yeah, Amsterdam.
I gather you would put them, but I don't know. It's some type of separation. But God bless, man. It's just been a lot of safe trips there and back. Trust me, it's just a blessing just to have went and made it back, and then the experiences in between is it's just a lot to be thankful for. A
I cannot
lot.
wait. I can't wait to travel. I cannot
It's
wait.
the best teacher. It's the
Absolutely.
best teacher on earth. Period. I don't care what nobody say. Travel's the best, absolute best teacher.
I think Malcolm X said a day of travel is like 1,000 books or something like that. So old school.
Yeah. It's like the culture up in your face, up and close and personal.
Mm-hmm.
It's very inspirational, but it's very mentally fulfilling, man. Like it's just don't know. It's just something about just being in the midst of a culture instead of like looking at it through a TV. Like it's nothing the same.
It's like the smells, and the food. I always think
Yeah, the smells, the food, the environment.
and
You
then the
know, you would think that TV always shows the chalets in France and au revoir and pretty and beautiful, and that shit has got just as much as ghetto as we got.
that's another phrase Malcolm X said. He said slums around the world.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Around the world, like he said, a slum is a slum is a slum. Like
Right,
no matter
right.
where you go in the world, they still have the same oppression, just a different language and a different
Yes.
bread.
Oh my God, I had the itis because um, I smoked some lamb today.
Oh my God. You said you were
So
gonna
basically, huh?
you said you were gonna do that.
Yeah, but I this time I laid out like a piece of aluminum foil, took some olive oil and some old aged balsamic vinegar, and I mixed like all these seasonings in it, and I actually laid the meat down in it and wrapped it up really good and put it in the oven for like 3 hours on 300. I did that with it's oh man.
Sounds amazing. I made lamb for the Xmas for the 25th.
Yeah, you said, and I was wondering how did it come out.
I put it in the crock pot. You win.
Oh, you can't go wrong. We spoke about the crock pot.
That's
The
damn
crock
near
pot,
cheating.
that's the danger zone. You can't go wrong with a crock pot.
Look, this is my plate actually, because I had to drop. That's why I'm sweating. I was running around. I took my daughter. I made mashed potatoes, gravy, spinach, and I make the spinach with the garlic and the garlic and lemon,
Okay.
and some pesto steak pesto or pesto steak,
Right.
whatever you want to call it. I'm not gonna eat right now because you know what? Okay, can I apologize to the audience? Let me apologize to you and the audience. So what had happened was I haven't done too many East Coast, West Coast interviews, and
Mm-hmm.
yes, I had a blonde girl moment because I put 7 p.m. Pacific, but I forgot you guys are 3 hours ahead. You guys
Right,
are
right.
behind. So I understand why you might be a bit sleepy. My apologies. Shout out to
No,
you.
it's all good. This is what you call the itis. Um, it's very simple. It's the itis. It's not because I should have known better too because I used to have to wait to talk to Hollywood Records when we had business to do. And when you want to speak to the label, you want to speak to the A&R and
I'm listening.
different things like that. You had to wait. We had to wait till 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
Oh yeah, because it'd be like what 10 o'clock your time?
Yeah, 10 o'clock in the morning. Our time was 7 o'clock, so we had to wait till 1 o'clock in the afternoon
Oh, that's
to
4 o'clock.
speak to the label at 10 in the morning. And
So
then when I used to be in Cali, when I lived in Cali, I realized that I was watching football at 10 in the morning. I was like, Jesus, why am I watching football for breakfast?
that's
You
funny.
know, this is my
Speaking of
llama beans.
dope, I haven't made limas in a minute. I haven't made
Yeah,
limas.
I made those and I made some. Let me see what I got here. You see, the food is put away. It's like, all right, if I ate food away, uh, my
Black eyed peas.
black
I
eyed
made
peas.
that too. I made curry, black eyed peas, and all this other
Yeah.
stuff, mashed
I
potatoes.
put some sweet peppers in there,
Hmm.
some little red pimentos, and that came out pretty good. And and I cheated. I usually don't make this a lot, um, but I made it tonight because I really was craving for it,
Mm-hmm.
and that is my own yellow rice.
Mm.
And
Damn.
I just get like regular jasmine rice, but I use um, turmeric, which is a good
Yes,
healthy thing. So I turn my rice yellow with turmeric.
that's amazing. I used to put it on my eggs, or my,
Turmeric is the bomb, like it's the bomb.
especially in our 50s. If you ever have some aches and pains, I told my mother, who's with me now, Mom, just make a cup of turmeric, like steam it with some turmeric and drink it, and it helps your joints. You be popping around this mug.
It's all good. I'm bringing y'all home with me. That's why I'm yawning. I'm bringing y'all right into.
Yeah, it's all
I
good.
ate it at home with me, but it's
Humbly
all
speaking,
good.
you made fried cabbage and black eyed peas with rice. Okay, that's delicious.
That's dope.
Mm-hmm.
Fried cabbage is always good.
Love fried cabbage. Yeah, I didn't do cabbage. I just did spinach, but it's all good.
What I did do extra today was I cut up some beets and I cut up rutabaga and I steamed it for about 2 hours today.
Now, see, we be on the same frequency. I juiced. Okay, I didn't steam, but I juiced today, and I'm actually drinking in this
Uh huh.
beets, lime. What else? Beets and lime and apple.
Beets is superpower.
I learned
Beets
about
is superpower.
one of my exes. His uncle had cancer, and he juiced beets for 3 months straight, and he got rid of cancer, yo.
Really?
Hmm.
Yeah, this is beets, rutabaga, carrots, and parsnips together.
Rutabaga is the bomb. Okay, look, y'all. This is the mukbang around here. Finally, the artists are doing this with me. Okay, so like Mike and I ate online with me. Oh wait, I had a homie from LA. He told me to ask you, do you remember Sean G?
Sean G.
Did you live with a cat named Sean G in LA?
Live with a cat named Sean G?
Live with, but they all were like roomies or I don't know. Sean G. Do you remember that name?
No, not living. I remember the names I live with. He might have came by to visit or been one of the homies, something like that. But I don't, not
Yeah.
off top. Like, I'm pretty sure somebody cool that I'm connected with. But when people say lived with me, I come on now. You talking about laying down your head in the same under the same roof as me?
That's
I gotta remember you. That's something more
you
specific.
would
If you
remember
fell
that.
asleep at the crib,
And it was the
you
2000s
know,
too. But
you know,
what
if
happened to him? He ended up
if we was drinking and you fell asleep at the crib because we were hanging out now, I don't know I know that goes down.
Wait a minute. Have you been out here? Like, have you been to Los Angeles a lot? Like, did you spend substantial time out here?
I lived in LA for 5 years. I lived in LA for 5 years. I've been coming to LA since 1990.
Okay.
When I was coming to LA, downtown was not no hangout spot at all.
No.
Downtown LA was like after dark, don't be down there. Like
That's
it was different. We used to stay in the Standard downtown, and I remember my first time staying there. We call ourselves let's walk down the street and find something to eat. It took 3 blocks to realize they ain't no down to eat down there unless you the food.
bro. Yeah, downtown LA is
They was
not like
creeping around corners. It was creeping around corners, mind playing tricks on you
for
back
real.
then.
You know what? That's true. Like New York downtown is lively and it's like it's always alive. Like you can find a slice of pizza at 3 in the morning. But LA downtown, now it's been gentrified, so I don't really know how
Oh
it is.
yeah, no. Downtown LA now
It's
is lively and it's very it's springy. It's
yeah.
got a lot of action down there. A lot of taco trucks is out and different things like
Okay.
that. But when I'm talking about in '90, it wasn't. It was like one truck out down there. One truck. You get tacos and food from like one truck. It was dark down there. It was darkness is darkness
Oh,
is.
let me tell you, man. Okay, look, originally I'm from Chicago, okay? But we
Hot
moved
town.
we moved to LA in 86, right? I was in 8th going into ninth, and I'm telling some real business cuz that's what I do. But we came out there, my mother was pregnant. I had 2 younger brothers and we were homeless. We stayed at the
Wow.
great we stayed my mother's an educator, by the way. It wasn't like she wasn't on drugs or anything. It's just she got sick of Chicago. Okay.
And
Um,
stepped out on faith.
but yes. And so we stayed. Have you seen the Alexandria Hotel down there on 5th and Spring?
Hmm.
That's where we stayed for like a
Wow,
year.
y'all was in the neck of the neck.
And we stayed and we ate at the mission house too. Like I was super embarrassed to do that in ninth grade, but that's what we did, for a bit. And then, my mother got into the job situation. She had my little brother and moved on. But yeah, man, downtown LA was no joke at those
Yeah,
times. And
and I'm gonna tell you something too, man. That what your mom did, I really wish that our generation and the generation that's coming under us had that same will and that same determination. I think that's the problem. I think a lot of people are in uncomfortable situations. I think people are not happy where they at, and um, I think that they just deal with the shit that they don't want to deal with because they don't have no faith like your mom did. They don't have no determination and vision. Like she had a vision. She knew that y'all wasn't gonna be eating at that place forever. It was just it was a stepping stone to get to what she can see. And we gotta commend old Earth on that. We gotta commend your mom on that. We gotta give her a big round of applause because they don't make them like that no more. They don't make people like that. Listen. You're not supposed to stay if you're not happy. Period.
and that's my mother. She was like, "Fuck these winters. I'm sick of the
Right. Right.
only getting." She was a substitute teacher, and she was like, "I'm only getting $40 a day. I'm good. Let's get out of here." We
Yeah.
back.
Yeah. Word up. I see my man Mo just climbed up in there. Salute to my man Mo. I think I'd seen him pop up in there.
Oh, you got
But yeah.
friends that love you, man.
Yo, they don't. I'm not blowing smoke. They don't make them like your mom no more, man. Like it's just when it's sometimes it's not about the money, but when it's time to go, man, it's time to
Yo,
go.
I was 13 at the time, and we just did it. We came in on the 4th of July, man. I thought that was very symbolic. And we ate the green hot dogs at the mission house. It was crazy. But similarly, I remember that stuff. I documented it, And then I moved to Las Vegas in 2016. I left a relationship in Louisiana and came here. Same thing, man. I got here on July 5th.
That's very symbolic. You working them numbers of July, boy. I tell you.
Hey, it just be happening like that. But I know I said you're one of the most philosophical persons I've ever met. And I've met a lot of people, and I know I don't really know you. But when I watch you guys, he has I guess I don't know if you call it a podcast, but it's a live. He does
Yeah.
lives on Facebook, and they're very, how do I say, like righteous. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
They righteous. Like I
Yeah.
would listen to your whole 2 hour, 3 hour podcast, like while I'm cooking, while I'm driving. And yes, of course, I loved the group you were in. I mean, I totally on a whole nother vibe. As a lyricist, I loved Organized Confusion. And then
Hmm.
I also had a chance to really enjoy your singles, your Pretty Black and your, you know, solo stuff. But what really intrigued me about you is that first you look like my homeboy Steve. Shout out Steve. What up, 1216? But your philosophies on life, you're very progressive and you're very positive. And I'm sure the people that know you already know that about you. But
Somewhat.
I, I wanted to present that to my audience, and I wanted to document the fact that you are. I would say, well, you wouldn't probably call you. I'm gonna put my plate down. I'm not gonna eat right now. You
You
would
can
call
eat right now. If I didn't catch the itis earlier, I'll be eating with you. I went in early today and it was all bad. I got knocked off my feet today. Like put me down. Like I had to take a nap before I jumped on with you.
and I didn't take a nap. I almost was gonna take a nap, but my daughter, per usual, she always has me taking her, dropping her off somewhere at the last minute. But yeah. So I wanted to have you on here, not just as a fucking prolific lyricist, because you definitely are one of my absolute favorites, absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you.
But just as a human being, just as a human to another human, I just figured you'd be somebody I'd have kicked it with. I would have hung out with in LA. Like you're one of those kind of guys that, and I have so many beautiful friends that have similar, we like minds,
Hmm.
like mine. So I just wanted to tap in on that.
That's funny you said that. I just got a flashback. I remember clearly when you had to stop drinking 40 ounces on the street. Like when it was officially over, when like cops was rolling up on dudes. I was in LA actually when it was starting to take place. across the whole country. Like I remember being standing with somebody and they had like 240s in the bag. The cops were like, you can't have that out here. We was like, what? Like, what you talking about? Like, but there was implementing a new rule of you cannot drink on the street no more, even if the bottle's in the bag. Like, I was in LA when that was going down. I remember, and I'm coming home like, oh, they trying to do this everywhere. Like, it was no more drinking 40s outside. Like it was considered illegal to be drinking an open container on the street. Like, when you was young, we were like, what? Man, just 40 ounce. You know what I'm saying? And
Oh my God.
to watch them implement that is this a memory I just had. But
You know what's funny? I thought that was funny that you mentioned that because they really did promote 40s in hip hop at a moment. Remember
yeah,
that?
yeah.
They like had commercials and shit. Like St. Ides was a thing. Like Ice
Yeah,
Cube.
yeah. St. Ives was a commercial. It was a new, but St. Ives was new then too. Like it was new. I think Ice Cube was promoting it.
Yep.
Uh, I think Nas came later or something. I don't know, but I know Cube was on it first. Like that was, I remember that being an early endorsement. Like that was a stepping stone to hip hop too. See, a lot of people always gravitate to the negative aspect of something, but that was a groundbreaking moment for hip hop because corporations like you know, 40 ounce people who did the 40 ounces, old English started coming to artists to do commercials and to endorse it. I know they were selling to our people, but it also was opening the door for a better or bigger business for hip hop. Because I remember clearly, hip hop being a new thing. I was young, but it wasn't about no like how many endorsements he got. I mean, how many commercials? It wasn't about that. It was about people wanting to get their message heard across the planet. You know what I'm saying? People wanted people to hear their story and their journey on music. You know what I'm saying? Through music. So it was an accomplishment for a art form that was new, but it wasn't new to us. We had it in our neighborhoods. We had it in our environments. So that was like big. That was big to be like, oh, word, they starting to recognize hip hop artists and giving them checks and getting them to endorse their product. Like, and that's why I say a lot of people say, "Oh, it was beer, and it's just negative. It's not good for the temple." And yeah, that's one half of it. But I'm just looking at the
Oh
accomplishment
God. Sorry, my bangs.
and the way how we are evolving as a culture. You know what I'm saying? That part.
See, okay. That's the progressive side of you that I really like. I know I don't know you that much, but from what I do know, you always seem to find the positive of some shit. Because I remember that I was very much in dual thought about that. I was very much like, it is progressive for hip hop because wow, they're using rap artists in commercials. But
Right,
I absolutely was like, now niggas is drinking 40s and shit.
right, right.
Like I
And
had to
the thing about it to me was I grew up watching older dudes drink 40s, and then when I got a little older, I drank 40s. So it wasn't like they implemented it on the neighborhood. They threw it in the ghetto. It wasn't like that for me. So I've seen it was already there. So it was like, okay, well, getting a little extra couple of dollars for it, that's cool because we was doing that. That's what we was doing. The thing was, we was in Queens, and I heard the brother Mikey D talk about this a lot. Like we're going to get a cold 40. That was like when you became old enough to drink. That was like a thing for you as like a man. As a man, you was like, I'm going to get me a cold one. Like you so strong. I'm going to get a cold one. You
oh,
felt like you had some responsibility now. Like you was grown and shit. So you
oh,
know that's a
that's
part of the of your growth too as a man. Like you could drink now. So and then now that you older, you be like, damn, that was some stupid shit. Like, that was dumb. But
oh,
a part of your manhood, becoming a man, that was like a thing for a guy,
it's
to
kind of
be
true, man. I mean, okay, let me explain myself so you understand. I My bangs are irritating me. That's what's happening. So I love hanging out with brothers. Like
hmm
uh I'm just a B girl. I'm
right.
just I'm a tomboy. I'm not gay. I like men.
No, that you know what? This new narrative, they got it fucked up. And I'm gonna tell you that we had a lot of B girls that was sort of tomboyish,
That was
but they
me.
was cute, and somebody always hit on them and shit.
That part.
And you know, if she liked them back, you know, it was a little thing here and there. But that was see. Again, we was from an era where it wasn't so much judgmental shit going on. Like, you know, a girl was able to climb a tree like the dudes as long as
That
she
was
could keep up. Right, as long as she could keep up, we embraced her. We never was like, oh, she got to be gay, and you know, nah, we didn't. You know what? I'm gonna be honest with you. We wasn't so quick to be analytical about shit. Like we
labeling.
wasn't quick to judge.
Labeling. We weren't labeling stuff so
We
much. That's
right, we wasn't labeling shit. Like I don't know where this labeling shit come in at, but it's like she was cool. She can hang with us if she's cool.
that's what it
That's
was.
it.
And so that's what it was. So I didn't want men to look at me in that way. So I was that hip hop girl that wore baggy pants, maybe a cute little top, maybe a cute little hairdo, because I
Hmm.
was aware of my femininity. But okay, so I mentioned that because I got to study y'all. I got to study you guys and have really great conversations. Like
Hmm.
even when I became like ultimately, I always end up getting with somebody in the crew or in the group or
Right.
whatever. And that's happened to me. And then they decide to shut me down and not have me around the brothers anymore and blah blah blah. And what I've learned is that really constrains me or made me feel oppressed, and I don't want to feel
Right.
oppressed. So that's partly why I'm doing this series. I'm doing this series, of course, because I really respect you guys as artists, and I want the youngsters, because I'm a teacher. I like for my students to understand who you guys are from a different era.
Right.
But I'm teaching high school right now. Shout out 10th grade, 12th grade literature.
That's
Boo.
what's up.
But mostly it's because sincerely, I want people, students or young people, the next generation, to know the human side of you, not just the Prince Poe, not just the name. I want them to know that you are Lawrence Baskerville, who makes amazing food that one day I will try. I will have some of your
Yes,
food
you
one
will.
day, guarantee, God willing. But
Yep.
and that they're dimensional. Now I had the opportunity to hang out with Snoop Dogg and Warren G and all those types. I've done over 120 some odd music videos in the
Wow.
90s and early 2000s until I was pregnant with my daughter, and then I just cut that shit off. But I was never the hoe. I was never the scantily clad chick. I was always the party girl. But
Right.
in that, I A, paid my rent, but B, I got to meet these amazing artists, you know, who were more than just um what came to my mind right now was what's the girl, Afro Puffs. I rock rough and stuff with Rage. I
Great.
work with Rage. I've worked with everybody you could imagine. I worked with Puffy. I've worked with everybody. But I got to see other dimensions of them, not just them on set, because you see I'm a talker, right?
Nah, it's all good.
I always end up talking to the artists because I'm not going to lie and act like I wasn't fascinated with the fact that they had record deals and that they were these famous artists. I found that fascinating, but not in a groupie fan sense, but partially fan, of course, but just human. Again, human to human. I've always naturally just wanted to know who the person was behind the corporate label. You know what I mean? And in that, I've had a lot of stories. But
Yeah.
you're one of those special people. You're
See,
very
the thing is that every artist is still an individual. However, a unique individual, right? And in the environments that we grew up, I know in the ghetto that I grew up in, it was very easy to differentiate different people. Like it was when you had females, you had the female you thought was cute that always was dolled up. Then you had the girl you thought was cute who used to be involved and jump rope and play double dutch and hopscotch. She was active. She was a part of the community. Then you had the girl who was the B girl who was like, if you break dance, we can break dance too. So it was. And you couldn't just see again. You couldn't label them and be like, oh, they're all whores like that. That'll get you beat up back then. Like that back then, you know, girls had brothers and girls had other sisters, and if you mislabel somebody, you can get into a fight and get beat up. Like it wasn't you couldn't just be this judgmental person that people are today. Like you couldn't just judge people and come out your mouth and say something. People, what you say about who? That's such cousin. And when the word get back, you better throw your hands up or you're gonna get beat up. Period. You couldn't just label and make a premeditated judgment of somebody that you don't know. They do that a lot now. You can't do that back then. Oh, that's Ray Ray's sister. Ray Ray will beat fire out of you. And
Okay.
Ray Ray was like a hood bully or whatever. We had those. So we weren't quick to judge people. Like we allowed people to be who they wanted to be. And I think that a lot of creative artists can see that really fast. They can see who they're gonna try to hit on. They can see who, nah, that's gonna be the homegirl, you know what I'm saying? Like, and that's what a real human being would do. Because, my father told me a long time, son, you can't have everything that's beautiful, son. You see that lady over there, that young lady over there, you can't have her if you don't know her or if she don't want you to have her. And I was like, Dad, I'm 8. Can I please have a truck? I want a Tonka Troy truck, please. Can I please have a truck? You know, and that was him implementing lessons in me that will eventually come to fruition later. You see what I'm saying? And I think a lot of our parents do it. It's just that we're young and fast and just don't want to listen because we're learning and we could think on our own and we know how to utilize common sense now. So we start thinking we know everything. But he's always implemented lessons when I was too young to understand. So now that I'm older and I look back, I'll be like, yo, he was telling me about girls at 6. Like, bro, I don't even know what a nipple is, man. I don't know when. I want a bite, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? I was a kid, but I got it, and that's why I think that parents of today should never let go of that element of sarcasm, man. It works. It works. I don't care what era of what generation your kids is. Sarcasm works, man. It worked. It worked. It worked on all of us. It worked on me and my siblings. It worked on my nephews, my nieces, and they always used that, and I always held on to that, like sarcasm. And it's like it's tough love, you know what I'm saying? And people say don't beat your kids, and you could beat them mentally. You could beat them mentally because you don't want the world swallowing and engulfing them into a world of nothingness, into a world of confusion, into a world of misinformation, you know? And that's what's happening to some of these kids out here, which is horrible. But getting back to the topic, I think that a lot of artists in their creative aspect, they also have outlook to see who they can hit on or who they can't. I think some people get out of hand and go overboard and act a little thirsty. I've seen it before, but that ain't never been my style because I never understood why somebody want to like somebody and they don't like him back. Like I always thought that was a very like freaky thing with people. I was like,
Sorry, my bangs.
he chasing a girl and she don't like him at all. Like, what's wrong with this dude? Like, I never gravitated to people who can like somebody and the person doesn't like them back. Like I just come from a
Wait a minute. Okay, here's another thing. And this is why I feel like I already know you because you're like part of the crew of people I would have hung out with. As a teacher,
mm-hmm.
we do become like therapists because you have to use psychology when you're teaching. And I've taught special needs, I've done autism, third through
Right.
fifth, like third grade through fifth grade. And these kids couldn't really talk, and I still had to teach. Like I had to figure out how to make them talk, A, and B, how to get information to them so I could be progressive, right?
Mm-hmm.
So in that, and then I've taught middle school for like way too many years than I should have. And I love middle school kids. They're like probably my favorite, but they're hard, they're very hard to teach,
Right.
But high school is where I'm at, and I'm like, I'm having a good time. Okay. And I took the opportunity to teach all ages because I wanted to learn all the psychologies of all the kids' ages because I want to open my own school eventually. Okay. Why am I mentioning that? Because I've used hip hop as a means to get to them. I've I've played Organized Confusion. I've played
Mm.
I've played Freestyle Fellowship. I've played Volume 10. I've played my music. Um, and what I've learned is that, just like how people in other countries may not speak English, but they damn sure can feel the vibe. And
Mm.
when I did my analysis on prostitution rap, as I call it, what I've learned is that you feel it. It's not about what you hear, it's about what you feel. And I'm loving that you're yawning, and I'm loving all of what you're giving because it's real.
It's natural.
Yeah.
No, but I'm listening exactly what you said. I'm paying very close attention.
I'm just loving this. I'm like, I'm
I could be tired, but if I commit to something,
I'm very
I want to
thankful.
do it to one of the best of my abilities. But one thing I'm gonna say is that you brought back another memory of us going to Japan the very first time. And
Mhm.
when I say, let me hear you say ho, they go ho, and then I'm rhyming. I could tell they don't understand half the shit I'm saying, right? But what you said is absolutely correct. It's 100% on point. Is the vibration. So another Asian guy is going to ask the other Asian girl is, what did he say? And she's going to say, let me hear you say ho in their language, right? So they want to know these bits and pieces based off the vibrations that they're getting from them. If I say, let me say ow, they want to know what those words mean based off of the vibrations that they're getting from them. You are absolutely correct in what you just said. This is how other countries is learning our language.
Question. Here's a question. Having had that experience, right? Because I've only theorized because okay, Coolio was my manager. Rest in peace. He was my manager from
I love
94.
cool. I got a great Coolio story.
Oh my God, I gotta hear it. Okay, he was my manager from 94 to 98. Prince Poe, I don't know. Wait a minute. Side note. Is your name actually Prince Poetry? Because somebody mentioned that to me.
Yes,
Okay.
I like evolution comes along, and in the hip hop game, it seemed like that became the thing to try to re yeah he the to reinvent yourself. So I changed it from Prince Poetry to Prince Poe
Okay.
because everybody started just calling me Poe. Your Poe with your P.
That's that New York shit. That's that New York.
Yeah, we always shorten this shit. We always like trying to find a shortcut around shit.
And now wait, okay, when I was doing a little research on you, your group was originally called Simply Two Positive MCs.
Yep. We
Simply
had jacket.
Two.
Me and Mons was coming to school, and my senior year, I was rocking my jacket to school. Like I was like, I was like, I'm in a group. I rhyme. Uh,
Wait a
but
minute, did it say Simply Two Positive MCs on it?
yeah, on the back of my jacket, and I wore it proudly. Like what? Say something. Like that was the thing back then. I mean, having graffiti on the back of your jacket. I went to art school, so
I'm putting that in the comments.
I went to art design high school, so it was fresh. It was dope. Having the name of your group on the back of your jacket or having graffiti on the back of your jacket. That was the thing. You wanted to be acknowledged. You know what I'm
Hell
saying? I'm in a group, and that's what most people did.
yeah. Oops.
So yeah, we were simply too positive at first. We actually had a record with this dude named Neil, which was a computer wizard back then when computers wasn't even out. This dude had computers with the big doofy hard drive, disk, floppy disk, and all that. And believe it or not, one of the key factors, one of the key people in making us change the name is Russell Simmons.
I read that. I read that. You guys were working on getting a deal with Def Jam.
Yeah,
And
and Russell,
You said that was some bullshit.
That nigga was like, man, fuck that name. Nobody wants to hear fucking numbers no more. Nobody cares about no
Oh,
fucking
man.
numbers and fucking groups and shit. Get a fucking new name. Here's the deal. All right, let me know. I was like, damn, that was that was fucking it. Like, the fuck, nobody wants the fucking numbers no more. Like, that was like, get rid of it. Nobody fucking cares about numbers no more. Because it was the Funky Four plus one more.
Right.
Grandmaster Flash and the Furious Five.
Like
We were
Jimmy.
trying to emulate the essence of hip hop, and Russell's like, nah, man, that shit old now, nigga. Right? So we
Okay, I
we you know we
I think
changed
I
it. We
know.
we changed it. That he was like, yo, nobody wants to hear about numbers in the crew and the name no more. Like, it's old. It's old. And we listened. We was like, yo, we gotta change the name. But we wanted a name that you couldn't. Well, let me see. You couldn't know what we did. Like, you didn't know who was gonna come to the table with. So we wanted to do something that was sort of like an oxymoron. So it was really funny how we came with Organized Confusion. We liked it because it sounded like a rock band. We was like, we don't want to sound like nothing. We don't want nobody to identify with shit. We're a fucking rock band from the hood with rhymes. We was just doing the absolute most, and
Yeah.
we wanted to be different. So we was like, Organized Confusion. That's dope. That's
It
dope.
is
So
though.
so we stuck with it, and but the journey was quite funny. We was going to radio stations. We was doing our promo tours, and we was like, welcome in the studio right now is Organized Concessions. Coming in the studio right now is organizational confunction. I was just like, what?
Oh my God.
I was like, what? 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 Like, it was a journey promoting the name. It didn't see, and the point I'm making is anything that you do has a starting point, but it has a journey. Like, it has steps to it. Like, it was organized. What? Who's the name again? Organized. Okay, organized Confederate. No. Um. Uh. Ordained. Constitution. No. Um. Organized confusion.
Now,
Oh,
is that why you
organized confusion. Oh, Prince Poe, Pharaoh Monch from organized confusion. All that is not the same. That's 2 years time right there.
That's right.
From organized concessions to organized confusion. Yeah, that's the name. To Prince Monch, to Pharaoh Poe, to that. Yeah, and then it started becoming Monch and Prince from organized confusion. Oh, Pharaoh Monch, Prince Poe, organized. You got organized confusion in the house. Pharaoh Monch, Prince Poe. That comes way later. So you got to get out your feelings. You can't be in your feelings. You got to be humble. You got to stay consistent. You got to realize that people are not trying to dish you on purpose. They are simply trying to promote the group that they don't remember shit about.
You know what? I would have taken it a step deeper, being I'm a Virgo. We take things a little deeper. Now, okay, so organized confusion, I remember what stood out to me was that you guys use the K for confusion. Okay, I'm a like perfect speller since fifth grade. So the fact that you guys use confusion with a K, I took that you guys were trying to make people remember the shit. You know what I'm saying? And the fact that people would misnomer it to me would seem intentional. I know that's all past history. I want to move forward because you are a very progressive brother, and that's also why I wanted you on the show. I think you're so progressive. Um,
Thank you.
and not to put a super label on you to feel pressure or anything.
But
Again,
but it was okay. Think about it. Okay,
progression. What's wrong with that?
okay. That's why we changed it to the K. Okay.
Oh, right on. Part of what a theme for tonight is, and it's not ever just a theme because I'm very free flow. I kind of just go off what I feel and what I know, or what I think I know about your group. Um, 2023. Do you see you and any of your artists that you've worked with before doing anything now, like OC or Pharaoh Monch? Do you see you guys doing some stuff this year?
Yeah, definitely.
Wait, look,
Me and
look, picking my teeth. Let's keeping it real.
yeah, got to put the noise. That's the that's what we did that when it was good. That's when that little piece of chicken was stuck up in your teeth, and you know you just didn't want to let it go. You just like, yo, I don't want to just go in there and floss and brush. I want that. I'm
It's that
keeping that.
delicious.
Keeping that. Keeping that. Fuck them. Keeping that, son. you
Have you
know.
guys talked about that? Like, have you OC and Pharaoh Monch talk like, hey, yo,
Actually,
let's.
Mon's just put another new setup in his basement, and I was telling him I'm waiting for a beat. I'm waiting for beats. I'm waiting for beats from him. So we're gonna work on new stuff. I wanted to take something that Monch did and pretty much do my thing over it. I already know. Always is in the cut. You know, creating something. Um,
Shout out
that's how
OC.
he's like a mad scientist. He likes to go in the dungeon and get missing for
You know,
like a month or two.
met him, kind of, not really. His
Yeah,
manager slash girlfriend at the time, back in the MySpace days. Again, he's one of my favorites too. You like the Finemans and Minermans. Da 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 da. Fuck who
hmm
all rappers are in danger.
yep.
Um, he's one of my favorites too. And at the time, I was like, "Yo, what's up with OC? Some new music." But then this was like 2007, 2008. That was good. That was the
Actually, he's done a lot. He's done a lot rocking with digging in the crates and shit like that. He's done a lot. Um, but I spoke to
you guys did stuff that's like I would like to say damn near biblical. Like it was that dope, you know?
thank you. I'm humble and I'm honored. But you know, it's the crazy thing is, you know, we're not one of those artists that cry that we didn't get the time of day, but we knew that it was going to be hard for any label to try to market us without just being ready to spend a lot of money because we speaking directly to the people and we're trying to paint pictures and we're using concepts. So
Yes, I
with concept songs, you need concept videos, conceptual videos, and I think that like the Kendrick Lamars and the J Cole's, they took it to where we was trying to take it back then. You know what I'm
appreciate
saying?
that.
And in a very visual fashion, and
Yes.
I love those brothers for what they do. I just think that a label never really grabbed it enough to be like, look, this is what we have to do. We was kind of teaching them as we was
Mhm.
going along, and we was learning as we was going along. So now that to answer your question, yeah, that's the thing I'm doing. I'm like, yo, Mons, let me hear what you did. Let me see what you did. Like we're working towards that. I wanted to. I'll just let this leak out. I want to do. I'm supposed to be doing a song with Mons called Sloth.
What
Um,
is that?
it's
FL
one of the sloth.
oh sloth.
One of the deadly sins. One of the the deadly sins. And the reason why I say sloth is because a lot of people probably never dug into that definition of what they meant as the seventh. It's supposed to be the seventh. And sloth is like a form of laziness. It's 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 like when you're giving a talent. You're giving talents that's instilled in you, and you spend more time, in other people's business, focusing on other people, trying to look like you're somebody to everybody that you're not, instead of digging in yourself and finding out those talents and skills that you've been instilled with, that's inside you, that nobody can rock like you. Nobody could do this like you. It's in you. And when we don't spend time to find it, we become lazy. We become
Come
we start pointing fingers at everybody else. We want to know everybody else's business. We run away from ourselves and we jump into other people's business and other people's lanes and not focus on what was given to us and what was instilled in us from birth, which is this talent or that talent. So it's sloth is a form of sin because you're not willing to dig deep enough to find that greater you for you to share this talent with the world. Like, how can you not want to find that?
You got me taking notes.
So sloth is a form of laziness. Like that's why they call it sloth. The sloth moves slow and is very graceful in how it moves. And that's how we are when it comes to finding ourselves. But as soon as we're ready to tell somebody else what they should be doing, we move fast, we move quick. We always on like, yo, you know what you should do? Yo, guess what? I got a vision for what you're trying to do. Why a lot of people do that is because they're chasing credit.
You know
It's
what?
almost like it's almost like I wanna put my 2 cents in so later on I can say, yo, if it wasn't for me, he wouldn't be or she wouldn't be where she at. Or if it wasn't for me, this wouldn't have happened. Like when they say these days in time they call it cloud chasing. They say cloud chasing, but it's like sometimes people don't be um, they're not sincere in being your friend. See, sincerity, I will give you the idea. And if you can make the idea work for you and you create this big space of new direction of business, I shouldn't have to say, yo, if it wasn't for my telling her to wear the green sneakers, it wouldn't have got, it's like we're so thirsty to get out of the struggle that we tend to we tend to do that a lot, and it's because we want to get out of struggle. We want to be a part of greatness. We want to be a part of success. We want to be a part of accomplishment. But it's like it's done in the wrong intentions. You should be able to give an idea because you have a million more ideas. I should be able to give you something and you formulate something around it. And I shouldn't even say that I gave it to you. That's just a part of your whole movement. That's just one ingredient to your final dish. And a lot of our people always do that. They don't help you genuinely to help you to see you win because they don't understand that if you win, I win. If I give you the idea and you build a great creation around that one idea, I shouldn't be talking about that one idea. It's a part of a great outcome. So I want to be a part of other great outcomes. So now I'm like, okay, I do that over there. Like, now that we old, I can say it, but I've traded drum sounds with Q-Tip. I gave drum sounds to KG from Naughty by Nature. I gave drum sounds. We traded drum sounds with Diamond, with Shot Skills, who produced Onyx. Like, this is what we did as friends, as music lovers, as producers. Nobody's going to say, oh my God, KG used my snares on the Jeanne record. Like, who does? Like, no, like that's the worst ever in the world to do because you're still not KG. KG still tuned it up, made it nice, put it where he wanted to put it at. So I can't take no credit for that. And people always trying to take credit for stuff. And it's like because they wanted to simply be a part of something great. That's all it comes down to.
The fact that you recognize that
Mm-hmm.
is a fucking like, okay, so we're in 2023 now.
Mm-hmm.
You hit the hammer on the head. So, for example, I'm supposed to be, and I'm not much respect to Jaguar Wright. I'm supposed to be
Right.
on her show, God willing, tomorrow. Some of the news that and information that she's been giving has been considered controversial on these YouTube streets.
Right.
And some friends are saying don't go on her show. Some friends are saying go on her show. And what I'm saying is I respect her as an artist and I
Mm-hmm.
respect her as a human being. And but the thing that not no there's no but. The things that she's what's the word? Exposing
The things that she exposing and presenting to a
is
platform.
can to some people be very controversial and some people think they're truths and they are to some people truths. It's not my business. What I do like is the fact that I'll say this. When she focuses more on her music, because she is a very prolific singer,
Yeah,
the
she is.
the less we'll hear about the controversies that she's presenting, I believe.
Right.
Now, here's the thing. For this New Year's Day, Prince Poe, I wanted you on this New Year's Day um uh interview is because I definitely respect you as a progressive person.
Hmm.
And I thought you might be able to suggest some things
See,
to
I'm gonna
keep
tell you,
people progressive.
I kind of look at it as
And yes, I'm eating.
love and hip hop. Yeah, you're supposed to be eating. It's early over there. If I was over there at 6:30, 7 o'clock, I'd be chowing down too. You know what I'm saying? But I'm gonna tell you what's bad is that the public has lost the ability to separate uh, business from creativity. Like it's not an easy thing for people to keep separated no more. I think Jaguar Wright has her right to speak her mind, and she's showing a form of freedom by
Yes.
saying what she feels. You know what I'm saying? However, it's about other people's business. And I can't knock it because that's how Wendy Williams got large. That's how uh what's his name? I can't think of them right now. The two brothers that used to be on the radio and one was real controversial. He had a very funny voice like this. Two brothers, I forgot his name, but I
I
can't
don't think
oh
they
man.
played them in the West. I don't think they played them
But
West.
they was controversial and people liked it because they were speaking their opinions. But in these days and times, we have to be careful because our people need therapy and healing badly. And the reason why, because it's constant pain, it's been consistent deaths in the hip hop community. And I think that people are starting to really become numb to pain.
Mm.
Like it's okay to be hurt. Like it's all right to be upset. It's okay to wake up a brand new day and be ready to argue. Like this has become the new narrative. So on that note, I would probably veer a little bit away from Jaguar Wright's show because right now we need laughter, we need positive information, we need progress, we need ascension, and what I mean by that is we need to we need to see more people of color getting loans and shit. We need to see more ownership. We need to see more family values is still back into even when the parents are not together. Like when it comes to people of color, and I'm not disrespecting Europeans or whites or anything like that. I'm just saying that we are a broken people, and we can't continuously keep implementing broken shit. You see what I'm saying?
I
So
would.
I like that she's speaking her truth. I do like it because she has an opinion and she's been there in a lot of situations. But after you expose the artist, what's next? Like after you're like, yup, you sleep with gerbils and shit. Like then what the fuck is next? Like, do we get him help? You know, do we get him therapy? Like what the see, that's what I'm saying. We're getting so used to pain that controversy now always gets our attention. And then what's even more serious is that the artificial intelligence online.
Mm.
If I go to Instagram right now and I put up, yo, me and Monch finally got an album ready to go out. Here's an animated clip of our video. This should inspire y'all. People are gonna be like, But if we was to be like, me and Monch had a fight in the video, we're fighting each other in the video. That shit's gonna get 800,000 hits because again, it's more pain, it's
Yeah.
more controversy. This is what they think that we want. This is when I mean they, I mean the big corporation of visuals. Like this is and the thing is like when do we stop hurting? When do we stop wanting to be hurt? When do we get tired of being hurt? When do we get sick? Like a friend will call me and tell me, yo, such such passed away. He was sick last month. He ate a bug. He got in the car. He passed out. He crashed the car. He got out the car. He ran to the hospital. He collapsed on the table. They can give me all the details of something bad, but then when I ask them how they got a raise, they're like, I went to work and got a raise. Like, how did it happen? Like, what do you have on? Like, we're starting to really be addicted to pain, man, and it's getting out of hand. Like it's getting out of hand. It's out of hand. We got to stop hurting. We got to start healing. And I'm not disrespecting nobody's platform, but ain't shit love about love and hip hop. I'm like, I can't be telling you like, yo, y'all not getting no money over there. We get money over here. Yo, it's so much fucking money in the world. Why, why we both can't get it? I don't get it. Amazon, Amazon Prime can make $1 billion in one day, and we can't get money together. Like,
Oh,
you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm like, huh?
wait, let me mention something.
Shit
As
is
much as
wild.
we like to not think we're African, because a lot of Black Americans, we're recognizing that we're mostly Native American mixed with French or Irish.
That's right.
Adding on to that, the African DNA is so powerful. Check this out. In African tradition, it has been a thing where you do not promote the positive because you do not want people to steal your
Right.
positive. So, for example, for those who are like, huh, what do you mean? Meaning like you don't you don't like you don't bring the positive stuff because if people know if you know people know the positive stuff,
That's my cheat.
dope, they'll try to take it from you. And so symbolically, let me bring up the January 1st aspect. January 1st in American history has been the day in the antebellum period, like during slavery, is when they would
Mm-hmm.
separate families, when they would sell children to other families or different people they would consider of, as you guys like to call it, not you, but as some of us like to call it, high value, like high value men. High value men would get sold on January 1st for a large amount of money to a different plantation if they were considered ones who could be productive in the slave in the fields, right?
Mm-hmm.
High value women were usually teenage girls who they thought could make multiple children for them. So they
Mm-hmm.
would buy children, young women, children who they thought would make them multiple children. So we need to really recognize where those high value terminologies come from, by the
Right.
way.
Right.
But January 1st,
And
uh-huh.
that and you're so right. That's why it's considered like that new start. Is going to be better. Like our whole platform is kind of wrong. You know, our New Year's is supposed to be spring. We're supposed to be aligned with
I was about to say
nature. Like, yeah, like when the flowers bloom, that's when we become new. That's when we develop new habits. That's when we stop smoking. That's when we find the better us. Is when nature changes, we changes with nature. We're in alignment with nature. So, and we're in alignment with the planet. That's why a lot of times people be making resolutions January 1st. They never keep them and shit. Hey, you're
it's
trying
the
to
middle
start
of
new in the darkness of the winter. Like like it's the like you're in the darkness of the cold, and you're like, I want to find a new me. Like that shit is. People have
winter.
been bullshit with
Add
their
on to that.
resolutions for years.
Let me add
Huh?
on. December 21st is the first day of winter.
Mm-hmm.
January 1st is only like a week and a few days after that. The true transition from winter to spring is March 21st. That's the first day of spring. That's the equinox. That's closer to like April, like when they call it Easter for those who
Let me
need.
say amen. 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 Yes. Say that shit, sister. Say that shit, sister.
That
Amen. Nah.
so January 1st is like the beginning of winter.
Right.
So for you to make declarations for now is kind of like brother is saying, like you're probably gonna fall off before the spring because the
Right.
spring,
And then you got March 21st, and with the 5% Nation, that's the month of understanding.
come on now.
21st, that's wisdom knowledge. That's becoming of new for you. That's when you have a newfound knowledge and understanding of what's around you, your surroundings. So, and three, of course, is the beginning of 360. And that's what I'm saying. Like a lot of times people don't, they just follow the narrative because this is what we've been taught. We was born into it. It's just the habits we have. But the harder part of it is when people find out the truth, do they want to change? And I still find people hit me up on Christmas. Happy holidays. Merry Christmas. Merry. Happy New. Happy Christmas. Merry New Year. And I'd be like, when the fuck, man? Like, I don't. And the thing is, what's crazy is I don't do this shit to nobody. I don't send shit. I don't send no happy holidays. I don't send a goddamn thing. I
Right.
haven't sent a goddamn thing in over 15, 20 years. And I found myself even using new acronyms like STU, STU, STU. I don't want to type. STU means same to you. That's it. That's all you get. Like STU. That's it.
Now they've got the emojis. I just put the heart. I just
Oh
put the
man, and I don't want my friends to think that I think less of them. It's just that I don't care, like, bro, like, you don't
listen.
have to send me a happy holiday. Um,
If they know you,
uh,
they know you're not down with that shit. If
right?
they know,
I don't like to deal with it, and I get it. I get it. My phone be ringing. I mean, it goes crazy on Christmas and it goes crazy on New Year's. You
yeah.
know, and I get it, but it's not like when as people get older, they'll start to feel the truth. You know why? Because you say, all right, Happy New Year's. How you feel? Man, it's the same old shit. Exactly. It's been that way for your whole life. You just now coming into fruition of your truth. It's
Come on.
been that way. We just was saying it because what everybody else is doing. But I never wore sneakers because everybody else was wearing them. I always used to be like, oh, he got the blue and gold Pumas. I want the burgundy and white joints. That's what we did. We're original people. We
Oh,
never just was like, oh, he got it. Let me get him too. Like, nah. You know, you wanted to be recognized as who you are as an individual, and it wasn't about like you deliberately didn't get those sneakers. Your man had it. Just like I hear some women sometimes be like, oh, that bitch got on my shoes. No. That bitch got on my shoes. I'm like, no. She has on a pair of shoes that you happen to like too.
got a hundred
So
thousand.
in realities, it's a compliment because she likes something of taste that you like that's tasteful. You didn't make them damn shoes. That's the only time you can say she got on my damn shoes. Is if you made those shoes, but you didn't make them. But however, you're looking at it in a negative aspect. The positive aspect is that young lady has fine taste in shoes like you do.
Hold up. There's a sister. Yeah, I'm calling it out. She got mad at me, and I've known her since '93, off and on,
Mm-hmm.
because I used the term pajama jammy for one of my episodes. And I'm like, no, I got that from actually one of the homies said it because we had a podcast from 9 p.m. till 9 a.m. And he said, yeah, pajama jammy. And I was like, yeah, that's from like house party or something. Like
Right.
90s, that's a 90s term. I by no means went on her page and looked at her shit, but she like hit me up, called me all kinds of bitches and hoes, threatened my
Cause
life
what?
because I used the term pajama jammy.
What? What? Am I missing something?
Am I missing something?
Pajama jammies.
I just saw
That's
jammies
not cursing, is it? Like, is that,
overnight. It was just
huh?
overnight. But she was naming something of hers a pajama jam, but I had no idea. The point is, yeah, it was stupid. That's how stupid it is. But the point
This is what I'm saying. How people are waiting to be hurt. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Pajama jammies, that word you got worked up because of that? Like,
people already waiting
I'm
for a reason to dislike you because they already dislike you. Like the reason they
right,
dislike you is because they dislike themselves.
right.
They would have really tap in and be like, damn, why do I dislike myself?
And sometimes people misinterpret your chemistry because if they come on at a certain time and you're like in a certain mode where you're building or you progressing, um, you might come off to people as, oh, this motherfucker's too militant, or this motherfucker think he a super philosopher. Like, it's when you catch people in a very defensive mode, and I mean like life is doing them dirty or
Mm-hmm.
life is doing them hard, right? Whatever way you want to perceive it.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and we all get that I don't give a fuck attitude. Like I don't give a fuck about shit right now. I don't give a fuck whatever, nigga. We get that attitude sometimes because of just our journeys, what we used to. I can still remember as a kid being in line with my dad or my mom, of them getting like making sure that their benefits of their job was still there, or medical coverage was still there. We always had steps to our struggle that made it more intense on ourselves. Like getting in line to wait to talk to this lady, you got to sit here and prove to her that you got benefits and your family needs to go to the doctor. It's always been a constant job to maintain life for Black people, for Hispanics. It, we just didn't fall into shit. It was always a process to everything that we had to have to go to the dentist, a process. To go to the doctor, a process. This is why a lot of Black people, a lot of Hispanic people did not have medical coverage, because they're always making you jump through loopholes to maintain this little bit of coverage that you get. And it has taken a toll on our generations. So
Go
like
to the dentist. A lot of us don't go to the dentist, or a lot of us don't go to doctors.
Right, because of that. Because some people be like, I'm tired. I'm not going through all that. You hear a lot of Black people say that I'm not going through all that. It's just too much. Because it is a lot. It is a lot. It's a lot that they put us through to get the little bit of things that we have. So I do understand why a lot of times people are in defense mode. I do understand that a lot of times people are not only in defense mode, but a lot of people also need therapy. And mental health has just been addressed in our neighborhoods. Like, don't act like that shit is new. When I was young, it wasn't no damn counselor up the street you can just go talk to. It wasn't that. You barely had a fucking dentist up the block.
Come on.
So
left Chicago.
Yeah, Chicago, New York, Philadelphia, St. Louis, name the city. All that shit was going on at the same time back then. And you know what? The little bit that we had to hold on to, that's why brother from St. Louis like, ain't nothing tougher than St. Louis, nigga. And somebody in New York say, ain't nothing tougher than New York. And then niggas in LA say, ain't nothing tougher than LA. Because the struggle was
real,
was infrastructured the same way, just in different places.
That's true, man. That's damn
If you was in LA, you had to go a certain way to get shit. I know, like in LA, they got a rule: 3 days, they can have your ass out the house. That landlord get that paperwork right, you out in 3 days. In New York, you got squatters' rights. Now in LA, you might get over going to the doctor 80 times without paying. And in New York, they might start looking for you. Whatever. It's just it's a struggle on both sides of the spectrum, no matter where you go. There's something that's better, and there's something that's still the same bullshit that you got to go through. You see what I'm saying? It's balanced. We had undercover cops when I was a kid, like cops that drove around in Cherokees, and when they catch a drug dealer who got a BMW, they keep his BM for like 2 days and ride around. We had that way back when I was a kid. When I was in LA, I just started seeing that in the late 90s. LA been had ghetto birds, helicopters. They been had that since early 70s, 80s, right? We started getting it the late 90s, 2000. You see what I'm saying? It's the same thing being implemented, going back and forth. And everybody thinks that their hood is the toughest and their hood. No, it's the same struggle and what you call it, oppression, infrastructure into the communities, just in different ways at different times. But the same thing was going on. Now, just like LA got you shoot, you can hit a gunshot within the 3-mile radius of where the gun was shot at. We started getting that like 12 years ago. LA been had that like maybe 20 years ago. Yeah. It's the same thing, just implemented at different times to constrict the people, to keep them right there in the ghetto. They don't want to go outside the ghetto. They got a 6-block radius mentality. Oh, my hood is the toughest. My hood is this. That shit is the hood, bro. Ain't nothing the toughest. That shit is just horrible. Horrible food, horrible mentality, And the thing is that it's controlled people. All these people is controlled, and that's why it's easy for a person to get upset and to hate. We're used to pain. We're used to being let down. We're used to resentment. We wake up now. Now the new thing is, let me jump online and see who's gonna piss me off today.
That's YouTube, and I really enjoy it. No, I'm kidding. Sometimes it's a great distraction, but you're right. I always bring up books, brother Prince Post.
Nah, it's okay. It's a beyond freedom and dignity. That sounds dope.
so this brother, he's not a brother. This guy. His name is B.F. Skinner, and I learned about this book because this book talks about how the fact that everything is systematically set up on purpose, right? Like when I was talking to my students, my little 7th and 8th graders, we were talking about how the word ghetto is a German word. Ghetto is a word that was used to put a certain group of people in a place that they knew was oppressive and they knew was going to cause problems. Like let's say for example, if they had a house that was a building that was supposed to have 250 families in it, they would purposely put 400 or 550 families in it. And they knew that it wouldn't be a good thing, and they would document how it would affect the people in the community. That's what the word ghetto means. Ghetto means like they purposely set that shit up to see how people would react, and they knew it was going to be negative. So they brought that to America, and a lot of us use the term ghetto like, oh, she ghetto, oh, that's ghetto. But we're not even understanding that that's not even from us. That's like from a whole nother outside source that brought that to the community to purposely fuck us up and make us go crazy.
Right.
So the purpose of hip hop to me, now, you know what? I've been reevaluating hip hop as a matter of fact, but rap, let's just say rap. The purpose of rap is to heal us, is to help us heal, right? But I don't want to get too deep into those conversations because you've been signed to like corporate labels, and I don't want to get you put in no trick bags. Okay, I don't want to get that to you, but let's just say that, how do I put this? Once we recognize that this stuff is intentionally put there, we should like alert ourselves and stop falling for the okie doke. Once we know that the record, like the ghetto and all that shit, was supposed to be set up to make us feel bad and think negative and be negative all the time, we should like purposely, just to be radical, do the opposite of that. Now, wait a minute.
We do need to point our anger in a better direction. We do need to start changing shit. Like we need to, instead of being angry at each other, we should be angry at certain key points that fuck with us. Like I don't say wife beater, I say tank top, right? And everybody think I'm old when I say, "Oh, you're an old nigga." No, nigga, I'm a right nigga. Okay, I don't like that word wife beater because I don't beat wives. My father never beat my mother, and I just don't want to use. I don't want to call it wife beater. It's a tank top. That's what it was before that term came out. Whoever made that term is implementing fucked up shit in our communities with that tank top. Like, and it's supposed to wife beater. It's supposed to represent like when the cops come and you see them taking you out the house, you're in a wife beater, and that shit is like again promoting violence in our homes and dysfunction in our homes, and a lot of people don't understand like the reason why we have a lot of dysfunction and a lot of controversy in our homes, because again, when you are not able to get income, you're not able to find a job. It wasn't the fact that a lot of fathers wasn't there. A lot of fathers couldn't be there because the mother's saying like, why the fuck you don't have a job? He's like, nobody will fucking hire me. And they keep having the same argument over and over till somebody leave. Somebody's going to leave. How much pressure can you take as a man that you're out all day hitting the pavement with your feet and you coming home and your shoes is damn near smoking from walking everywhere and looking for a job, and then she's looking at you like you let her down? Yo, you can't find work, my nigga, to feed your kids? They won't hire me.
Then they put
So
dope in the world in the system.
then they put dope, right. So it causes a lot of dysfunction like that. And dope, you see what they did to Billie Holiday? They kept sending her dope, and she kept using it because she said, "This is my only escape from the realities of how y'all are mistreating us and the injustice that we're getting. You damn straight, I gotta go somewhere where I can't be touched by y'all." And that was the high, you know. But another thing too is a lot of things are always misunderstood. Just like the projects. Oh, you live in the projects. See, they don't understand what the phrase "the project" means. The Jews came here, escaping the Holocaust, and came up with a plan to live together frugally, to get back on their feet, and
Mhm.
to obtain business and ownership. They called it the projects. In every project, almost in New York City, if you go to the projects right now, they have the rectangular bar on the side of the door, which is a part of their religion, the Jewish religion. And if you go to projects right now, they've been painted over a million times. That's why nobody recognizes that it's there. But they came and created the projects so that they could live together, um, cost effective, so they can start obtaining ownership. And that's what they did. They lived next to each other, on top of each other, on the side. So now that the project's been handed to us, it's a bad thing now.
Wait. Okay. Whew. That was so. First of all, my mother grew. Okay, so I lived in a couple of projects in Chicago for a brief minute. My mother would, my mother would teach in the projects in the ghetto, in the hood. So we would
Hmm.
go, like, say for example, in Chicago, there's Robert Taylor Homes. Shout out Robert Taylor Homes in the 70s, and then we lived in Rockwell Gardens for a few months just so she could save money so we could move. Right, the rent was $56, fifty
See,
six dollars. Okay,
see,
but
it,
it's
it,
funny. Go ahead, brother.
no, it was created to be um, financially frugal so that you can get your money up to gain ownership.
And move
But
out.
but then came welfare, which they got minority people to be comfortable with living in the pit stop. The project is the pit stop. It's the way you get your act together. It's where you set up your foundation to move out and have ownership. But then they implemented welfare. So poor people got used to and comfortable with staying in the projects. Like, why should I go anywhere? My rent's being paid. Why should I go anywhere? I get free food every month. But nobody's saving money to gain ownership because they're comfortable.
Let me add on to that, crack. So
Oh yeah, I forgot that kicked into. Woo,
I got a
girl.
song. I got a song on my album. My rhyme name is Watts 1965, and I brought out an album called Vows, which stood for Victims of White Supremacy, or also vows, like committed to each other, right? So I have this song, and it talks about how, like, okay, like we got the little, off and on, we've had the welfare, and we would get the food stamps, and I would
Mhm.
go to the Arab store around the corner and get the meat or whatever. But what was noticeably different in the 80s versus the 70s, there were men in the house that were working in the 70s. In the 80s, it became like that was over. Um, you lived in LA. Do you remember? Have you ever been? Okay. Did you see these housings that look like projects, but they were like on Third and La Brea, or Third and, like, the area where a lot of Jewish folks live?
They had palm trees around and it was nice looking.
Exactly like the fucking Robert Taylor homes in LA, in Chicago, I mean. But they were
Hmm.
the same. But they were gorgeous on the inside. Like, I had a couple of homies that lived in those. They weren't projects though. But my
The,
mother
the
told
jungle, the jungle doesn't look as bad as the name. The
me, no,
jungles in LA, they don't look as bad as the name. When you hear the jungles, if there was a place in New York called the jungles, oh, you best be ready to see some gorillas and fucking trees and fucking habitat because they're gonna make it look just like that. But the jungles in LA was actually it was like
it was cool.
neat to me.
I
Only
lived
reason why
there.
you knew it was ghetto because you heard the loud music, you saw the cars. I mean, you felt the environment.
Mm-hmm.
But
That's
I lived in the jungles for a small period of time, and and inside the jungles they had um they had co-ops, co-op buildings, because the guy I was staying with, and what I realized in the jungle is that
Sean G. Because my
every,
boy told me to say it was in the J's. He told me to tell you it was in the jungles.
so
That
that
was
was with AJ. I didn't live with him. I lived with a brother named AJ.
that's him.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that was him. I didn't know that was his fucking name.
Oh my God, I gotta call G Knight and ask him. But
Now,
he's
now you know, and the crazy shit is that I had, you know, it was a good experience with A, living with A and shit. And that's crazy because I had a situation, and he never saw that side of me. Like I literally jumped out his kitchen window to get at these cats. Like I don't play that shit nowhere I go. I don't give a fuck where I'm at. And now it's up to me leading to moving out. Is because I was like I can't stay around here no more because I'm gonna hurt somebody.
how long did you
I
stay there? How long did you stay in the J's?
probably like maybe like 5 months.
Okay, so that
Five
was
months. I loved the experience. I loved it actually. It was like a very small project to me. Like I'm used to 7-story buildings and 4-story buildings of people on top of people. So
right.
walking through the J's with the sun shining and dudes are standing in front of their buildings, I'm like, I'm minding my business. So I'm cool. I'm Gucci. Like I mind my business. I'm comfortable walking through there. And a couple of cats I knew, like Big Pun and my man Zagu. These dudes was active.
I love Zagu. Shout
Yeah,
out Zagu.
these dudes was active, and they always told me that you ain't got nothing to worry about. So
Mhm.
having that backing made me more humble. Like I'm not from here. I'm from Queens, New York. I'm from 50 neighborhood. I'm from that grit, and this is they grit. I gotta respect it. You know what I'm saying? And I walk through there. I mind my business. I used to go to the store on La Brea all the time. I walk through the motherfucker. I'm on Coliseum. I'm on Rodeo. You
Mhm.
know, I'm hood. So I'm outside. Like I'm outside. I walk to the supermarket, to Ralph's.
I do
You
too.
know, I used to go across the street to Bank of America. I
Yep.
remember one time I was tapped out for money, and this is what I want to say to people about inspiration. I had got a check for like $2,700. I had no money,
Yeah.
but I had this check for my rap shit for like $2,700.
Mhm.
And you know how sometimes when you know you might not have money for a couple of days, when you get that money, you're like you're still angry, but you're humble. You're like angry. You're like, fuck, man, I shouldn't be broke, man. I shouldn't have empty pockets. And I remember going to that Bank of America right there on La Brea.
Mhm.
And the lady said, it's going to take at least 5 business days for this check to clear if you open up a bank account. But I tell you what, baby, if you go over to Crenshaw and like 39th to that Bank of America, they will not only open up an account for you, but you'll have money available tomorrow, which was a Saturday. I walked over there. I
Damn.
had too much pride to ask anybody. I didn't want nobody to
Where that
drive
is.
me. I didn't
That's on
want nobody to
the
feel like they was doing me a fucking favor. I didn't want to ask AJ shit because you know he was doing his AJ thing. You know, AJ's he's a party host type of guy. You know what I'm saying? And I wasn't in that. I wasn't in that that mood at all. I was serious. I was like serious about my life at that moment. And I walked, and you can ask anybody how far the jungle is
where that
from
is.
Crenshaw and 39th. I
Yeah, that's
walked
not
over
far
there
at all.
because
That's
I was that determined to put some money in my pocket.
that was
So
like
my
two.
thing is that the inspiration is you got your legs, you got your mind, you got your determination. You do what the fuck you got to do to survive. You do what you have to do to put food in front of your face. You don't need nobody. You don't need to ask no favor because all people want to say, oh, if it wasn't for me, he wouldn't have got the check. Nigga, you didn't write the check. So you get on your 2 feet and you get in that sunshine and you walk and you do what you have to do. Because at the end of the day, God gave you them legs to walk on. And just as far as a car goes, those legs go the same distance.
You're so dope for that. That's
And I was enjoying the sunshine. I was enjoying the children walking with their parents. I was embracing the entire atmosphere of what was around me as I went block to block, block to block. And I was so happy because the lady was like, here's your cards. I think that she released $100 to me that day out of that check and said that I'll be able to get a certain amount the next day. Yo, that walk back was the best walk ever. Just getting little knickknacks, getting a juice, getting a water, getting a piece of chicken from that 99-cent place they had on Crenshaw, where you go in and get 99-cent, you get a little macaroni and cheese, 99-cent, little one-piece chicken, 99-cent.
Maryland's. It was
Yeah.
I was gonna
Yes.
say either Maryland's or Louisiana.
No, Louisiana got the fried chicken on smash. That's like New York's equivalent to Kennedy Fried Chicken, but Louisiana was way better. They had a Louisiana's on La Brea.
In Crenshaw.
Yeah, but they had one on Crenshaw, but they had one on La Brea near downtown Inglewood.
Okay.
And that's the one I used to go right across the street from where the police precinct is in behind. Like
near Market.
Oh my God. Oh my goodness. You talking about going there having 2 pieces of fried chicken and a little side for like a little $5.
Mashed potato.
And the chicken was good. I'm so good. But these are the moments that we must embrace. The journeys, the struggle. This is what makes, when I sit in this living room and I look at this TV on the wall and I look at these wood grain floors and I look at that gym downstairs in the building and I look at those chargers for electric cars in the garage. All that came from those walks down Crenshaw. All those came from getting that one check and needing money and walking across town to handle your business. This is what this transpires from. This is the big brother, the big sister of that movement at that time.
I wish I had known you at that time. Right when you moved there, I had moved to Louisiana. So I missed a whole bit. I came back and then I moved to Vegas in 2016. I moved to Louisiana in like 2010, 2009.
Right.
So it's that whole era. But damn, man, God is great.
God is great. I'm telling you, and the thing is that when you're going through, you always got to say to yourself, this is just now. This is not going to be forever. And you have to put in the atmosphere because now I know how to maintain a decent crib. Now I know how to maintain and pay bills. It comes from those beautiful struggles of what you have to do, not what you want to do, what you have to do to get to the next step. The blessing was I didn't have to have a $2,700 check. That's a good amount of money when you ain't got none. You know what I'm saying? And if anything, is your focus should be on getting that check cashed or getting access to that check. Your business ain't got to do with anybody else's business, sitting up trying to tell everybody else what to do. People put their energy in the wrong places, especially at the wrong time.
That's so amazing. God. Jesus.
And this is what we go through. And the thing about it is, I loved my experience living in the jungle.
I'm just that you lived in the J's. Like my boy just told me this shit like yesterday or earlier today. He was like,
right.
He lived with Sean G. I think he had the name that you just said.
Yeah, AJ.
Sean G. Do you know?
And the crazy thing is, his building was like many other buildings in there. And what they did was, see, this is what's crazy about the ghetto, as they say. All the buildings that was privately owned was turned inside out. Like AJ, when I lived with AJ, the back of his apartment was on the street, was on the sidewalk side. All the rest of the buildings in the J's, you can walk straight into the courtyard, and you go up to the apartments wherever you go. But the privately owned buildings, the co-ops, as I call them, were backwards. So it's showing you that these are the ones that's owned, these are the projects, but they were all blended together. This shit was bugged out. Like it was It's all together. Like if you go into Jay's right now, there's a few buildings that you don't walk into the building. You walk into the courtyard on the side of the building to come around to the front of it inside.
That's right. That's true. I
Yeah.
lived on
So
West Boulevard. I lived on West Boulevard. If you know where that is.
right.
Yep.
Yup. On that, that's on the other side.
Mm-hmm.
So, my thing is paying attention to your surroundings, paying attention to the infrastructure. There's a lot of gates and shit. Like, if you recognize every ghetto is a lot of gates. There's a lot of reminders of restriction.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? And it's cool. There's nothing wrong with coming up in the projects, but
Nope.
that's understand that don't have to be your permanent home. That's your hood. That's what you represented as a young person, but that's not your home. Your home is what you create to lay your foundation. And whether you're renting or you're mortgaging it, it would be better to be an owner than to be renting. But if you can't be an owner, at least own your space and have a good environment. Have some flowers around you. Have the colors that invigorates your energy, and and create the atmosphere that you want to have. I don't care what nobody else got. You create your atmosphere for you so that you can wake up feeling good about yourself, feeling determined to get something done, feeling faith-filled, feeling strong, feeling patient, but feeling assertive. That's important. The colors you have around you, the plants, things that align with you as an individual. I don't care about what nobody else is doing. You deserve to have an environment that every day you get up and you look in that mirror, you see greatness.
And that's how you
Cause
feel. And
sloth.
did you feel like that when you lived in the Jays? Is this something you were born with, or is this
Nope.
something you developed?
My mother taught us that. Every Friday I was on roach duty. Every Friday. You
Bro,
sweep, you mop, you put down boric acid, and you put down roach spray. Every
oh,
Friday before you go outside.
you sound like brother. I
Roach
grew up in
duty.
Chicago. I grew up in Chicago,
you was on duty. Before
and
you hit them streets.
nice too.
Before
We
you
have
hit them streets, hit them corners.
okay.
And when I moved out the project, we didn't have no roaches.
Mm-hmm.
My mother was instilling in us, you create your environment. Just because you live in the projects doesn't mean you live in the projects.
That's right. My mother used to call them concentration camps.
Basically.
Called them concentration camps when I was growing up, and at the time, I didn't really understand that. I was like concentration camps, but I get it now.
Yeah,
It's
and the thing is that, we we have to remember that one good thing about the project is that you learn how to live together. Like I came up in a community where my dad could leave and just tell one of the older girls on the block, Mary, watch my son. Now Mary wasn't my sister. Mary was just my neighbor, an older girl.
mhm.
But when he said, watch my son, she looking at me like, act up if you want, I'll fuck you up. And the thing is, it's her word against mine, and usually I would lose. So that tough love was always a good thing.
And I have a question. Question. Okay, so I went to New York in like 2002. First of all, I was amazed that it had that smell. Like when I was in downtown Manhattan, I was like, "What the hell? It stank." But when I went to like Bed-Stuy and all that, because my ex, his family's Panamanian, so there's a lot of
Hmm.
I was around a lot of island folk. I was really just surprised I don't know what I expected. I think I seen too many movies and I thought it was gonna be like break dancers on the block and I just thought it was gonna be, but this was post Giuliani, so Giuliani had shut down a lot of shit. But
Hmm.
you grew up in Queens though. Queens, from what I saw, was a very nice suburb. It was kind of a nice area, right? I guess some
Well,
part.
that's because when you come into Queens from Manhattan, it depends on where you're coming in from. Northeast Queens is like where Nas and Mob and them is from. That's like considered the biggest projects. But when you coming across the bridge, you can overskip it because it's like right on the water in like Midtown, like taking a bridge over from the city. they were like if you go midtown like 50s and go over the bridge, you're like actually going over the projects as you come to the bottom of the bridge. But when you get to the bottom of the bridge, it's really like a lot of businesses and commerce and different things like that. The infrastructure of Queens have always confused people because it's commercial and residential at the same time in a lot of areas. Now, they used to call my section, my section is called South Side, same area that Lost Boys is from, same area that 50 is from. And same area, Onyx, Organized Confusion. Across town was Run DMC, LL Cool J. That's Hollis. That's what I was like. But when I was coming up, there was a lot of controversy between where I'm from and where Run DMC and them's from.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? There was a lot of problems as far as streetwise, and it all comes down to everybody is proud of their area, where they from. That's been implemented way before gangs was even in New York. This is something that has been there before anybody was screaming Bloods or Crips. And my knowledge of gangs was in Chicago. It wasn't like it was LA, but it was like Chicago. I was hearing a lot about gang activity. You know what I'm saying? So, but where I'm from is the furthest part of Queens. Where I'm from is considered a one fare zone, meaning once you get off the train, all this area that I'm from, they ain't nothing but buses. So if your ass get laid out, you might be out there for a long time. And that's why they call it the desert.
Damn.
Because there is no train station to run up to like in Brooklyn. There is no train station to run up to like in the Bronx or like Manhattan. Out here, it's the desert. You don't survive. You could be laid. You could be shot and laid out in certain parts of Queens for hours without anybody even knowing that you're out there because there's no train stations. You see what I'm saying? Where there's train stations, there's people activity. Where there's people activity, there's a cop every now and then. Or there's somebody who's observing what's going on. There is no fucking train station in Rosedale or in Springfield or in Cambria Heights or in Queens Village. This is all bus fare zones. So when you're on the streets and you're getting into shit, unless you got a car, that shit is the desert. So a lot of times people say, I don't fuck with Queens. No, you better not. You better not. Because that shit was considered the desert. And like even when we went places, we went 9 and 10 and 11 deep because you need a witness, bro. You'll be out here and you'll be gotten and nobody will know. Nobody gonna know.
Okay, it's not funny.
No, it's very funny because Cash is like, man, I was out in Queens. I'm like, yeah, you was near the train station. Because my project is the closest to the train station. So my hood is the starting of the bullshit. Like of no just buses. I can walk to the train station from my hood, but you couldn't just come to my hood and just people got jumped just for being a stranger walking through. Like you
do that, okay? Like I had an ex-boyfriend, okay, and he thought it would be fascinating to go visit Marcy Projects, and I was like, listen, if you don't know anybody in motherfucking Marcy Projects, you better not take your ass over there. You don't just know people projects and do that. But he thought he was going to do that. Okay, so now, Prince Poe, I see why you get along with everybody everywhere. That goes full circle back to Malcolm X talking about a slum is a slum is a slum. Not saying you're a slum person, because to me, you're a very refined cosmopolitan person. And I take that to say, when you've gone to different slums, like when we came from Chicago to LA and we saw the jungles, which I lived on West Boulevard, by the way, throughout high school, aside from the, downtown Skid Row. You relate because you've lived in a so-called ghetto. Okay. And so when you've gone to another ghetto in like LA or in England or whatever, in other countries, even Scotland, even, you can relate because there's this factor that is relatable to wherever you go.
And I don't try to make mine look tougher than theirs. I compare how their infrastructure is to our infrastructure. I'll be like, damn, look at the gates. They got the gates around their shit too. I don't try to be like, yo, man, my heart is stone. I don't know about yours. That's not it. That's not what you do. I'm going there to learn and to compare far as what are they doing? Like how are they infrastructing these things? I'm trying to teach myself about on purpose implementation of these things. I'm trying to teach myself, like, damn, look how they got their shit. Oh wow, damn, that's
You
fucked
compare
up
and
too. They shit
contrast.
is fucked up. Right.
Compare
I'm
and
trying
contrast.
to teach myself of what is being infrastructured into our neighborhoods. I want to see, how their thing functions compared to how I think. I'm
Analytical
trying to
thing.
teach myself
Me,
about these things.
I would be comparing the food. That's
The
me
all
though.
the food is always fucked up in all the places. Always. Always the food is always fucked up. They got some Popeyes up the block and shit.
Oh
Smelling
shit!
like last week's grease and shit. It be
Wait a
last
minute.
week's
Wait a
grease.
minute. Okay, wait a minute. Okay, so like when you were in France, right? Like I had a homegirl who moved to France. She met this French dude and she like fell in love. And she said she missed fried chicken because they didn't really have too many fried chicken places in Europe and stuff, or well in France.
They got them in Europe, but not in France a lot. But what I will say is, that you're in poverty because you always see one thing that does not change, whether it's L.A., New York,
Wait,
France.
wait. What do you mean? Liquor
Garbage.
store, church,
Liquor
fried chicken,
store, church, and garbage. It's always dirty. It's
trash?
always some type of garbage pile up, or you know lack of, in other words, you recognize lack of services in
Okay.
poor areas. You always recognize the garbage man ain't come twice this week. You always recognize, like, the garbage pile up down there at the end of the block on Ursula in the projects. You always recognize garbage. You always recognize, like, lack of
Yeah,
services. Like,
fucked upness, yeah. And
the upkeepness of it is always fucked up.
they always blame the people for that, but really it's the landowners, it's the landlords, it's the people that
It's the
own.
landlords. And
But
and when you got 90,000 people in the building, you can't come pick up the garbage once a week, bro. You got to come like 3 times a week.
times at least, yeah, twice at least.
And that's what it is. It'd be lack of services. So we're used to seeing garbage and dirt and rats. We were fascinated as kids to see rats run across. You see that big rat? You see that nigga? We was excited to see this dirty animal run across the street. We was like, "Yo, I seen him, son." That was a thing. Like,
It's true.
embracing
It's
em,
true.
embracing the little things that was not cool. Nobody knows that kids with asthma can't be around rats
And roaches.
and roaches and stuff. We didn't know that. We was like, "What? I killed the roach. Killed the nigga."
Oh my God, that's true. Look, I remember a part of the culture in Chicago. My daddy would put up mouse traps and he would put the little cheese on the thing. That was part of the culture of living on the west side. Like my daddy putting up mouse traps. That was like a thing. Like you would
Right,
think, and then we were
right.
catching them in the morning and smelling that smell. If you know
And
that
you almost kind of excited, like, we caught him. Ah, got you, little nigga. Like it was a game. It was a game. It was a survival game.
the smell. I remember. I can never. I'm smelling it now, talking about it. That
And
smell.
you know what? Them traps, when they go off, you hear them. If
Yes.
they go, you be
Yep.
like, got you, little nigga, got you. And you and you and you're almost like you won a game.
We're like, yes.
Right,
Yeah,
right.
that's
So
true.
part of that struggle, man. I'm telling you, it instilled a lot of character, and it gave us a lot of fight back. When things get rough, we fight back, man. We fight back.
Full circle. That's why you're such a profound lyricist. Because growing up in those certain type of spaces, you became very observant. I'll say we because as a person of that lifestyle as well. Now that's just not where we all dwelled. Now, look, come on, Prince Poe. I know you've been around some very rich people too. You've been around like some amazingly financially, aesthetically beautiful people too. You've been all over, and that's why I wanted to talk to you too. You're a cosmopolitan person. You're like
Hmm.
a person who you've lived in like different places with all different kinds of people, and you're able to relate to all of them. And that's where a lot of your wisdom to me comes from. I mean,
Hmm.
maybe you were born with it. I don't know. But
No, you're right. I've had some very strange conversations with people, and I've had a lot of people that got a lot of money. Like when they first sit down, they try to, oh, so you coming from the ghetto? What was it? What was it like? What
yeah,
was it like? I'll be
right.
like, really? Like this what we doing right now? But the angle I come at them from is first you tell me what your upbringing was like, and I can help you understand what my upbringing is like. We can share. If you can share a little bit, I can share a lot. Because that's the first thing people that's interested in you as an artist, as a talent, as a black guy, whatever it is like, so how was it in the ghetto? And I'd be like, really, nigga? Like, let me give me something from you, and then I can explain better. Because as a kid, you're trying to understand what the fuck is going on. Like, you're really like, okay, this is fun. It's exciting. I got a bike, got a skateboard. But my friends, all of them don't have bikes. This nigga is raised by his grandmother. Like, why is his daddy not there like my daddy? And then, other people, you're like, why is his daddy there but his mom is missing? What the fuck's going on? But when you get older, you start to understand the definition of struggle, of poverty, of oppression. And you don't understand it, but you're starting to get the gist of it. Certain incidents can change you, and you. It's like you become so angry. Like I was so angry to see the cops kill this dude Jason when I was young. I was just so angry that I couldn't fucking do nothing about it. Like at that age, I'm glad I couldn't be like 19, 20. That's why God don't make no mistakes. If I was 19 or 20, I probably would have went on a shooting spree and killed like mad police, like some dumb shit. Like because I was so angry at that nothing was being done with this cop shooting this dude in his back, while he's running.
Yeah.
And I couldn't do nothing.
Helpless.
I felt totally helpless to life, period. And I just grew up always saying, Prince, stay mad at the struggle, stay mad at the struggle, stay mad at the struggle. I stopped getting mad at people because they are mad at me because we are in the struggle. I understood why people used to be mad at me or jealous of me when I bust my ass to get those sneakers. I'm the one that took odd jobs and packed bags and shoveled snow. You ain't taking my sneakers. You're gonna have to get beat up trying to take these sneakers because I did not necessarily hustle to get everything that I got. Sometimes I hustle by holding my friends' packs. When we went places on the avenue and stuff like that, I would hold a pack because the DTs, the unmarked, the undercover cops knew who they was. They knew I was a friend of them and I hung out with them, but they never had a jail record on me or never caught me personally. So they never checked for me as a threat. They used to run up on us and they would check my friends and be like, "Oh, he's the basketball friend," and I'm the one that got all the packs.
You're the Leo, the leader. I
Yeah,
get it.
I'm the guy who's the loyal friend. Like I always been loyal to people, and when I feel like you don't deserve my loyalty, I just kept it moving. Like I never allowed nobody to be like, "Oh, that's my man," and then use me. I've been used once when I was a kid. Somebody coerced me into stealing some speakers out of somebody's yard. I ended up fighting two of the dudes. Like yo, and I realized like that nigga used me. And you learn quick. You learn. This is like when I'm 11 and 12. You learn, and you fight through it. And sometimes people don't understand being scared is a part of the process. It's a part of learning. You're scared, but you do what you have to do, and then you learn from it. As you grow up in the age and wisdom, you obtain more wisdom. You start to see that you can fight certain things without lifting a hand. Like I've won many battles without actually having to be physical.
Me too.
You know what I'm saying? And it's about acceptance. I'm not going for it. This is what I want, and I'm not going to stop until I get it. Nobody matters. Nothing matters. What nobody says matters. No rumors, no lies, no he say, she says. None of that shit matters when you remember that you're mad at the struggle. This shit that they keep implementing on us, I don't have time for your bullshit. I am so fucking angry still that they shot that boy because that mother still was missing a son.
Now, do you get into metaphysics when you get into these thoughts? Do you get into like, well, let me ask you, metaphysics. Is that too broad? Should I break that down? What I mean,
Um,
metaphysical science, like a lot of people get into astrology or past
right.
lives or
Well, I believe in um, what you call it,
alchemy.
Mercury
Alchemy.
retrograde.
Okay.
I believe in Mercury retrograde, but
Now,
I also too believe in uh, uh, a balance, like a metaphysical balance, right? You have certain parts of the season where you feel very fulfilled about yourself. Then you got certain parts of the season where you don't feel so great about yourself. Everybody goes through these different warps, these different zones. I try to align with them. Right before my birthday, I get quiet. Like I usually get quiet. Um, I've never been a person that really enjoyed when people passed away right before their birthdays. So I get more humble before my birthday. I might be a little standoffish before my birthday, but I also use silence to support every different element because to me, silence it allows you to be angry and not offend nobody. Like, yo, I got the right to be angry right now. Right now, I'm in my bullshit. But I use silence to balance it out so that I keep the fucking easy, over analytical, offended people away from that. From that,
two things. One, do you mind if I go get my? I'm trying to. Do you care if I smoke my little joint?
it's a little thing. It's a little thing.
For those who care and want to report me, it's a prop. And then secondly, okay, because of the fact that you've grown up in like all kinds, you're cosmopolitan is the word I would use. You're very cosmopolitan. Um, dare I call you an alchemist? Like I'm damn near afraid to even now. Let me not use afraid. I'm not feeding into that. You're very much leadership. Like you have a lot of leadership energy and qualities. And I was reading when I was doing a little research on you and your group. You're the person who was like the business person, right? You were the person who took care of a lot of the business.
Mm-hmm.
Did that help? Did that burn you out? Like, did you like? Okay,
I always felt like I wasn't able to be an artist the way I want to be.
okay.
I've
What's spoken?
always. I still feel like I haven't wrote my best rhymes yet. Like I still feel that way. I
Okay,
still feel that way. And
okay.
you know what? I'm gonna tell you something.
I'm listening.
Everybody wants to be a boss, but everybody is not built to be a boss, man. Because let me tell you one thing about being a boss: you got to eat last. Everybody got to eat first. You got to eat last. So
Now,
that means that if everybody get 3-course meals and you end up just getting a chicken sandwich, then you got to deal with it. You
but
just
that's
got to deal with
mothers.
it.
Moms are used to that. We're as mothers, we're used to doing that.
Yeah, mothers are bosses. They be like, look, they ration the food out. Somebody wanted seconds. Somebody else wanted an extra piece of chicken. Now mom got 5 green peas and a piece of chicken. And moms will go get a piece of bread and make a half chicken sandwich and 5 green peas
Just eat the
and
pea.
call it a night. Right. And
It's
and that's what bosses do. That's what bosses do.
okay.
Everybody say they want to be a boss, but the boss is actually the person who eats last.
Sacrificial lamb. They're the servant.
That's right. You have to make sure the whole crew is eating, else the ship do not run right without no crew.
Let me
So
jump in
you gotta, huh?
real quick. Night and day. They're not paying me or anything. Night
Right.
and day. They're night and day network LLC. If you ever go on YouTube, they're really dope. They do a lot of metaphysical science. They throw the celebrity gossip out there just to lure people, but really they're really about that metaphysical life. And they sell high quality products. Okay.
Yo, listen, and that life is real. Like you gotta understand, without if you believe in God, you gotta believe in science. If you believe in science, you gotta believe in God. And the
And
thing is that it's
not
very important to try to read vibrations That's where the metaphysical world comes in, and it's really applicable to your daily. Um, Me, I just really write out. I really write out metaphysical things as far as vibrations. Like I really try to tap into vibrations. I'd be like, today is this doesn't feel invigorating. So I would probably drive slower. I wouldn't care about traffic. I would just roll with the punches. I don't beat my horn. Like I have days where I be feeling like, don't do too much today. Just be easy. And it balances out that day. I'll be on the highway like I'm doing 90 and I don't give a fuck about nothing. I'm out. I'm going to get home in 20 minutes. I'll be peeling. That balances out that day. Because that other day I was like, nah, today is like a chill day. A lot of police out. I got a little lunch money. I'm gonna stop and get a sandwich. And I'm easy. I don't care about traffic. I don't care this guy is beeping his horn behind me. I don't care about none of that shit. Like, and I just try to balance out my dailies by doing that. Like
Okay, so you use wisdom in your daily life. You're what
a
one
little metaphysical, but mostly wisdom and vibrations and surroundings, like things that are happening. It might be raining. Um, I might not see a whole neighbor the whole time I go downstairs and go to the car, and that might show me like it's a day of tranquility, it's a day of isolation, and I might just go to the store, get the basic necessities, and come right back the fuck in.
I'm almost afraid to put you on here because you really are so prolific. So the buzz for 2023 is supposed to be you if you do not use wisdom, you will not progress. And to me, it goes in with Imhotep. Imhotep is a scholar from the Kemetan or slash Egyptian times.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a phrase that people use is know thyself. Man, know thyself. Now, in ancient times, man meant mind. So when you say
Right.
the word man, it means mind. So really, they're
Mm-hmm.
saying, mind, know thyself. And from what you're telling me, you tend to come from a space of knowing yourself. And if you know yourself, you're able to maneuver in a confident way. Not saying you won't have days when you don't feel that goddamn confident because we live under oppression, some of us.
Right. Right.
But generally, you go off energy and you go off what your instincts and your vibe tells you. And that's why I wanted you on this show because I feel like you're somebody I already know. Because a lot of the people that I deal with or, consider friends are those type of people. And you're
Right.
one of those type of people.
You
And
just said it. Knowledge of self,
and I have
mind,
a
which
song.
is
The hook,
man.
the hook is the one of my songs is called Philo, Philo, short for philosophy. Knowledge of self is the beginning of wisdom. And I always refer to books. Sorry, Prince Poe, I just do.
You're supposed to.
Krishnamurti. Have you ever heard of Krishnamurti?
A little bit. I haven't read it though.
This is a book. It's life changing. It's called Freedom from the Known. Just process that freedom from the known. So he talks in this, he's got many, many philosophies, books, whatever. And I'm not just a book person, people, for
Nah,
those.
you should be a book person.
But freedom from the known, like a phrase, like on my album, forget the album, but there's a song, Flow, and knowledge of self is the beginning of wisdom,
Mm-hmm.
is a phrase that he uses in this book. And I put that in my song because it's true. And I respect that about you, good brother. And that's why I really enjoy your podcasts on Facebook because you come from a space for me of knowledge of self. And knowledge of self is the beginning of wisdom because when you know yourself, you know what you will and won't tolerate. And I've had knowledge of self since I was 4 years old, but I haven't really applied it a whole lot when it came to love relationships because I wanted the experience. So even
Right.
if I saw flaws in a person, even though I felt like I knew myself and I would feel instinctively that maybe certain things weren't correct, I would allow myself to have those experiences with this person which was foolish. Actually, it wasn't very wise.
Well, it might have been your strength on instilling faith. You
That's
might
true,
have been a child who understood that you can't possibly not believe in things.
Imani.
You have to believe in somebody before you don't believe in them. You have to. Why are you just going to be like, well, I can't believe in you, even though I don't know you? Like,
Damn.
you can't. You have to give people a clean slate of credit. You have to give people a chance to be great. You can't be like, yo, you ain't a great motherfucker. You can't possibly down somebody when our obligation is to pick each other up or to look at each other in high regards. So a lot of times I tell people like that wasn't a mistake, that was a lesson. Like,
True. True.
and that's what I'm saying. Just because you have faith that other people don't, a lot of people don't have faith in trying relationships because they've seen too much broken shit in their life to have faith in a
Damn.
person. They seen too much broken, relationships. They seen too much broken interaction. Like, damn, I seen this nigga swing at my mom's. I don't trust niggas. Then you meet a person that you meet a
Mhm.
guy who's a gentleman. His father was down with FOI and his grandmother was a Christian in church. You didn't give him a chance because of what you've seen as broken perspectives. You know what I'm saying? So
That's
that's
deep.
not everybody has to go through things in order to ascend to the next level. I
Okay,
remember
so
somebody telling me, I don't know what love is. One of my female friends was crying. She said, I don't know what love is. I said, please stop crying. You do know love is. She said, how you can say that? I said, because you know what love isn't.
teach.
If you've been through it and you know that this man treated you wrong, then you know what you're not going back to.
Come on now.
You know what I'm saying? Like
Here's
you,
another thing. If you go through that experience and then you go through that shit again, that was because you didn't learn the first time. And now you've learned. I'll speak for me. I'm
right.
very clear on where I am and am not supposed to be in relationships now.
Everybody went through school where they had to repeat some of the classes. Hey man, come on now. Come on now. Some people was like, yo, I had to repeat that class. Yeah, you got it right the second time, but the first time you didn't get it right.
That
It's
was a very
okay.
that was a good way to put that because that's exactly where I am now. That's exactly where I'm at. I had come from no disrespect to the brother that I was in the relationship with. I honor and respect that brother. I just feel like I cannot be in that relationship with that person because I've come to another level of comprehension or understanding of self. And in that, I've learned that I will not and cannot tolerate certain things. But you got to give it a chance.
Some
You got
people are some people are happy with just having their favorite foods in the refrigerator and having their favorite pair of sneakers and their favorite pair of jeans. But there's some people who is at a level where they're like, I want a fucking I want a sub-zero refrigerator. I want a refrigerator that can store food for 3 years.
That's
I
brilliant. I
want an
want
electric
it
car
too.
that I
Oh,
could drive 350 miles off of one charge. Some people are here. Some people are here. There's no judging the person who might be here. But if you at a certain part of your level in your life where you want to be here, everybody gotta respect that. Just like it's just like, I see people put up jokes and they send me jokes in my DM on Instagram. And I'm like, I just press heart. I'm like, I laughed at that shit 2.5 years ago. That shit is like an old joke to me. What am I supposed to be like? That's phony. I did that 2 years ago to that joke. I got new shit. And I'm not knocking you because that's what that person found online right now and it made them laugh. But they be sending me shit like, yeah, I know it's gonna make them laugh. I'm like, I don't want to make the guy feel bad, but I laughed at that shit 2, 3 years ago. I'm on some next level of joke shit now.
mm,
So everybody just gotta be willing to accept where they at. Like everybody's not in the same place. I would love to laugh at this joke, but I posted that shit 2 years ago, and I laughed 200 times 2 years ago at this joke.
Damn. Okay. So then
You
that's
gonna so you gonna get mad at me because I don't laugh at the shit now? That shit's old to me. It's old shit. And it's the same thing with life. You can't get mad if somebody's here. Yo, I had my favorite cookies. I've had a air fryer, nigga. I want a state of the art kitchen now, nigga. I want a state of the art kitchen. You know what I'm saying? I don't want an air fryer. I want a deep fryer
Wait
in my kitchen. Like,
a minute. Okay, the reason I laughed so hard about that is because the freight the thing right now is the air fryer, and I've been there, done that with the air fryer. And
right.
true, just like sugar, just like corn, high fructose corn syrup.
People be like, yo, you know about the air fryer? I'd be like, are you fucking serious, bro? Like, yo, are you in a time warp? I'm saying some people are just on
Different
different
level.
waves. Right.
Yes. And
I
you
mean,
were born, no pun intended, like you were born in the absolute last year of the 60s. So you
yes.
be like ahead of some people in
Right.
certain things, because if they were born, like I'm born in 72. So you might have caught something a year before me because you're older than me. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? That's that trick bag with getting people in, getting with, oh shit. What happened to my boy? I hope he clicks back in. If he doesn't, I am still thankful for what we got. He's so amazing. Listen, I'm not trying to just jock brothers and do all that. I just think certain people are so advanced, that they are somebody worth listening to. You know what I mean? And I think that he is definitely worth listening to. Oh, I hope he comes back in. But even if he doesn't, I want to say thank you to Prince Poe for sharing the time that he did, because he shared a lot of time. It's 9:15. That means he shared 2 hours with us. And I'm just a giggling and stuff. People have relationships, people have things that they have to do, and sometimes they may not. Okay, what is he back? Oh shit, here we go.
Yeah. I don't know what happened.
That's
They
all good.
started to hate real fast. See, that's what I'm saying. That's why I be having patience, because don't hate. We were talking. No, but I still am a sponge that because because you was born 3 years after me, I'm waiting for you to teach me something. Like I'm looking, I'm kind of like in a corner, like kind of shit you got. Like I don't allow nothing to stop me from being a student. So I'll be like I'll be waiting for a lesson. I'll be like, fuck she gonna say now? And I pay attention, and that's where I get a lot of my information from, is just paying attention to people and realizing that everybody is not only somebody, but everybody is greatness. And I'm just waiting for everybody to say something great. I'll be like, what are you gonna say that's really great and shit? And I'll be in the corner.
Now they do say when the student is ready, the teacher will come. Okay.
Right, right. And the thing is, like, everybody be so into trying to impress other people. I'm into them impressing me by just who they are. I'd be like, damn, I hope he can just be himself for like 20 fucking minutes so I can just see what the fuck I can learn.
I'm
Like
pretty
that's me. I want everybody to be comfortable in their own skin. That's why it's good to have knowledge of self. And having that knowledge of self, I'm just waiting. I'm waiting for you to say some shit like, ooh, put that in a rhyme and shit. Like,
sure.
like
Okay, now that goes into something else I wanted to talk to you about. So, okay, so you've been through, okay, you've just lived a lot of experiences. To me, you've lived like a bunch of different lives, like me, and a
mhm,
lot of other homies that I've interviewed. Like pretty much every person that I've selected to be on this podcast has the amazing ability to have, to me, live multiple lives. Like we're all like 50 plus now, and we have lived different lives, and from that you should be able to share those experiences with the next generation or with others who could benefit from your experiences. And I just want to tell you thank you before we get off here. I don't want to get off here yet, by the way, but I know that I don't want to disrespect your time. So because
No, it's all good. I'm actually gonna be searching for a new movie to watch. But as far as
I
what
tried
you're
to
about
watch
to say,
I tried to watch Emancipation, and I did this whole like complaint to Will Smith. I've worked with Will Smith before, so I was like, "Yo, Will Smith, you said Apple Plus was gonna be free for 2 months,
what the fuck happened?
and I paid $6.99, bruh. I paid six
Yeah,
ninety.
they claiming they get Apple trying to say they're giving me 3 months for free.
Yeah,
For
they
free,
lied.
but I don't believe in nothing for free, But as far as with young people, I just wish that these young people would adopt or embrace somebody who has a little bit of wisdom as like somebody for them to kind of zero in on and see, because I think that I have a lot of faith that these young people can become successful and stable at a much younger age. I think that by 30 they could be like rich and have ownership and stuff like that, but they need some type of wisdom around them that's going to challenge their decisions, because they have so much opportunity. They can make such great decisions if they had, you know, a person to debate their decisions so that they can find that that is the right way. What we call it in our time, playing the devil's advocate. Like, we as friends, we would stand around and be like, but what if such and such happens? But what if the bus has a flat tire? So we would use that platform to come up with better decisions. Monch might say, yo, we're going to go with the gray shirt. What about if people eat greasy food? You can see grease stains on gray shirts better. And then we might say, oh, well, then let's go with the black shirts. You see what I'm saying? So playing devil's advocate allows you to make better decisions and why you're making those decisions. Why should we go with the black shirt? Because you can spill some shit on that shit and nobody won't see. Niggas don't mind wearing dirty shirts and shit.
Wait a minute.
So
Okay, now I gotta ask: Are you the youngest, the oldest? Do you have siblings? What's going on?
it's 8 of us and I'm the youngest. I got 7 older sisters and they ain't never spoiled me. I ain't never been spoiled. Never.
I'm surprised here. Now, maybe I
Now,
should do a
now
little
my
more
dad did do a lot of hanging out with me when I was a kid, and he allowed me to bring my friends. So
research. Okay.
I had a lot of male bonding when I
Okay.
was younger,
That helps. That
and
helps.
a lot of people didn't have it. But my dad used to tell my friends, "Well, your father's not in the house, but if you need to talk, I'm your father." Like, he always extended himself to my friends, so he didn't want them to have excuses that they didn't have a male older figure to go to discuss certain things.
So
So
you
he
had
always
that.
he's like, yo, if your father's not out, I'm here. Come talk to me.
That's dope. So you would say there's
Shorty
absolute
Shy, cousin Shorty Shy in the building too, I see. Salute
peace,
to God.
peace, shorty shot. God, I like that.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah, that's Cuzzo. Dope MC too. Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest with you, man. Like, I guess I've seen so much pain. All I want to do is see people heal, and I stand amongst people in their pain. Like, I be with people while they're in their pain, because I'm standing there in faith, in hopes that one day it'll get better. I'm with the shit. Like, I'm with the shit. I'm there for the fights. I'm there. I don't care. Like, I just want to see better. So
yeah.
I'm willing to deal with whatever it takes until we get to better. Like, I want better for not just my families, but for the families around me, for my peoples. I want better understanding. I want less struggle and more
Progressive thought.
progressive movement. I want more accomplishment. I want people to own more. I don't care if you got more sneakers than me. I want us to own the sneaker.
I don't care about
You
this kind of shit.
know what I'm saying? I
Okay,
want us
wait.
to own the sneaker.
I gotta ask this, good brother. This is very much a change of subject,
Okay,
but it's all related. When I hear your flow, okay, now I'm fanning out. Forgive me.
it's okay.
There's a balance, okay, because I recognize you as a human, and I much love and respect that person that can make food in the kitchen for their family and talk so sincerely on the
Mm-hmm.
regular basis. But the fan, okay, let me not call it fan. I'm an
We not
English,
fanning because I got like
not really. Yeah, how do I
I'm such a student of hip hop. I
That's the word. I
like Shorty Shy just came, like he just his name just popped up. Like
yeah.
he could say a rhyme that's from 4 years ago. And once I like something, I don't give a fuck about
Okay.
anybody else.
Okay.
I am a fan of that
Okay.
rhyme. Like I don't care what you doing with new niggas. I don't once I'm a fan and once I lock in, I'm good. Like because I know why that rhyme affected me. I know what was said that it inspired me. I don't need nobody's cosign on that shit.
All right.
You know what
Okay.
I'm saying? I mean, listen, if you say a rhyme to me, Queen T, if you say a rhyme to me today, 9 years from now, I'm gonna be like, yup, she got that album out and that album out. But this rhyme, this shit right here, nigga, that's what I'm moved by. I'm moved by those words. I'm moved by what was said. I don't need to be revalidated.
All right.
Once you validate yourself with me, is the fact of I'm trying to see what direction you're going with your creative
Okay. Okay.
spectrums and shit. I'm like, okay, what is he going to do next? What is she going to do next? I'm not like, oh, she let me down this time. Like I hate people when they don't
God.
know how to listen to music. Like when somebody says something prolific, that person does not change. They don't change. Once that great line is said, I'm more so checking for other great lines. I'm not judging like if you can do an album. Look, your days of being whack is over once you say that line. So I don't really give a fuck about people say, oh, she kind of let me down on this album. Like, nigga, that's your business. Like, I don't give a
No,
fuck.
if I may share, because I do
I'm
respect your.
more so like, once you display levels of greatness, your days of proving your point is over. Now I'm trying to follow you to see where are you going with your creativity. Like, where can I go there with you? Can I travel with you? Are you going to Dubai? I want to go. That's how I look at the next bodies of work that people does. Like, if they did a new freestyle fellowship album, I'm not checking for if they can still rhyme. I'm trying to see what they're seeing on this venture. I'm
Mhm,
not. They already proved that they're prophets of words already.
mhm.
Why do I have to question them? I don't do that, and I don't know why people do that. They be like, ah, he's falling off. He ain't falling off. He's just going a direction that your ass is either scared to go or you not used to going.
Wait a minute. Question. So I had a person invite. I performed. I did some shows, and I did the show one way one day, and I did the show, I guess, in their perception, another way another day. And
Hmm.
so they had like a critique for that, and I do respect their opinion because they are someone I respect. But the second performance felt like I was just free, a little more freer. Does that what you just said apply to that as well? Performance?
You might have listen. The thing about it is when you're in your when you're in your elite place of greatness, everybody. Oh my god! Oh my god! But how did you get there? You got there by stepping out of your norm to try to exercise new ideas. You're trying to go new directions. You are molding and shaping another level of greatness of yourself. And when people see that, they're like, nah, you can't do that, man.
Did introduce about
Snarfing.
4
I call it
books.
snarfing. See, what you should have did is this. See, snarfing, I call it.
Snarfing?
Yeah, when people sound like a little fucking like gremlin and they're like criticizing. Constructive criticism is good, but you could tell when people are just angry and they want to be mad at something, so they're like, "Yeah, should have did that better." Yeah, see,
I gotta do that. Wait.
I call it snarfing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
nah, he could have
Yeah.
been better. See, huh? Nah.
I mean, I'm always open to a little criticism because I did
No,
flow
it's
with
good. It's good criticism. But what I'm saying is that how do
what?
you find the better you without taking chances and trying and dabbling and formulating? You have to try things. You got to poke at stuff.
That's how
You
I
got to,
felt.
yeah, you got to put a little bit of Italian seasoning on the chicken. And,
I had a little flavor. Whoa,
right, that's it. You ain't trying to hurt nobody, but you're trying to find
Beth
another
Bad.
part of you. And in order to do that, you got to step out of your normal. You got to, what I say, go past the margin of comfortability to
That.
find more of your greatness. You can't just go to the end of the page. You got to go past the margin
Where
and
did
be
you
like,
get that,
no,
bro?
listen,
Bro, where'd you get
Pharaoh Monch is my partner, but Pharaoh Monch has become a great entertainer. I'm not saying that because he's my partner. I'm saying that because he's like, nigga, I used to watch you on stage. I'm like, but I'm on stage with you. Then he's like, I'm watching other people on stage. Then I'm trying to try new different things. I might have been a part of his growth, but his growth comes from him stepping out of his comfort zone and trying new things and saying like, to be or not to be
That's
or
very
not to be.
mature of you
You
to
know, yeah,
recognize.
right. And you have to try. You have to taste test. You got to sample. You got to poke. You got to experiment to find that better you.
That was well said. That's what I was trying to say.
So yeah, of course it's cool for them to use constructive. And you know what? That's great. That's fine. They said, oh, they didn't like the second performance like the first. That's fine. That's what the growth process is about. Everybody's not going to see what you're doing, but at the end of the day, when you do mold and shape that new greatness, them same people that say they don't like you go like, oh my God, you killed it. The same people, the same exact people. So we take the constructive criticism like a grain of salt. We're like, all right, I'm hearing you, player. I got you, player. I'm hearing you. No question. I got you. You know, and you embrace the criticism. You embrace it because that's the same motherfucker that'll be like, yo, you just bodied the show. What are you on? What are you smoking? What kind of weed is that? You know, ain't the weed, it's me, nigga. You know what I'm saying?
That's why I purposely did not do any drugs when I did vows. I wanted to prove that you don't need that shit. You could just
You
do it on
don't.
your own energy, man. And if you
All you
need to
need is
build
your
some
raw
muscle,
energy.
just go work out. Burn energy dancing or, just have an exercise.
Live, man. Step out your comfort zone.
Hiking.
Go
I went
past the margin of comfortability and live and learn more about yourself.
that
I
part.
think like 50 Cent. He's known as being a businessman and movie maker, but 50 Cent has really gotten good on performing. Like I honestly like to see him perform. I like to see him. He works the stage. He's excited. He has fun.
Audience, he does.
He parties on stage, and I like him. And I learned that from Houdini. God bless them. My brother Jalil. I learned them. They used to have people in the shows partying in the house.
Oh my
People people when they used to go see Run DMC, Fat Boys, and Houdini. Run
God.
DMC was an entertaining person. Was an entertaining group. No disrespect to them. I
But it was
love DMC.
of course
He's off the chain. DMC is
play.
the man of Run DMC. But when it comes to Houdini, oh, people was in the aisles partying and celebrating live. The freaks come out at night. One love, one love. Like people was partying with them. That was a celebration of life when they got on stage. You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying? Fat
And
Boys was entertainers. They made you laugh. They was showing you that you could be who you want to be and be funky and be fresh. That's how the Fat Boys was. They was like, yeah, we big, we like to eat, but we're funky.
they were
You know what I'm saying? We are funky, and you can't get away from that. But Houdini, oh my God,
L, the L, the L.
Dude, yeah. Oh my God. You know, they made you get in the aisles, and you know, and when they told that story, it made you feel like, yo, I went through some shit too. John Lewis said, I lost my girl because of cheating. Mine's is lost for a whole different reason. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's telling you, I make mistakes, man. Like, yo, I fucked up. I was going too fast, and I lost her. Shouldn't have lost her. Should have found love at all. He's man, this shit was it was classic.
What was that one when they was doing the Western video? What was that one?
Um, I know what you're talking about, but you know, I know, and I can't. But you know what? Ice
Yeah,
Cube got me clouded right now. Ice Cube when he said today was a good day. I don't care who you are. When he said which team playing basketball, he said fucked around and scored a triple double. I was like, no, ain't no nigga in my hood that cannot understand that. Everybody in my hood understands that line. Fucked around, messed around, and scored a triple double. That was coming out and playing basketball when the sun was out, and you just enjoy just being able to be outside and exercising and doing something you love to do and being competitive with it. When he made that today was a good day, come on, man, that's the same type of vibrations you cannot get away from.
that was a classic.
That shit was classic. Like, and no matter where you from, when you everybody knows when that day comes, you be like, today was a woo, and you giving thanks. That song is actually giving thanks.
You know what? Let me say this. Now in Chicago, they played
Water.
they played what was it? I'm leaving a blank right now because I'm excited right now, but the one where they did Roxanne. What was that? UTFO. I was really into
Hmm.
UTFO. And Slick Rick, Dougie Fresh, and Dana Dane. Those were my absolute favorites. So my first rap sounds like that. I wrote a rap about MLK Day.
Hmm.
I did it. I'm on this show called City of Ghosts right now on Netflix. I don't know if you watch Netflix.
Really?
It's an animated show. Yeah, man. It just won
You're on the show
yeah, it just won 4 Emmys like 2 weeks ago.
and you're on the show. You think I don't want to see it? Are you
It's
bugging? You
episode 3. It's episode 3. It's called Lamert Park. You've been to Lamert Park. You live down the
of
street.
course. Listen, let me explain something to you. That whole Project Blow movement, right?
Yeah.
And what's the other one? It's Project Blow, and there was another one that
Life was before it. Was it The Good Life?
The Good Life.
Hmm. I
You
used to
got
go.
to understand that in the beginning of my career, that's what made me comfortable with LA was having those elements outside of my element of New York. I came back talking so much shit about, yo, they got the good life. Like I was almost selling LA like I wanted everybody in New York to move there.
You
With
went to,
Orlando and what's the DJ name? The big dude. I forgot his name. With Orlando and DJ Mark. Love.
oh yeah. Yeah,
The
Mark.
Good Life, way back. And I'm telling you that one of the other things that made me come back and talk so highly of LA was I said, yo, I went to this club called the Gland Slam.
Yeah,
Prince owned the club.
I used to go
I
there.
went in that club, and when I seen this girl, she was a B girl. She threw a hat. She threw the hat. She ran, and she flipped onto her head, onto that hat, and started doing like some windmill type shit. I came back to New York. Y'all niggas better step your fucking game up. Y'all niggas is falling the fuck off. I'm my word. That's my word. Y'all niggas ain't shit no more. Y'all niggas need to step your game up. Like she, she had me so amped. I came back to New York like, yo, these niggas got style. They got, and I was bragging about it because I was happy that the culture was just not in New York.
It was
It was everywhere. And I'm just like, yo, this girl did the illest shit, bro. And I'm talking about she was nice with it. Like, yo, I could not wait to get back to be like, yo, listen, y'all niggas is all right. Y'all niggas is really not nice and shit. Like this is some ill shit that she did. Like, and I was talking highly of LA because the culture was there and alive. It wasn't no East Coast, West Coast shit. It was like this culture of our people, the mistreated, the the underprivileged, the people who almost lost all faith in everything, which a lot of us resort to violence and activity and selling drugs and all that shit. It's growing. It's everywhere. Like they're doing their own thing with this shit. And I was in Leimert Park like, oh man, I'm gonna get me a fucking turkey sausage and put that shit in the bun. And I was like, black shit, man. This is nothing against no race.
Word.
It's
No.
just that when you're used to seeing pain, suffering, affliction in your neighborhoods, in your environments, it finally feels good to see some sunshine on them, to see some ownership of some sort. He's selling his own hot dogs and hamburgers and he proud about it. And you felt like there is hope in my peoples. There is faith that we can get out of this struggle. We won't suffer forever. This ain't slavery no more. Maybe that shit is gone. Maybe it's gone. Maybe. And you see these people come out of Leimert Park selling their shit and got the jerk chicken and all. I'm like, oh my. And then they MCs. You talking about LA Cool. You talking about TOMEICKO. You talking about
That's it. Still
you talking about Peace.
on.
You know, come on, man. You talking about Medusa. Come on, man. These were people that when I seen them, I was like, I have faith. I have more faith now that this music will be respected. And it wasn't, and when I first came out to LA, the only person who was getting played on the radio was Tonight by DJ Quick. It wasn't shit else playing.
Right.
Nobody was getting radio play that everybody's jockeying for now. It was Tonight. We used to be happy to hear that one song. We was like, we're on the radio out here. Because
Right.
Quick is on the radio. You know what I'm saying? Like, we were happy that we were getting major play because Quick was on the radio. We was like, we got a chance. We can make it. And when that Tonight came on, but then when the nigga 40s and the Tonight, we used to be in the car like, yeah, nigga. You know what I'm saying? We were like, it was our record.
Yeah.
So to say that now is evolved into like a worldwide style of lifestyle. Everybody got swagger now, even on the TV programs and in the series and the sitcoms. I got rhymes like Kanye. You know, everything is yay. You know, Kendrick. They was mentioning Kendrick Lamar's name for a little while. You know what I'm saying? And
Right.
it's something that belongs to all of us. And I just hope that we will benefit from it one day in a bigger fashion than we are now, because we have set the precedent for the world. Everybody wants to be hip hop now. Everybody has swag.
Yeah.
Black Lives Matter now. Like I don't know about that one, but
Sure.
anyway, yeah. But I just feel like there's so many various artists, man. Like I've seen a lot of great talent come out of everywhere. Chicago, I seen great talent come out of Chicago that doesn't get the shine that it's supposed to get. I've heard MCs from New Orleans on the streets that was dope. Um, I just be hoping people don't get caught up in the ignorant narratives that they throw out. And I call them ignorant is like East Coast versus West Coast. I've always been cool with Tupac. I was cool with Tupac before I was cool with Biggie. And Biggie lives in the same city as me. I've hung out with Tupac and Money B way before I hung out with Biggie and Lil C's.
And that's just because of in the proximity,
Energy.
all of that.
Energy. We don't own these areas we claim. It's energy. Like when I came to LA,
Right.
and I don't want to forget this. I ran into Coolio a few times, but one time we was going to the party, and he was like, he was just looking around. You know, I was like, this nigga's on some mischievous shit tonight. Like, this is why I say you got to be able to feel people's energy. Like, he has hit records. He has one of the biggest records ever of hip hop history,
Right.
ever,
Right.
ever. Like people don't know ever. Gangsta Paradise is one of the biggest records of hip hop ever, like
Going.
ever. So I'm watching his face, and I noticed, you know, I'm from the hood. I know the face. Like I'm trying to get into something. Mm, right. So we go in the party, and he's like, "Yo, Pete, just stand right there." I don't realize that this nigga is stealing Patron. Like we're at a party that Patron is sponsoring. They got bottles all over the place. So he's deliberately stealing bottles because he wants to be mischievous. He's like,
Mm.
I want to do something against the grain.
That's
And
his
I'm
energy.
like, nigga, you're Coolio. Like, he's like, if they catch me, I'll pay for it. But right now, my nigga, like, let's get it in. Like, you know, and I understood that, but I understood it. He's like, I'm a star, but I remember struggling. So let me see if I can get over. I want to try to get over. And if I can get over, I'm gonna get over. So we're sitting at a table, right? We got 2 bottles of Patron. And the lady comes over there and she's looking at us strange because she's like, I don't remember these niggas ordering these bottles for me. And he's like, can I get 2 cups with some ice, please? Like he's just going along with it, like ain't shit happened. And I'll never forget that night because what he was doing was being free. He
Yeah.
wasn't bothered by no rules. He wasn't bothered by what is proper etiquette, what is the right thing to do, or that's not professional. He was free of all that shit. He was like, what the fuck ever happens, happens. But we're going to have fun tonight. And we sat there and drank and got fucked up. And I realized that he was living in his freedom. He was
Yeah.
like, fuck your rules, fuck the law. I don't care about nothing. I want to enjoy this moment. And he was living in the present. He was living in the moment. He didn't care about it. He didn't have to wear that carelessness on his arm. He just was like, yo, stand right there. Just block me real quick. Like he was like a big kid
Mm.
in a fucking super playground.
Yeah. See, I think that's the same thing Winona Ryder was going through when she stole from Macy's, but she got.
Yo, he don't care. He was like, I want to see if I can get over. I just want to see how far this is going to go. It's almost like a TV show for him. And I will never forget that night because he made me understand. Live, man. Live.
Yeah.
Stop being constricted by rules and guidelines. Or just live, man. Live. Live. And I will never forget that night. That shit was one of the funnest nights I've ever had because now I realize that his spirit is amongst us and he's not in physical form, that he was living in a place of freedom.
Usher.
Yeah, of course he can afford 2 bottles. It's nothing for him.
Of course.
That's not the point. The point he was like, I'm taking it. I'm doing me. I'm living tonight. Like, and it was funny because the lady is like scratching her head, like, I don't remember these 2 ordering no bottles. Like, you know what I'm saying? Or getting them for free. But we took them. And I sat there with him and I drank with him. And I'll never forget that night. And I can say that a lot of people be taking these transitionings for granted, but these are great people, and we gotta maintain their legacy by keeping these good memories alive. I will never forget that night. Yo, I'm talking about one of the nights where you are happy drunk, where like nothing could piss you off. Like that was one of those nights. Like I'm just, dude, you just stepped on a pair of sneakers. I get another one tomorrow, nigga. Like, well, nigga, what's good, nigga? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like I was just in a place of freedom with him. I was just free. I was
I'm
free.
glad you had that energy. I'm glad you had that opportunity and experience. He was
Yeah,
my.
he was an original character, and the thing is, he was by himself. I always respect people when I see him by themselves. Like when I see him in the
Without a
street and
bodyguard and all
no
that.
bodyguard, like just by
Never.
himself. I
Yeah.
seen I seen Cam like that,
Yeah.
But Cam itself, he's got knowledge of self crazy. Cam is just a different entity. But
Word.
I've seen volume 10 like that.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, like I'm talking about like I'm here, nigga. Like me.
Yeah.
I've seen what's his name? Man, Divine Styler. Uh
See him
I've
in
seen
social
Micah 9 a lot.
really. Yeah.
Micah's my bro though. Micah,
Shout out.
I never got the chance to hang out with Jupiter a lot, but I
He's
hung out a lot with Peace
he's a
and
good
Micah
person.
9 separately though, like separately. And then
Yeah.
I've been
Yeah.
around AC a lot for the Project Blow.
Yeah.
He's always been a dude that tried to move people forward too. I always like people that try to help other people.
Oh yeah. He's definitely a community person.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. What about Peace? You hung out with Peace before? He's a
I
hoot.
hung out with Peace. I love hanging out with Peace because Peace is like controversial and shit. Peace
Yeah. He's the
Peace,
he's
Peace
yeah.
is a controversial type of dude, and and what I love about Peace is that the reason why I feel he's my brother is because when somebody starts to wild out and I can tell them to chill, then I know they love me. Like if I can't tell you to chill, I don't think you love me because I'm not telling you to chill because I'm trying to control you. I'm telling you to chill because if you're not ready to go to jail, I've been to jail a million times. So if you're not ready to go to jail tonight, I advise you to chill. Like that's just chill. When I tell people to chill, it's because I know what it's not to chill and to go to jail. So I'm like, uh, we're
That,
on Sunset Boulevard. If we don't chill, we're going to jail. So you ready to go to jail?
yeah, that's
You know,
called wisdom. That's called wisdom.
we're on Sunset Boulevard. All the
So
Karens is out right now. Like
I
this
already
is before they
know.
was called Karens. The Karens was out. We're going to jail tonight if you keep acting up. So if you're ready, then we can act up and we're going to jail. But if you ain't ready to go to jail,
Chill out.
chill out.
I went to Hollywood High, which was on
Right
between
there on
and Hollywood.
it's on Sunset Boulevard.
Yep, I went there.
Off of the
Highland,
main strip that goes straight to
Sunset,
Sunset and
Highland, but near La Brea, near
yeah, but more closer to the other side, Highland.
Boulevard and Highland. Yeah,
Highland. See, I
I
know my
went.
shit.
I
But
graduated
listen,
from there.
any
Performed.
school that stands out like that, you know it's trouble. Any
I.
school that's right there, you know that shit is trouble.
It was the best time. It was the absolute best. I was the most popular student. I was
That's
student body
dope.
president twice. That was fun.
That's because you was for the people.
I was. I
That's
was.
why I could tell you was for the people. It was like, gee, she be knowing what the fuck we going through. I know you had them. I know you had them like that.
It was true. It's
You
true.
know what the hell we
I
going through.
actually, have you ever met Paul Stewart? No, Paul Mooney, Mr. Paul Mooney before.
I met Paul Mooney once, but I know his son,
Oh,
Shane
I
Shane
went to
Mooney.
school with Shane. Me and Shane went to
Yeah,
high school together.
Shane, that's my dude.
We
Shane,
went to Hollywood High together.
yeah, Shane is a good dude. But I got the chance to like hear Paul Mooney talk, and I just always super loved him, wishing that he was my uncle and shit. But, yeah, I wish this dude was my uncle because I would just fucking just be around the nigga ear hustling, hard
Can I
body.
tell you, I met him twice. I have two Paul Mooney stories. Would
Really?
Do you mind, or are you too tired?
No, I don't mind.
All right.
Paul Mooney?
Yeah,
Come
Mr.
on,
Paul
man.
Mooney. Well, so Shane went to Hollywood High, first of all. He
Hmm.
was in like 12th grade when I was in like 10th. Anthony
Hmm.
Anderson, too. Shout out Anthony Anderson.
Yeah.
I have an Anthony Anderson story, too. But we all went to high school together. I mean, Brandy went to Hollywood High, too. But she's like 3 or 4 grades
All
younger.
right. That's like how Mob Deep is with me. They went to the same high school, but they came when we left.
Prodigy?
Prodigy and Havoc.
So Prodigy is the brother of my homeboy, Kenneth Beavers. Shout out Kenneth. He lived in the Jays. He lived near Lamert Park. Full circle.
Wow.
Do that. But that's his brother. They share the same mom, I believe. Yeah.
That shit is crazy. Small
But
world.
anyways, I remember when Prodigy passed, man. I live in Las Vegas. So that was really like, oh my God, to me. Choking on
Yeah,
air. That sounds
I'm
bizarre.
still processing that shit, and it's just funny business to me. Kind of like
Kind of.
just the whole. First it was the egg thingy. I don't know, man.
That's what
Like,
I heard. We heard it was an egg.
yeah,
But I
Uh,
won't dive into that. We won't go into that.
no, it's just this emotionally. It's just like how we're not protected as people, man. Like how does these little things happen to us and just be like,
We're not using our wisdom.
oh
We're
man,
not, we're
you know.
ignoring it. We're ignoring it. We're ignoring our wisdom.
I think that he was really dropping a lot of jewels around the time of his
Yeah,
transitioning,
he did. I heard some of it.
and I just think that we got to look out for each other more. Uh, um, and the thing about it is, we talked about Paul Mooney, we talking about Prodigy, man, and it's like we as a people got to keep these legacies alive because it's like we just come and go, and people people of color, Hispanics, Latinos, Boricuas, however people want to address it. I call them Boricuas. I don't really like saying uh, Spanish. I like to say Boricuas, Latinos, because there's different variations, Cubans, Mexicans,
Mexican.
and they
Mm,
all come from native descent. You know what I'm saying? And they all are a part of us. We are
we're all the cousins.
right. We all like cousins, and that's one thing that kind of chased me out of LA was like I wasn't feeling the separatism of Mexicans and blacks. When I'm from a place that if you called my neighbor a spick, you got jumped by a bunch of
Oh,
black
yeah.
people because that was our brother. You see what
They
I'm
like
saying?
to
Like
think
that's
they're different. They like to think they're separate. Mm-hmm.
well, it's because the jail systems over there separate them. The jail systems in LA is what controls the separatism in the street. And a
Mm-hmm.
lot of times, you know, you'll get in jail and you'll see Alex Rodriguez, and this is like your boy when you grew up in the hood. This is like your brother, and you get in jail and you can't hardly speak to him because you know the Latinos is like you supposed to be over here. Them niggas is over there, like you know, it's like. But the jails do that. They do a lot of grimy shit. Like the security guards are throw some shit that belongs to the Mexicans on the black side and make the black kids look like they stole it. Like it's some shit and they exercise separatism like that by doing little things like that. It's real, and I mean,
Shady. That's
but
shady. I was just telling the story of Dr. Karanga with the Kwanzaa thing, right? Every year they bring. I don't know if you have you ever celebrated Kwanzaa.
hmm
Okay, so Dr. Karanga was my professor at Cal State Long Beach, and I
right,
very much admired him. So I wasn't trying to be funny or mock him or anything, but I was bringing up some things that I thought were um, clearly infiltrated, by the systems that didn't want them together, the us
right,
organization, Black Panthers. And I just thought it was interesting. Like the principles are, how can you debate the principles? The
right.
principles are valid. They're very valid, and they can
Mm.
help your life if you apply them.
Well,
So,
you know, I think some of the parts of the elements in the system think I think they know that if Latinos and blacks was actually united in on the West Coast, they can actually run the fucking West Coast. Like take over, like literally take over the whole entire West Coast. And I think that's what they're afraid of. They're afraid of that if these people come to that's what they call us and Latinos, if these people come together, you know, we wouldn't be able to control them. But why would you want to control people? Like why would you want to like they're animals? So you know, I get it. I understand. Like they're like, don't allow them to live in harmony, else we might not be able to control them. That's what everybody's problem is. Everybody wants control. Everybody wants to control people and not allow them a certain amount of their freedom. So, you know, I get it. I get a lot of things. I was on a bus going to Hollywood one day from Inglewood, drunk one day, talking mad shit. I was on there.
the
I
one,
had all the Mexican brothers in the back of the whole bus, like, for real? I'm like, where the fuck I live at? Somebody say something that you speak, you fucking jump them. Like I was on there just going in on how my lifestyle was in the Bronx and in the Queens. I was just going in. I was speaking a sober mind, but I was drunk. And it like, when I got off the bus, they was like, yo, Holmes, man, you fucking real, man. Fucking real, Holmes. Like, and it was powerful, but I had to share that shit with them. Like, it was eating me inside. And I had to share it with them. And when I got off that bus, they looked at me different. Like, I could tell they looked at me different. And it was people eavesdropping on the bus. I was letting them know how we lived in harmony in New York. Like, and when it comes to hood, you can't come here with that bullshit. You can't come here talking sideways about anybody that lives in this neighborhood. It doesn't matter what they look like. It could have been Lu Chen, the little young Chinese kid that we was cool with, that we went to school with. It could have been Ryan, the little Irish boy that we went to school with. You could not talk grimy about anybody that lived in our community. And that's how we lived as a people. We lived in harmony. So I'm just, but getting to Paul Mooney and jumping off of Prodigy, you talking about greatness right there. And we should allow them to live through us, through their music, through his stand-up comedy. And the thing is Paul never was racist. He was just explaining to how he's seen America. And what's crazy is that you keep doing fucked up things, people are not going to take it as being fucked up no more. They're going to be like, oh, that's just what happened. That's not just what happens. It's fucked up. It's been fucked up. And you can't just say, okay, it's fucked up, but that's just what it is. And a lot of people get that type of mentality. They be like, that's what it is. That doesn't mean you're supposed to get used to it. Paul never allowed the shit to get used to it, because I'm pretty sure what Paul Mooney seen as a child can't erase that. Yeah. Paul Mooney was a child when white people would spit at you and call you a porch monkey right in your face. That's the part of America that everybody is trying to erase. How the fuck can you erase that type of pain?
Damn, it's interesting. You said, I'm sorry.
Fucking Jackie Robinson's coming out the dugout. They're like, you fucking sand nigger, spitting at him. How can you erase that? If you're an 80-year-old person right now and you lived around it, how can you possibly erase that shit right there?
You have to step off the sidewalk. If they walked on the sidewalk, you had to step off the sidewalk.
Yeah, you had to get out the way. You couldn't walk on the sidewalk. You had to step out in the street.
If you went to public school, you risked people protesting and throwing shit at you and spitting on you.
I don't understand how anybody can fix their mouth to say, let's just move forward. That is one of the most disrespectfulest things I've heard people say. And I get it. In order to heal, you have to run to the wound. But you can't ignore it. You can't just ignore a gash and be like, oh, it's going to heal itself. No, it's going to heal, but it's going to take a hell of a long time to heal. And you might have a keloid, as they would say, on your keloid. That's the,
depending on your skin.
Right. But you have to run to the pain in order for it to heal. So we have to go towards what was done and what was said and why it was said, and in order for us to heal. And until we do that, it's going to be the same shit. As soon as they came out with Black Lives Matter, I was like, I don't believe you. Like, this is some other shit.
It's true. Like, that shit never felt valid.
Sorry. You can't say Black Lives Matter when you're not holding police accountable for shooting young black kids. Like, that's somebody's son. It should be unacceptable, especially when you find the kid didn't have no gun. Listen, you can't say, oh, he made a mistake. It's still a mistake. He didn't have a gun. You pay for your mistakes. When I did shit wrong, my pops was like, it's a mistake, but you got busted making the mistake. You get your ass whooped. That's what happens. You don't say, oh, well, I was trying to be sneaky and it wasn't sneaky enough. Pops is like, you got caught, son. You know what I'm saying? Like, your ass get whooped. Now, if there was an inkling that you did it, but you didn't get caught doing it, then that's something you can fight. But you can't fight when you do something. You're supposed to be held accountable for your actions. And you can't say, oh, I was feared for my life. So you was fearing for your life with a person that didn't have a gun. That means that you chose to use fear the wrong way. Seems like to me you're more scared of his skin color than what he had in his hand because evidently the kid doesn't have a gun. He has a cell phone, and that cell phone is not shaped like a gun. So now you have to be held accountable for mistaking his cell phone as a gun, and you got to be held accountable for saying you was in fear of your life because it seems like evidently the only fear is coming from his skin color.
So you're inside your mind.
So you have to be held accountable. Take your ass to jail. Go to jail. You made a wrong call. You can't say, "Oh, I made a wrong call, but it was a mistake." No, nigga, you made a mistake. You got to pay for it. Go to jail. Go to jail. That's where you're supposed to go.
We've been doing that lately in some states. They've been showing that.
And I ain't talking about no 7 years. I'm talking about 25, like you give some of these kids over some goddamn weed and an illegal firearm carry, but not discharged. Pay the cost like you make us pay the cost. Let the justice system serve everyone, not just, but again, it's a justice system that was not set up to serve us because when it was being implemented and created and validated, they was like, oh, those niggas don't even count as humans.
Yeah, they never sent the jury duty to the hood. You know,
Until lately.
until
Until
lately.
lately. So my thing is this. You can't keep building righteousness on stolen ground. That's the reason why the natives are starting to get some of the casinos ownership and stuff like that. You have to go back to fix it in order to move forward. So that's why I don't believe in people want equality, and that's bullshit. That's all bullshit. Because if that's the case, if Black Lives Matter, certain people who have worked so many years in their life should be able to walk right into a bank and get a $25,000 loan right now, based off of your work history. Yo, this person's been working 30 years, and the consistency of his job should automatically get you the loan.
Not
You're
just
going to be held accountable. Your loan is connected to your social security, your name, your address. You ain't going nowhere. So just based off of your work history alone, you should be able to walk into a bank and get a loan. Up to at least 50,000. I'm sorry, because where are you going? Where the fuck are you going with $50,000? Where are you going? Them niggas will find you. Your social security card is your motherfucking snitch. You know what I'm saying? So where are you going? Why can't that man walk in there and say, I got a dream? You know why? Because there's a possibility that out of 10 women and men that walk in there and get that 50,000, 7 of them are going to become owners of shit. Ownership. Why can't we have ownership? I don't understand. You talking about taxing us and laboring us, but what about us having ownership and you taxing our ownership? You should be able to walk in and say, I've been working 30 years of my life. I'm 55. I've been working 30 years of my life. They can look and see you've been, he worked at Macy's when he was young, and then he went on to work for the telephone company, and then now he working, and based off of that, you should be able to get $50,000. Period.
that's dope.
Period.
That would be dope.
Period. And then they can start their own business. Now they can open up a barbershop, and let's say the overhead is $3,000 a month. They can go ahead and pay 5 months ahead, right ahead, 5 months, 15,000. And now they got a business that's flourishing because they're showing consistency. A lot of our people don't support our people because you got to show them consistency. You got to show them you ain't going nowhere. You got to show them like, yo, we here, nigga. We here. We burgers today, burgers tomorrow, burgers Sunday, burgers Monday, and then that's when people be like, let me try one and see what they working with over there. Shit. And that's where we come in, and that's where we spend our money. We spend money. We spend just as much money as the rest of the country. We spend billions of dollars. I watch people buy outfits for fucking Halloween for $40. You fucking kidding me? You're better than me, but hey, whatever cools your soup. We spend money, but we don't have ownership. We don't own shit. We need more ownership. So until we get that, Black lives don't matter. Um, we are all connected. A lot of us got European names, but we are all connected. We are all connected through the motherland, and we are all connected to indigenous people that been here way before Columbus even got on a ship to come this way.
I
We
can't.
were here. We
I
were here,
Ivan
chilling.
Sertima wrote about it. Ivan Van Sertima wrote a book called "They Came Before Columbus." And my grandmother told me, and my mother has told me, there's this wind that comes off of the coast of Ghana over in West Africa, and it just goes, and all you got to do is stand like this, and the wind just blows you over here. And the plates, the buildings, the countries, whatever, they were all closer to. They weren't as far
I
away.
believe that. I believe a lot of incredible, magical things happened back in the days
But
and
yeah,
through
we
our
were
people.
here thousands of years, and we're not directly from the continent like people like to play us.
You
I
can
had
see it in our noses.
explain.
You can see it in our noses. These are noses of the indigenous people. Why? Or you got the same thing. I see your snout too. Yep. This is the features of indigenous people. Big eyes, big cheekbones, and they were here. They were here. They were here with the natives.
Mm-hmm.
And
I,
this is why, like, a lot of Mexicans look like Indians. They're natives. They're natives. Look at the streets. Pico, Rampart, uh, Sunset Boulevard. Like, come on, man. Like, and this is what I'm saying. Like, we cannot allow any narratives to separate that. Like, we need to do more reading. We need to do more interacting. We need to do more sharing of the cultures, man. Because that shit be bugging me out when I hear Spanish people be talking in Spanish. Like, why you fucking with that nigga? And I'm like, you're a nigga too? You didn't know?
don't know. They don't
They don't
know.
know. They don't know.
And get offended when you say that. I remember seeing it like when we used to have a think tank back in Inglewood in the early 2000s. If you said that, they get kind of pissed off.
Yeah. Well, there's a gentleman by the name of Ephraim. If people do their homework on who Ephraim was, that's the connection of blacks and Latinos. He is the connection. So if they do their homework on a guy named Ephraim, they'll find out. Because I don't be even want to feed too much information on this shit. I want people to go and find the information because it's out there. But there was a guy named Ephraim. He was the connection. That is the Latino Afro Asiatic connection right there. But like I said, these are the platforms that need to happen more. We need to have a segment two. Um, and there's a lot of incredible things that you got to keep sharing about yourself. That's going to allow artists to be like, all right, well, she's who she is, and we need to go in and share some information, like And I hope that more artists sees this and can share. Like I mean, a lot of incredible people out there talking, man, and just like dropping knowledge and sharing.
I
But you've
appreciate
named some incredible people, and you've been in some powerful positions, like,
you.
and you got to share that.
I
You might have to
never
just
thought
do
of
your
them as
own.
like that until I, had conversations with the kids, and then they'd be like, "Wow, Miss Gilbert, you did this and that," and I'm like, "Yeah, but everybody in LA does it. It's not even a big deal."
Yeah,
I guess
nah, this is me breaking grounds, and I'm telling you, we can go on for hours. We got 3 hours in.
did we?
I'm gonna tell you that it's still,
Oh,
honestly, it's still not enough, and I hate to say it, but it's like that's how much we got to start building. This is how important it is. Because I know some people gonna be like, them niggas was on too long. I got off. Some people gonna come back and say, shit, I rode with them the whole night. I was doing laundry and,
yeah,
and, and
that's
cooking
what it
food.
is. Do you
That's what
not
I,
know? Oh my God! Wait a minute. There's like this whole lifestyle on YouTube. I'm included. I'll wake up at like 2:30 in the morning and people will be on lives like this, chatting and talking and shit. No, people do this. But I can understand you're tired and I
no,
respect
no,
your
no. I'm just like hoping. People can rewind and then catch
There's
up. Some
people
people
like on
came in.
here watching you around the world right now. I'm just really, this is the most people I've had live at one time.
But I mean, it's a wonderful thing. Listen, I tell people without their ears, I got no voice. I say that all the time, and I mean it. But I want people to find the betterment in themselves and the betterment in their lifestyles, because a lot of this shit is fallacy. It's false. It's an illusion. It's delusional. It's like, yo, once you have manifested like knowledge of self, where you're like, so what? I got a fucking mole on my face that look like a booger. So what? It's my booger. When you get to that point, you start finding so much enlightening things in life, because you're living more through God than living through man. Because you're accepting of your flaws and your attributes. You're like, and you just open up a whole world. Just like I tell people, if you want a Phantom's Bentley and you make $40,000 a year, I promise you can have that car if you change your focus. Well, Poe, how can I get a car like that with $40,000? First of all, of course, you got to upgrade your income, but you got to upgrade your outlook. Because now you can say, I'm getting them cheap, them sneakers that's cheap, but they look nice. I get those jeans, they $10. I get this healthy food. I got an extra hustle. I know how to save better. I got this hustle coming in. I did this odd job over here. And next you know, you got a Phantom. Nobody can tell you can't have it. It just depends on what your outlook is. If this is something that you really like I like the car. I like the design of the interior. I like the way it drives. If you got all these different elements of why you like this car, all you got to do is say, I want it. I want that car. But when you put those blinders on called being focused, you can't be doing this. You can't be nosy what Jay and Rob and them is doing. You can't be doing that. You got to stay focused. And you can have anything you want. If that focus is like this, why you think they put them shits on horses? And them niggas be peeling. Them niggas be gone because they're not concerned with nothing else but getting to it. Nothing else. They don't care about no other horses. They don't care who's galloping next to them. Yo, they be like, I am gone. I'm out of here. They be going. They be, they hitting them, and they got them blinders on. That's all they focus on is the mission. They're not focused on what the horses is doing. You know what I'm saying? So that's us. We got to stay focused on the mission. Anything you want, you can have it. Just depends on how you're looking at it.
They're not called Klondikes. They're big ass, big, huge horses. And they be
Oh, you
having these
talking
little
about
one
Clydesdale horses?
Clydesdales. Did I say
Clydesdale
Klondike?
horses is for show. I'm talking about stallions. I'm talking about them healthy horses that you can get probably to Philadelphia on a horse from Queens in fucking 4 hours. Like them niggas, yo, listen, when a horse is focused, he's not concerned with anything else except for getting to the destination that you're trying to get to. They don't care about nothing else. Nothing. Nothing. Like
Yeah,
nothing.
that's the big horses. Them,
Yeah. When you see horses in the racetrack, they got them blinders on. They are not concerned with nothing but crossing that line. They don't care about shit else. Nothing. Nothing. I'm saying about nothing else. And humans are very compassionate people. We are too compassionate sometimes. We want things in life. We want to reach these goals, but then we start, I got to help Cheryl with her because she's knitting and I got to help her make the things. And we
that's
always, and help this person and do this. And
you're saying that sabotages us, right?
our compassion sabotages us, our
So
own compassion.
I've done that. I've done the relationships that have distracted me. I've allowed to distract me from doing it for real, for real. It's
Right.
true.
But you said you,
Yeah. You gotta take
right.
accountability, as they
Because
say.
you did this.
And when
Yep, yep. And the thing about it is, being compassionate people, we got to realize that sometimes there's nothing wrong with being selfish. See, we're behind. We're not considered privileged America. We have to learn at times to be selfish. You deserve to have certain things in order, and if you have to be selfish to get that, so be it. You didn't take it. Now, see, you didn't take away from anybody else. You were just being selfish. Selfish with your time, selfish with your energy, selfish with your money. You have a right to be selfish. Nobody's giving you nothing on a silver platter. Nobody's giving you a head start. This ain't fucking the Bernsteins where, okay, baby, you're 18 now and going to college. Here's $100,000 in a car paid for. Because that's what the average privileged American is getting.
Mm-hmm.
My pop say, he said, I wish I could give you $100,000 in a car to leave home with. I wish I could do that, son, but that's just a dream. And when you hear black parents make that such a dream, it hurts too. It hurts as well. Why is $100,000 in a $50,000 car such a dream? Like it's not reachable.
Damn. When you put it like that.
Like really, a fucking $50,000 car and $100,000. That's nothing. That's nothing for a lot of people.
Your parents saved for
They saved, but I mean, for high school graduation present, I got a trip to Florida.
That's dope.
Yeah, but that's nothing. The average kid, by the time he graduated high school, he's like, I've been to Disney World 3 times already when I was 12, 14, and 15. It's nothing for average American. Nothing. But for us, that's big. That's big. I've known a lot of rich people that's like, yeah, I sent my son, when I sent him to college, he sent him with hold up. So you gave this nigga $100,000 bank account, and he has a $50,000 car that's paid for. See, that's like heaven.
Yes.
The kids from where I'm from.
It's
but
good.
That's but can you imagine that being average?
Right.
That is average. It seems so far away.
That's a dream. Most of these people is on some type of.
That's average, and that's why sometimes Johnny's on drugs because he done blew 30,000 other shit on the drugs, and he asking Daddy for can you fix it? Send me another 30. You know, this is average.
Yo, my girl went to USC. She told me half them kids was on coke, and they were calling their parents like that, like, can you send $15,000?
Yes. Yes. On coke. Some of them use it to their advantage and do some extra studying, being up all night, wired off that shit.
Half the kids. Half of them.
Yeah.
That's a lot of kids. Half of the school.
Listen. When people come in tune with reality of America, then maybe they will understand more. It's just that I've been around a lot of stable, privileged Americans, and I just was like, wow, I never get out of character. I just be like, wow, this is average. And I always remind myself, this is average. This lady doing this for her son. So is the lady next door. So is the 2 people down the block. This is average in their neighborhoods. This is just average. Nothing. Like the dude in my hood who had a $50,000 car, we consider him a hustler. You know, we couldn't afford. Parents couldn't afford to do that. You know.
Oh.
So right. So we got to remember what we're at, but we got to remember what the standards are of where we live at. Different. It's not the same as people. What people get a $75,000 a year job and they'll start acting like they made it to heaven or some shit. I'm like, okay, well you got your toes wet and shit. Like,
damn.
You know, I know people that made $600,000 a year, and they weren't happy. They were like, man, this is ludicrous. Snarf, because they're a part of that machine. They're like, I'm 600,000, but I want 800,000 now.
Right.
And I'm looking at him like 600, nigga. You could take care of you and the next household
The whole neighborhood.
together. Where I'm from, you could put 125 each household. Where I'm from, 250 good, and you still 350 left in your 600,000. This is what I'm trying to tell you, that what average is not what everybody's average is. Everybody sees things different.
I
So I
noticed.
try to, huh?
I noticed that.
Listen, a man making $600,000 a year, if you look at his attitude, he's gonna be like, yeah, that shit is all right. but I'm looking for like 800, nigga, like to be comfortable. You're like,
Million.
right. And he's letting you know, like, I need like 8, 9 to be comfortable. You're like, okay.
What are they doing with the money?
Listen, these people don't do roach patrol on Fridays, okay? They got Helena coming in on Friday and doing all the roach patrolling, and they got Carmelita coming in on Saturday cooking all the food. They got services.
Oh.
Their lawn has to be manicured because of the neighborhood that you live in. You can't have fucked up grass in that neighborhood. Um, who's gonna take out the garbage? Then they got the groundskeeper. You know,
Drive.
it's salary, and these people are making now. See, this is what's crazy. These people are making $40,000 and $50,000 a year.
Everybody makes more than teachers. It's disgusting.
It's disgusting. Oh, listen, teachers. Oh, y'all mold and shape our future. Oh, y'all gets nothing. Y'all molding and shaping our future. You gets nothing.
I have to get a second job and things.
That shit is horrible. You're molding and shaping the future. You gets nothing.
And you know who gets paid less than us? Daycare workers, the people who tend to your babies.
Again, molding and shaping the future, y'all gets nothing. That shit is the most biggest slap in the face.
I was doing DoorDash for a couple of days with my husband, and
Mhm.
Panda Express. Y'all have Panda Express back east?
Yeah.
Pays the same as teachers.
Up
Here,
here in the Boston area, Ben and Jerry's, the ice cream place, starts at $17.50 an hour.
same as substitute teaching.
That shit is horrible. That shit
That's
is absolutely horrid. I
super
don't
wage.
understand why teachers don't make at least 6 figures. Like, teachers should come in making like 80,000 a year. After like 2 years, 3 years, they should be shot up to like $105,000.
Now I
And
know
that's just, huh?
that they have a reason. They say why they.
Well, I don't really give a fuck about their reason. I'm just saying the people who are molding and shaping the future gets pennies. I see.
60% white women in America. 60. I did a report on this last year. So it's like a quite a lot of white women who have major influence over your children 8 hours a day. So if they're having a good day or a bad day, or they're feeling some type of way or whatever, they're expressing that to your children.
Yes, it's horrible. And like I said, you guys are molding and shaping the future, and they're giving you peanuts. That's just that. See, this is the thing. It'd be little elements like that that shows me. People be like, "You have hope, and what you think the future for the country?" I'm like, man, you thinking too far from me. Because until I see little increments of change, I don't believe in big change. I don't. I don't believe. I'm not marching. I'm not. I'm not protesting shit. I'm not doing none of that shit because they don't change shit. I don't give a fuck how much you screaming and laying down in the street and all this other shit. Look, I'll meet y'all at the Alamo at the end. Catch me at another part of the situation because I'm not into this non-action shit. I'm not into this, you know, we got a voice too. No, you don't. They don't give a fuck until they start talking about changing rules and changing constitutions and rewriting shit. I don't believe none of that shit. I don't believe in none of it. I believe that These cops are pawns. I believe that they're being used. They want us to be mad at the cops, but who is allowing the cops to happen? Well, who's these judges and these police captains and these mayors who are allowing the police to kill? It's not their fault. Them niggas ain't never been around black people, so they scared. I get it. You was a punk in school. You ain't have a one fight. You ain't never had no black neighbors. You don't know shit about no swag, and you felt scared. And I get it. That's in some situations, but the other situations is you never liked the black people. They know you didn't like black people. They took a psychiatric test on you. They know you don't like black people, and they put you in the black neighborhood. So you're implementing control over everyone by controlling the room. You control the room, you control everybody in the room, then you have total chaos in that room, but you got total power over the room, over the building. Why did you put this white kid who's never had a black friend in a black neighborhood? And only thing he knows about black people is Law and Order and Hill Street Blues. Like,
See.
really, nigga? You know about black people through TV? That's the most dumbest, that's like learning a lesson from a fucking shoe.
I have a song called Windows that says that, talks about that.
That's crazy. And all these foreigners come in from their countries watching old reruns of NYPD and Hill Street Blues and what's the other one from Baltimore?
You said Law and Order, that was a good one.
Yeah. They all these
Oh, The Wire.
The Wire, and all these other programs that show us in a negative light, and you come here thinking I'm the guy from The Wire. Like, bro, listen, I don't even look like that nigga. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, what's wrong with you? Like, no, but I'm the definition of that black person. This Indian came here from his country, and he's looking at us like, well, why he don't have a loan? He's from this country. Why he don't have a store in the business? They don't understand none of the politics here. But they come here and think they got to understand us because of Law and Order.
Yeah.
And they don't understand shit about the politics, that they're not giving us the chance. No one's educating them on black history. They don't have the slightest idea about black history. Neither does the Asians. They might have some, but a lot of people are clueless to how life is here for minorities. So they get the wrong impression. Then there's cultural differences. Like, I go in the store, the Asian dude has a tray out there. Now, the dude comes in the store, he gives the dude his money in his hand. The Asian guy puts the money back on the counter. The dude is like, yo, what the fuck, man? You disrespectful, son. You ain't put my fucking money back in my hand. The Asian dude is not telling him that in his country, they exchange money through a tray. So there's cultural differences that's making everyone ignorant. The black dude is mad because he didn't put the change back in his hand. The Asian dude is just as fucking upset because he don't want no friction from this black guy who looks just like the black guy on Law and Order.
Who might come
But
back
in reality, you're not teaching him about your culture, that y'all do not exchange dirty money in hands. Y'all use a tray. How do I know that? Because I've been to your country.
You got some lemons.
Mm-hmm.
You got to get some lemons. I hear you.
I'm about to suck on a lemon and have a drink.
You know,
I got a little cold on my chest. But I'm just saying, like, this is the shit that I gotta see in my neighborhood. I gotta see ignorance on both sides of the spectrum. The ignorance from the Korean brother is because he's not sharing his culture with this black dude. This black dude come in your store every day. You're not trying to have a conversation with him and say, you know what? In my country, they do something different from here. And you're not explaining. But then the black guy is just being upset because he wants respect. He demands respect for spending his money.
Complex. Mm-hmm.
So he has a small inferiority complex, like you said. And now you have all this misunderstanding because of lack of intelligence, of learning.
They call that social intelligence or emotional.
And they fucking us up because every time you turn around, Lord Jamal is on fucking. He knows who got the guns and shit. Like, come on, yo, bro, who's bringing guns in? Fucking white kids, man. Come on. Why every time I turn around, we the one that know the plug? Yo, you gotta go to Big June June. June June know. June June is like, yo, we got the guns from down there. Like, listen, we're connected, but we ain't that connected. Come on, man. Come on.
You know what? You hit that shit right on the head.
Shit crazy to me. And they always come here, and I can tell the way they're looking at me. They're looking like, oh, that's the law and order guy. I'm looking like, no, I'm not. I don't know where you gonna buy a gun if you need a gun. Right now, I'm clueless to what you're talking about. You gotta know because you black. Like, really? Like,
just like in my Koala Harris character, I said, if all we knew about Asians is from karate movies, we'd assume all Chinese people knew karate, right?
I was the stupidest kid to think that. I thought that.
We all did.
I loved Bruce Lee, and I thought all of them could do karate.
And that's because that's all we knew about them.
And then one of my friends in junior high school, in public school, named Wei Wong. I never forget the name, Wei Wong. Waiwong. He was one of my good friends. When I seen the tougher older kids picking on him, that's the first time I realized. I'm like, damn, he's going about to fuck y'all up. Watch, you better watch. He ain't fuck shit up. He was just as scared as everybody else. His name was Wei Wong. I'll never forget it. And he was a good friend of mine, and he was good at kickball. He was the shit. When I used to love when he was on my team. We used to kick their ass in kickball. Woo, that was my bro. That was my bro. So that's what I'm saying. You learn.
Soccer is the global game.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So we played kickball. It was like playing baseball, but you kick the ball, and it was beautiful, man. Like that was another thing I remember that when I was in public school. That's where I first met Monch too. He was in the 5th grade. I was in the 4th grade. So
shout out.
What you eating? Lamb chops?
This is that same piece of steak I've been messing with.
Yo, I love every now and then. I ain't gonna front. I love a good steak, man. I love a good steak. You can't go wrong with a good steak.
I put some pesto on it. You like pesto?
I love pesto. Matter of fact, let me show you. I don't be capping, as they say. Let me go. Yo, he be capping.
This is just terrible.
I'm gonna show you something. What does this say? This say
grilled vegetable pesto. Mm-hmm.
Don't be playing. I don't be trying to cap. Like you ask me a question, I'm gonna zero in. But
so you
no, it was worth every minute of this conversation, and we got to do it again because there's other stuff that we got to touch base on. And like I said, I'm not gonna be feeding into the rhetoric that's going on with Instagram and Facebook right now. Like, if I was to put up a fight or a controversial shit, I'll get like 1,000 hits. Now I'm starting to put up jokes that's funny. I used to get hits like 700, 800 hits on the joke. Wow. Now all of a sudden I'm putting up positive stuff that make people laugh. I'm only getting 170 hits. Like, so the artificial intelligence is zeroing in on the negative aspects of what's in our interactions. I'm not doing that shit. If y'all can't get people that work for Instagram and work for Facebook that recognizes artists, that recognizes talent, that recognizes positive energy, then I don't want no parts of it. You're not gonna fucking make me put up fights between two little black girls and they fighting over one having better hair than the other one. So you're trying to destroy my people through your platform of negative shit. Like, nah, we're not doing that. And that's cool if the controversy got the numbers, but then I could put up a joke, and if the joke has that much creativity to it, it gets the same amount of numbers. But come on, man, I see through the bullshit. Y'all got a staff of people that don't acknowledge our culture. Y'all don't acknowledge our artists. You tell me I gotta keep proving to you that I'm Prince Poe, and I gotta send you more information besides a Wikipedia and a couple of strong interviews. Then fuck y'all. I don't need to, I'm not doing that. I know who I am.
Not just
I have knowledge of self. I don't need to keep thinking I got to prove to you that I'm who I am. You need to prove to me that you respect my culture. Prove to me that you understand and respect hip hop. because it damn sure made y'all billions of dollars and y'all not saying a motherfucking word and thinking that I need y'all. Fuck y'all niggas. Kick me off. I don't
It's
give
quite
a
a few.
fuck.
There's quite a few other artists who definitely qualify for the Blue Star, including my husband. They
Mm-hmm.
same thing, same thing. You got to show more verification.
Yeah. I
I
gotta
got
keep proving that I'm me.
I
I
got time for that. Ain't got my
gotta keep proving that I am me.
Okay, so I'm being very selfish right now because I know we've been on here for a long time. So I want to extend the opportunity to ask you if you would like to get off here, even though we do have quite a bunch of people on here.
You're making me
Or
hungry, and I do have a issue of eating at night, and I don't give a fuck. Sometimes I actually just go and do shit and just stay up while the food's on my stomach. I'm thinking about like what am I gonna go ahead and make? Should I make like some broiled chicken? Like I'll be, and the thing is like my fat boy shit is serious. Like I don't be like peanut butter and jelly stuff. Get the fuck out. I make food. Like
I
when I
do
get from my shit, I make food.
that. You know what my kids got me into? Oh my God. I've been anti the top ramen shit, right? They be fucking sauteing shrimp with butter, boiling eggs and shit, putting some spinach, fresh spinach.
All that shit in ramen noodles. They make ramen noodles look like fire.
That's what they've been doing. That's what
That
my
shit
kids
is
have been
good. Listen, I ain't mad at them.
doing.
I did that shit one time, and I remember one of my homegirls was over. I was at my sister's house, and one of my homegirls came over. She's like, "Nigga, what's that? Where you get that from?" I said, "I made this just now. I had the sliced egg in it. I had the spinach. I had the red peppers,
My kids are doing.
broccoli." She was like, "I want some of that shit." Like you should have heard the way she said. She was like, "Oh shit, I want some of that." And when I went over to the pot and she finally said, she said, "Nigga, you done over here put a tuxedo on motherfucking ramen noodles." I said,
It's true. My sons be hooking that shit up. Sliced steak. It'll be
"Listen, people don't understand that if you're on survival mode and you got to do what you got to do, because you know the ramen noodles, they got better noodles than those noodles. Those noodles got
we get the
all kinds
Korean.
of shit to preserve it. But
We 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 get the Korean noodles too.
see, what I'm saying is that if you're on survival mode and you want to eat the ramen noodles, hook it up. You can get you some cheap vegetables. You can get you a little small thing of broccoli for like
Vegetable
99 cents, $1. You can
spinach.
spend another dollar on peppers and onion and make your own shit. Make that shit the way
Well, use
you
some eggs.
put some eggs in there. Man, listen, nobody can tell you about the struggle, but you can make the best out of the struggle. And
Yeah.
you one egg, one boiled egg, you split that in half, put that in there, some spinach, a little piece of broccoli, a piece of green, red pepper,
Red pepper
and
too.
people will think that you ordered out.
But see, my Vietnamese homies in Long Beach, shout out Vietnamese families, Long Beach, said that was the poor people food in Vietnam. Like that's what they would eat on the, but they just made it a delicacy out here, like our soul food.
Right,
Shit's
right.
delicious. Shit's delicious. That's all I know.
It's survival. It's poor people food, but it's survival too. And you should always, you know, be thankful of what you can create that what we can create to happen, man. Like you ain't gonna always be eating that shit, but right now, make that shit look like some restaurant made that shit. I'll be man, listen. And the thing is, I eat it and be proud of it because I'm gonna have steak again one day. I'm gonna have steak again one day. One thing about the struggle, and when you're in the midst, the thickness of money is low, and I'm telling you, you gotta be able to say it's snowing, it's cold, but god damn it, the sun is going to come back out. And
Yeah.
when it do, I'm gonna bask in it. If you don't have enough gall to say that, then you don't know yourself. You don't have that knowledge of self, and you don't have that God in you that you're supposed to have. Because there ain't nothing, it's everything is a balance. You're supposed to be like, man, this ramen noodle is good as a motherfucker, but I'm telling you, I'm gonna have me a steak. soon. I'm gonna have one. I will have it, and you gotta claim it.
And for my vegetarian friends out there, we're not trying to offend you.
Yeah, it's all good. Yeah, I'm gonna have that tofu.
Or tofu's not even that good for you. That big
Nah,
mushroom,
no.
portobello, some portobello.
I made tofu for some people like not too long ago.
It's
It
with
was
some
interesting.
mango, right? It was a mango something wrapped in it.
Yeah, yeah, the mango cabbage wrap.
It's very good.
But
Sweet one.
mushrooms, listen, you could take onions and a sweet pepper and some seasoned rice vinegar and some garlic cloves and mix that shit up with the mushrooms and make that mushroom taste like heaven. It's all about perception and what you believe in and what you want to put in your body.
I was vegetarian for almost 5 years.
See
I
that?
very easily switch back. I'm enjoying these things at this time.
See? And you might, and in 2 weeks, 2 months from now, you might switch back to no red meat.
You do that sometimes. From
See?
time to time.
But see, that's because you know how to live. You're
Yeah,
living, not
it's
trying to keep up with the standards and the narratives, but you're actually living. That's what freedom is. That's the freedom I was talking about that Coolio had. That's the freedom that I try to maintain as much as I can.
man. That's
It's
a
hard. People say they're free. Now, there's a lot of people probably watching who think they free. Nah, 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 nah. You ain't free until you feel like you can fly inside. You can have everything you want. You are driving with no bother in the world. People are honking their horns. You're like, so what? Go around. Okay. The sun is shining. My song is on. Oh my God, I feel great about myself today. That's freedom. When you are so engulfed with yourself. And I'm talking about the good job you done on raising your kids, the toughness you got through during your own childhood and what your mother or father had to go through, the evolution of you getting to a point where you're driving and you own the car and you got the credit straight and you went and you toughed it out and all the things that you have stumbled and fell over have come into fruition of something great. That's freedom. That's freedom. When you're happy, you can see your grass. You can look at the front of your house. You can walk in it. You can lay down right there in the middle of the floor if you want to. That's your house. That's freedom. Freedom has no shape, form, or fashion. Freedom is just base. It's just space. Like you come in a house and you know what? You know when your people around you live in freedom because they'll see you on the couch with one leg up on the back of the couch. And they go, hi, ma, and they just keep going. Like if you know your kids know you in freedom when they just let you be. You just sitting there like, yo, I'm watching this fucking picture and I'm just eating a slice of fucking pound cake right now. Just because you don't have to care with no cares in the world. That moment belongs to you. That's freedom. You look at your phone, you're like, nigga, I'll call you back tomorrow. Like, and you know they're gonna be living to see the next day. You better pick that up. You're like, I'll get back to you, man. Right now, I'm having this moment for me. That's freedom.
That's faith, yeah, too.
You
Because
need that.
that belief right there that I'm gonna talk to them tomorrow. I don't have to like I have that's a retraining that I'm still working on that.
We're all a work in progress, but I'm telling you, like the freedom of knowing when I get off the phone with you, I'm gonna go over to the kitchen. I'm gonna look in the freezer. I'm gonna look in the small freezer, and I'm gonna be like, what do I want right now? I can have what the fuck I want right now.
I'm definitely gonna get some more sock it to me cake. I have some downstairs. Look at this. It's time for a cleanse detox.
That's all right. You'll get to the cleanse, but right now you're basking your freedom.
Talking to you for this length of time is so enjoyable. I really appreciate it. I really
I,
do.
I'm humbled and honored, and I want to come back. That's how that should go because I want to remind people, yo, you here for your own divine reason. I'm so fucking tired of people trying to tell other people exactly what to do. I'm just sharing things that they can hear your experiences, they can hear my experiences, and they can find their own journey by embracing their own experiences. Like, there is no mistakes, man. I'm tired of people saying, man, you should have never dated that motherfucker. No, yes, you should have. Now you know what you don't want. Now you know what you won't tolerate. Now you can find out what other stuff you can tolerate. That has instantly turned into a lesson. She wasn't a mistake. I can't stand these like, man, I don't know why I fuck with that bitch. Because you're a bitch grabber, nigga. Don't call her out her name if you ain't gonna take accountability for your side.
And that
You're a
goes
bitch attractor.
that's just like women who say, I don't know why I attracted blank narcissist. That was the fancy word a few years back. Remember, narcissist was thrown around so much?
Right,
Because you're a narcissist attractor.
right, exactly.
You have a small part of being a
Right.
narcissist.
You got to be held accountable for what has happened. And the thing is if you learn from something, then it wasn't a mistake. If you didn't learn absolutely shit, then it was a big mistake that you made and you need better judge of character. If you didn't learn nothing, like, because, like I said, the homegirl, she was crying and I had to console her. And I'm like, what? She's like, you don't know what love is. I said, yes, you do. Yes, you do. And she looked at me like, what? I was like, because you know what it isn't. The fuck, man? You know what love is because you know what it is not. Now, do you have enough come back to give the next person a clean slate of credit? Now it's based off of your knowledge of self. If you're comfortable with yourself, you ain't got to say, oh, well, the next nigga gonna pay. He gonna make sure he buy me all the nice jewelry and the things. And then they said, oh, so now this person that you just was with, he took half your soul because now you came and live in your freedom because you're looking for the next person to make up for what he has done to you.
Right. You're a taker now. Now you're one of those
Right.
people. That's
But
bad.
what if the next dude is the right dude? So you're going to make him jump through loops and jump over walls and buildings because the last nigga was a dick? So you're going to give this nigga the dick test because the last dude was a
And
dick?
that's where some chicks stay stuck.
Listen, man, dog chases cat. I don't hear too many stories of cat chase dog. So on that note, you gain that knowledge of self and you gain that freedom. Somebody's going to be a. Listen, I tell women all the time, if I'm the only nigga that think you look good, something's fucking wrong. Somebody else got to see the same beauty I see, else something's fucking wrong. Like, niggas, but don't look at my girl. Nigga, somebody's going to look at your fucking girl. You can't be the only nigga that see beauty. You can't be that stupid.
And then the vice versa, when women get mad when men notice other women's beauty, women get mad about that.
Right.
So they should what? Relax.
Everybody should relax. Even when you're a handsome man, when you got the handsome man, you gonna think that another woman's not gonna say, "Wow, she got herself a handsome man. I like him. He looks handsome. I want
Did
a
you
handsome man too."
and you were famous, so you are famous, so women had to deal with your fame too, right?
And that wasn't always easy.
No, I wouldn't think. I deal with Volume 10 and the women who flirt with him. It's
But
ridiculous.
my thing is also I have knowledge of self and understanding that half these girls wouldn't like me if I wasn't with the woman. Like, women choosing men has a lot to do with other women seeing what she chose.
I'm clear on that as well.
Yeah,
I've
women be like,
watched before.
yeah, that nigga cute. Yeah, but you validate. I can tell. Sometimes I've told women, but you validated me.
Right. Oh, she has two master's degrees. She's a good, nice person. Oh, he must be. She raised his fucking
Right, right. She raised his. She raised his value.
upgraded. Yeah.
She upgraded him a little bit. And now that's in a world that doesn't belong to us. That's what I'm saying. Niggas, like, well, I was a fly nigga. Get out your ego. This is not your world we're talking about. We're talking about the world of women. You don't belong there, homie. You're just an element in that world. But you don't understand, B. Because I'm telling you, she was like, "Oh, that bitch got on my shoe." I said, let's just stop this shit before the night gets any thicker." Is she's a woman that has good taste like you because you didn't make those shoes. Like
Part.
you did not make those shoes.
They were made in Nicaragua,
It
boo.
was made in Nicaragua, and last thing I checked was that was ain't that this one Annie Klein? As I think, yeah, that's her shoe. So that's not your shoe. Your name is not Annie
64,000
Klein.
other women from Hugo Boss
Right.
have
But it's also she has style like you.
that
So the
part.
perception of a lot of things are backwards here, and the only reason why I'm able to see it because I'm a left-hander in the right-hander's world.
Damn.
I got to learn everything right-handed
Oh my
in
God.
order to be right.
Because righteousness is always right.
Right, and I gotta like yes, baseball gloves, knives. Everything is made for a right-hander,
Mhm.
and here I am, a left-hander, trying to figure it out. And I'll be like, okay, let me just type with my right hand, fair-handed. I just like use my right hand while I'm using my left. So I'm gonna always see things different, and I'm always gonna try to find another perspective to see it because it gotta make sense to me. We park in the driveway and we drive on the parkway. Come on, man. I gotta question shit.
Wait a minute. Hold up. We park on the driveway. We drive on the parkway. Is that what you said?
Yeah. You put me in a place where that shit goes down. I gotta question certain shit. Hold up. You trying to tell me I drive on the parkway
Where did they say that
and
at?
I park in
On
the
the
drive everywhere. Yo, park the car in the driveway. We gonna leave.
oh yeah, we say that. But drive,
Park
but drive in
the
the
car
parkway.
in the driveway.
Okay, but drive in the parkway. I don't know if I've
And
heard
we
that.
drive on the parkway.
I've never heard that one.
Well, y'all got freeways. Now look,
Yeah,
here's the other thing. West Coast got freeways.
that's true.
East Coast got highways
And expressways.
and express. Well, we both got expressways, but ours is called highways because we pay tolls. Y'all don't have but few tolls.
No,
Y'all got freeways because the shit's free.
yes. Ain't that cool?
No, it's not because we're fucking paying over here. She said, "Ain't that cool?"
It is. You know, McDonald's comes from California because of freaking freeways.
See that?
People people wanted to be able to grab some food in a rushed fashion. And these brothers, the McDonald's brothers, who ended up selling it to Ray Kroc, I think his name, he kind of ripped them
They
off.
used to have my favorite fries. I swear.
Yes. Did you know the whole country of India sued McDonald's? And they won
I didn't
because
know that.
India doesn't eat beef, right? Like, that's the holy animal, right? To the Hindu family. Uh,
Right?
and so McDonald's didn't tell them that they dipped the fries in beef fat, beef tallow at the
Wow.
factory. So they fry them at McDonald's in vegetable oil. So they just kind of got mad when they learned that. So they had like riots and they were like,
I didn't even know that shit.
set
I
the
just know that.
fire to
I just
McDonald's.
know that when I was a kid, and I used to get a order of fries. I used to love those three fries that used to droop over. They were crispy, but they were soft, and like you put a little salt on them shits. Them shits is like the best fries ever,
Heaven.
right? What happened? Now every fucking fry stands straight up. Like every fry is
Perfect.
attentive.
They're too perfect.
Like that shit is in roll call, and I'm like, what happened to the lean nigga? What happened to them leaning niggas? Like, I love those fries.
It's just
And
like
this
what
is why I
happened.
know they changed something in the
Yeah,
potatoes or something because they were still crispy, but they were flimsy and they were soft in the middle and they were crispy on the ends. And I will put some ketchup and some ketchup and a
the
little bit
salt.
of salt on that. And you
When you,
couldn't tell me that wasn't heaven. You couldn't tell a kid
what's
like
that?
me, this is heaven.
That was
McDonald's
dinner
French fries.
for me from
That
like
was
8 to
dinner.
4. I was like fries and a strawberry shake.
Was dinner.
That was dinner.
That shit don't make no damn sense. Now every fry stands straight up.
And they
They
don't.
all look exactly the same. And let me
And,
tell you
and
something.
what?
Nothing in life is perfect. Each one of us got one eye bigger than the other, one foot bigger than the other, one hand is a more awkward than the other hand.
My lip. This lip.
That's
Mhm.
why God did it that way. He's like, I didn't gave these motherfuckers their own mind. They gonna fucking just go crazy. Let me at least make something fucked up about them.
Hey, wait, can I tell you this? Okay, so I had my 10th graders do a paper on laughter and how it helps your emotional and your physical health. And
Laughter.
yeah, and I'm
Hmm.
hearing you laugh, and I'm saying this to the audience too. And yes, he's yawning. That's getting more oxygen into his body. But laughter helps get that mucus out. So when you're sick or working on a cold and stuff, it's good to watch comedies or read things that make you laugh or do things that make you laugh. Because when you laugh, you make your diaphragm get the phlegm out.
Wow. See
So
that?
it's very important to do it. And the kids all had to write a paper on it. It's
That's really, really dope. That's really dope. And I think it's 70 something bones and muscles that you use to smile or laugh. When you frown and you're angry, they say it's over 200 and something
it's like
bones.
500, right? Something like
I think the number's high, but I
that. Yeah,
know it's only 70 something when you smile.
I heard that
So,
before.
um, so just that alone lets you know every time you frown and you angry, you're working the body than way more. Like way more to where it could become stress and tension, hypertension, and it can lead to congestive heart failure because
Yeah,
you're working the body even when you're not moving. Like you're like, motherfuckers, you know, you're going crazy, and your body's like, oh man, fuck, he's making us work even when he's sitting down. Like, you know, it's very important to
you
pick and
just
choose your
know it.
battle.
Shit. Uh, that is absolutely that's true. You know
There
what I
would be
mean?
stuff that I'm about to get mad at. I'd be like, wait a minute, nigga, you're not supposed to let that get you mad. Like, I catch myself before I jump into the emotions. I'll be like, and especially with people, like, I'll be like, this lady just skipped me in the supermarket. I'm just like, but I'm taking my food home and I'm not going nowhere the rest of the day. I'm chilling for the rest of the day. I don't have to do shit. Fuck this lady. Let her fucking go. Like I'm like, I'm just like, fuck her. Let her go. Like if she gotta skip and do all this dumb shit, then maybe her day is not as cool as mine. Fuck
Yeah,
it.
that's one of the four agreements. Have you ever heard of this book called The Four Agreements?
Mm-mm.
Well, anyway, one of the agreements is don't take it personal. You know what I
Right.
mean? You never know what somebody else is going through. So somebody give you a funky attitude at the grocery store, like the cashier, you gotta acknowledge, like, hey, it's that's some they might have. Hey, you never know what they dealt with before they clocked in.
That's right.
And they also call that emotional intelligence. You're using your "what if I was in their shoes" thought, so it keeps you from getting into things.
And also sometimes um there's simplicity in happiness. Some people don't find happiness to be that simple. Like some people it has to be a complicated situation in order for them to be happy. You know, and the basics of food, clothing, and shelter is the necessities of survival. But after that, everything is extra. So it's like my rent is paid. I don't need nobody for shit. Like I don't need nobody for absolute shit right now.
The
Like I got
basic.
a refrigerator full of food. I just had a checkup. I got my eyes checked. I got medical coverage, and I have some things to be thankful for right now. And Prince, you'll be like kind of a bitch ass nigga if you was allowing this lady. to pull her into your world when you're not even embracing your whole world right now. You're not even appreciating that you have balance right now. Like your blood pressure is up a little bit, but you've done this. Like you don't know what these people are dealing with, nor should you let them infiltrate or steal your joy.
That takes practice.
It takes practice and it takes growing up.
And chop up a fresh piece of garlic in the morning and eat that. Mix it in with some orange juice. That'll help detox your liver.
I eat fresh garlic and ginger. I just
Not
like
just
being
powder. You know how black folks is. They be like, I'm gonna just put some garlic powder. No,
nah.
get the
I
fresh
eat the garlic, the funky ass harsh garlic with the ginger, and it just makes me feel a
really
little
good.
bit more in tune with the planet. I eat that fresh, and that it ain't
Yeah.
the easiest thing to eat, but once you eat it,
And
you feel good.
limes with some lime. Thank you.
I'm gonna try that. But
It's
yeah,
electric.
I I enjoy every single moment of this. I hope people revisit it. I'm going to revisit it one day. I'm just going to be chilling, just watch it like a movie. But I'm humbled and I'm honored to have the opportunity. We got to pick back up because there's way more questions I know you have. Because you're an artist and then you're creative on the visuals, those people, it never stops. You're always like, but I see a kaleidoscope of colors, and you got to allow that shit to happen. You got to allow that shit to come out. And I
You made it
think that
very easy to make that happen with. So thank you. Thank you. And
I want people to be inspired by this. They know where I'm at, the real Prince Poe on Instagram, Prince Poe on Facebook.
wait, do you have a
I'm
cash
always
app?
trying
Cash,
to,
cash
huh?
app. Yo, we need to support these artists, man. These major corporations don't respect these type of artists.
Oh
Please,
yeah,
what's
my
your cash
Cash App, Ice Bears Move,
app?
ICEBEARZ Move, Ice Bears Move, ICEBEARZMOVE. And I like to let people know, like, yo, you helping me, you helping somebody in the world because we pass it along. Like I appreciate donations. I keep my bills paid, but I might see somebody who might just need somebody to see them. A lot of these young people that's homeless, they don't think people see them.
Mm-hmm.
They don't think people see them. And I've had a young person tell me nobody sees me. So some of these people did not fuck up and was irresponsible. Some of these people came on bad times of maybe the owners wanting to sell a house. Maybe their roommate fucked up the situation for them to live. Some people just got dealt bad hands. And if I can just tell them, look, get into a shelter, get into the program. If you need help, when I see you out here, I can buy you a little sandwich, some chips, and a little juice for $6, $7. I do it because I have some
That was
success
hella
stories.
specific. $6, $7. It
Listen, I know how much a sandwich costs. I
was
know how
10.
much chips and a juice cost. But my thing is that I'm not trying to save your life tonight. I'm trying to give you some hope and faith in yourself so that you can get up and be a little responsible. I'm telling you, I've got young dude ran up on me. He had on his little construction boots. They had paint and all kind of shit on it. He was like, "Yo, what's up, big bro?" And I could tell it was something about him. He was overwhelmed because he was anxious to tell me, y'all work for the city now. I'm an electrician for the city. Y'all making $34 an hour. Like, and I'm looking at him and I'm looking at how excited he is. And I'm like, yo, this the little nigga I was giving him money and telling him to get his shit together. And my friends was like, man, that nigga ain't gonna learn shit, right? He ain't gonna learn nothing. And I'm like, but this ain't your money in my pockets though, my nigga. You ain't help me make shit. If anything, I put money in your pocket. But it's like, there's nothing greater than a story that ends in victory. And somebody tell you that, and all them times you kept saying, yo, I ain't gonna keep looking out for you. Yo, I'm gonna stop doing this, man. Yo, you better stop bullshit with this money I give you. All that shit you go through. And that one day he see you and he's like, yo, I'm making 34. And he was so anxious and proud to
That's
tell me
more
that.
than teachers.
Huh?
That's more than what I make, bro.
And that's again, I'm telling you that we need to have a platform where we take a fucking donation for teachers. Cause how are you teaching our babies and y'all not paying them? Like, yo, that's so
Wait, I have 2 master's
disrespectful.
degrees. I'm pretty much Dr. TOMEICKO.
See, you having 2 master's degrees is a further reason why you know they bullshitting because just having that, they supposed to be like, okay, look, Miss Such and Such, we're gonna start you off at like 109,000. Like
Tony,
having a master's degree, and I hate to say this, in America, it should mean that you are starting somewhere at 6 figures. I don't care what nobody say. If somebody can spend that much time educating themselves, it should be a standard to be like, what, you got a master's and what? Okay, well, we're gonna put you in this position. We're gonna start you off at 109,000, and hopefully with these increments, yeah, talk all that fucking English shit. But
right.
let's set the standard straight from jump. They should be paid 6 figures,
I got a
and
homegirl.
I'm telling you that $109,000 right now with a family is not a lot of money.
That's just middle class. They say
There is no such thing as middle class.
that's what they call it, right?
Right, that's what they say, but there's no such thing as middle class. Either you're poor or you're rich. There is no more in between. If you got 175,000 coming to your household right now, you're considered poor. You can't go on vacation when you want to. You have to plan a vacation. You have to be very strategic in how you do that $109,000 budget because if you got 2 kids and a husband, I don't care what nobody say, you cannot be eating out every week. You can't. You
That's
can't
expensive.
afford to eat out $70, $80 twice a week because what about medical coverage? What about gas?
Oh my
What
God.
about rainy days? What
Random
about
gym shoes, foot growth,
sneakers? Right. Sneakers, shoes. What
jacket.
about clothing, detergent? You
Oh
know,
my gosh.
come on now. Toilet paper,
Oh my God.
paper towels. If you like to be a little bit more cleaner, paper towels. When
That
you
part.
include all these things, and then you want to talk about taking a ride to see Auntie Edith up in such and such, and that's extra. Now you're gonna stop on the get. You're gonna stop and get food. Look, oh, little Ray want a donut. Oh, he want a donut. All that shit. Listen, all that shit is. Don't think it's. Oh, it's just the donut. See, this is why people fuck up on their finances because they always say, "Oh, it's just a donut for $2. Oh, it's just such and such for $5. Oh, it's just a." But when you start adding that shit up, it was one time I lived in Inglewood, California, and I realized that I spent $260 in ATM fees in one year.
Wow.
In one year, 200 and something dollars in ATM fees because it's just $2. It's just $3.
I thought I
And
was
you're not taking out to pay for the Jamaican food and to go to Ralph's to get a couple of extra things. You doing piece by piece. You took that out for the Jamaican food. You went back for Ralph's, and then you went back again for the haircuts for the young ones. Listen, I've seen it. I'm like, wait a minute, wait a
damn.
minute. 200 and something dollars in ATM fees. Come on now. We all gotta do better. I'm learning. I'm learning.
Do you know you can actually invest in those ATM machines? You can buy
I
them.
should
You
have.
can.
I should have. Horrible, man. Just horrible when people don't want to be themselves. Like you learn from these things. I was like, wait a minute, I'm looking at all these little ATM little tickets I got in the crib. I'm like, damn, this one is $2.50. This machine charged $3. This
Mm-hmm.
one. Oh man. And that shit added up to like over 200 something dollars. Okay, Prince, you're doing way too much, my nigga. Like you gotta talk to yourself. Oh, Prince, you're doing way too much, my nigga. You are whoa. Come on, man. Come on. You couldn't go and get $50 instead of taking $20 out for that meal. Like just trying to call yourself being smarter. No, you're working harder. So
That's, you know, a lot of us have made that mistake.
mm-hmm.
And then keep making the same one, like, "Oh, no, I don't want to do it this new way. No, I don't want to, I'm gonna do it this way." And it does end up costing a lot of dough. I
Mm-hmm.
thought I was doing something going to the grocery store. You know, it's only 35 cents or $1 if you get it from you know, when you get cash back when you buy something.
Right.
Then the goddamn candy bar is $2.
Yep. And then there's things you buy that you don't really take advantage of. You're like, oh, I bought that soup earlier, but I don't want it now. We all do it. We all do it. We all spend extra money, and just getting better is the key. Just getting better at how you spend it, like getting better at managing it. Like this week, I don't want to spend shit. Like I want to go into this new year not doing shit. Like I don't want to do shit. I don't want to spend no money. Like I need to get certain things in order. I want to get my passport. I lost my passport. I got to get that back. So when I get money in a cash app, I'm usually like, let me help one or two people. I'm not trying to fix the whole neighborhood. I'm just saying that young. I don't like nobody being homeless and being younger than me. I talked. I said, yo, I want to buy you a little sandwich or something, but can I get in your ear a little bit? Can I talk to you? Like, yeah, OG, yeah, OG. I'm saying, like, I don't know what really got you here, but do you want to stay here? Nah, I'm trying to get my life together. I said, how serious is that issue? Because I know you might have came on hard times, but if you're angry enough, you know you can get out of the situation. You're looking at me like angry enough. I'm like, yeah, but angry at the struggle, not at the people around or the people that you panhandle. Nobody, everybody's coming in the store. It's not far from you, bro. People that's coming in the store is two steps from being in the same situation. So if somebody tell you no, or somebody tell you I ain't got it, you can't get mad because they are only two steps from being in the same situation that you're in. They barely making it, bro. You can't get mad at somebody who's protecting the dollar that they just went out there and rightfully earned. But what I will say is if you can stay mad at the struggle for a little longer, you can fix your situation. You know, I'm out here to help you, but you got to help yourself more than anybody. Because I know it's people that's in New York, they did the little homeless program, they stayed in the shelter for 3 months, and now they got an apartment. But you gotta abide by those rules. You can't be late coming in. You do what you have to do. You come in on time. You have your meal with you ready. I know people that was collecting bottles and stuff and getting $13 a day. I said, God damn, I got respect for them. $13 a day for walking around and collecting some free shit?
That's a nickel a piece. Yep. I
$13, nigga. I could show you how to cook it up for $13.
bro.
$13, boy, that shit's like almost 2 meals if you let me rock with you.
Don't get into the fucking top ramen fa.
At Top Ramen 5 is one thing, and then you got certain areas you go in the store, you say, look, I'll give you $1 to warm up my food for me. No Arab dude in the store, no one in the store is going to say no to you going in the store and saying, yeah, I just want you to warm this bowl up for me. I'll give you $1. That's the quickest dollar. Listen, he's putting it on for 40 seconds. All you need is 40 seconds. You just bought yourself a hot meal. You got to know how to maneuver in these streets. Look, Aki, look, look, Poppy, Spanish, Arab, whatever. I'll give you $1 for just warming up my food. Because it's humility in that. How can you be a store owner and say, damn, the nigga is paying me for a service? And half the people's going to say, don't worry about it. You see what I'm saying? But you got to offer them something to bring out that goodness in them. They're not going to you just can't walk in the store like, yo, this woman shit up for me. Because they thinking business when you walk in. They're thinking business.
My time,
So,
my
so
energy.
approach them business. Like, look, I got $1. He's waiting for you to ask for something. You're like, just warm this up for me. He's like, damn, I'm going to just put it in that machine and press a button. And he'll put that shit in the machine. He'll put it on a minute or so. And when he gives it back to you, half of them is going to say, don't worry about it. Because you approach them with a business proposition and you allow him to veer off and get into his heart. It's not up to you to just come in the store and expect him to just jump in his heart. No, come in the store doing business.
Respect his business.
Respect his business. Look, I give you $1 if you just warm that up for me. He's gonna say, yo, it's nothing foul in there. It ain't no explosives, none. Nigga, it's just my food for the night.
Cup of noodles, bruh.
Yep. And I promise you that every now and then he might take that $1, but he might see you come in the store. He might ask you next time, yo, you need me to warm up something for you?
That's the struggle.
And he will respect it if he's a businessman. He's gonna be like, yo, you got something? Yo, this buy a juice or something with that $1. So now he's doing business with you by telling you to buy a juice or something with the $1 that he was going to charge you to warm the food up, but now he warms it up for free. He just wants your business.
That's some struggle shit. Wow. And that's some global shit.
It
I could
works everywhere.
Bangkok and say the same thing. And I offer $1 if you would warm up.
I always walk out the Chinese restaurant with everything I need. I'm like, here's 50 cents. I want extra duck sauce. I want extra soy sauce. And I don't hand me nothing. I don't want to hear shit. Here's 50 extra cents. I want mustard sauce. I want 2 soy sauces and I want 5 duck sauce. And they just give me everything I want. I'm talking business here. Like, listen, here's 2 quarters right here. I don't care. They always say, give me a nickel for extra shit. No. Take this 50 cents. And I want everything that I fucking want.
Wrong.
Business.
Wrong.
Business. I'm eating this Chinese food. I like the mustard sauce for its heat. I like the little soy sauce for its twang. And I like the duck sauce for its sweetness. I need all 3. Please, can I
Yeah,
have that?
absolutely.
I'm not here to argue with you over I spent $60 and I don't give a fuck about none of that shit. I got this food that I'm about to put together and I need the elements to make this shit the way I like it. So that's cost that was $17. Here's $17.50. Please give me the stuff.
You just
Please
that
put
50
it in the bag.
with me. You said tip 50. Out here with $5, you'd have to be putting an extra $5 on it.
Or no, I don't think I'm gonna negotiate that much. I think I'm a little cheaper. I might throw $1 up there, but you listen, you get this shit by bulk. Don't fuck with me. Throw them little soy sauces in that bag, please, lady.
Now, this is completely a whole different subject, but okay. So I'm assuming you grew up in the Electric Company Sesame Street era. Did you watch Electric? Who didn't watch Electric? Okay. And my mother was my first teacher. She's the one that taught me how to read. And then I used to listen to the sister named Ella Jenkins. Did you listen to Ella Jenkins in preschool? Do you remember? She
I
had
don't remember.
my cow. Yes, ma'am. Did you show me how? Yes. Okay. So your flows, bro, they make my heart leap.
Mm.
Where did that come from? Like, where did you get the whole notion in the first place to be like flowing on that? That I can't even.
Jazz music.
Oh, I should have known.
Jazz music.
That's L.A. Period.
Electric Company. We had Sesame Street, Electric Company, um, The Magic Garden.
Okay.
Um, what was the other one? New Zoo Review
Oh my God. Yeah.
with Henrietta the Hippo and Freddie the Frog and all that shit.
Sure.
Uh, there was a lot of. We had Schoolhouse Rock.
Yes, that was
There
number
just
one.
was a lot of melodic
And reading
lessons.
Rainbow, reading Rainbow too.
Right, we had melodic lessons. They was like 3, 6, 9, 12,
12,
15, 18, 21, 24, 27,
there,
30. Like,
uh,
and we learned through these rhythms. Like it was coming up in the childhood that we came up in. It was too much to not be educated. Like it was cool. You didn't get knocked too much in the hood for being smart. Like if you was smart, dudes was like, yo, he's a smart nigga. We're gonna fuck him up every day. Nah, it wasn't like that. That's TV. When you was smart, you might have got teased, but you was respected. So that's where the rhythms for the songs, and then you had like Miles Davis and Marsalis and all these dudes was like, you
mm,
know. So we was big jazz dudes. We was into Depeche Mode and fucking Black Sabbath and Led Zeppelin. Like when we was young, white boys was nice.
80s rock was the shit. British, it was like,
We had the most talented people of all ethnicities when we was young. We had the slickest, most talented white boys, white women ever, like
George
ever.
Michael. Yeah, Culture Club, George Michael, David
You know what
Bowie.
I'm saying? And they was naturally talented people, came from different walks of life that share such great music. And this is why I say, it's almost impossible for my age and my wave to be racist. Like we
It's not natural.
it's not natural. We wasn't able to be that. Like we wasn't. It was too much funky shit.
Hmm.
They have a song, play that funky music, white boy. Them dudes was on fire. That dude who wrote, I think the dude who wrote that wrote a lot of black music. And he
Sorry.
don't know. A lot of people wrote great songs back then. And the average white band they have so many dope songs that people don't know about. They got the Cut the Cake, which is what Rakim, Eric B and Rakim used for that's a
Yeah,
white group. That's
that
the
makes, oh, I'm clear. They're from Ohio.
Yeah. So this whole new narrative of racism is just an exercise of separatism, and it's just horrible because people feed into it and don't realize that they're being dumbed down and they're being removed from their power and their outlook and possibilities of doing great things with many people from all races. So it's okay. But I wouldn't trade my era for nothing in the world, like nothing. I always call Michael McDonald my white uncle. He's always been like my white uncle. I love his voice, but I love him like as a person. Like he just seems like the coolest uncle anybody could fucking have.
I
Like,
could agree with that. I could agree with
and
that.
I can see him being like a heavy cursor too. Like fuck that shit.
I
Like
mean, his
fuck it.
group was called Doobie Brothers. I mean,
Yeah, that's true.
that's
This
like the coolest name ever.
this is true. I didn't even think about it like that. She said that to me.
Like smoke some doobie, man.
Oh my god,
But yeah, Doobie Brothers is one of my favorites. Steely Dan is another one.
I love Steely.
One of my absolute favorites. And oh my God, what is his name? Let me Google it because I don't want to waste your time. Let me hold on.
Phil
It's
Collins,
no, it's
Doobie Brothers,
Lady wants Michael Franks.
dope.
You know about Michael Franks?
hmm
One of my
When you
favorite.
collect records, you get to know about a lot of people.
Man, I used to have a really dope record collection until I moved. I moved so many dang on times. I left stuff.
You left stuff. Yep.
Man, I had some dope music. That's what I was reaching out to Coolio about. Because, he
Mm,
was my manager.
right.
Flew this brother out, Paul Cruz. Shout out Paul Cruz from New Bedford, Massachusetts. And
Really.
Mm-hmm. And he had the most beautiful tracks I'd ever heard in my whole life. And we did my like my EP and all kinds of just dope ass music. He ended up working with Michael Jackson.
That's crazy.
I never saw or heard from him again. Shout out Paul Cruz.
Yo, that's dope. Would
Yeah.
have been dope to hear from him again, though. You know.
Yeah. That's why I was, me and Coolio were reconnecting to do some artsy shit. But I really wanted to get copies of the old music that he had recorded at the studio. I wanted that shit. Some dope
Hmm.
stuff, you know. It's really dope. But and I called him. I called him the day he passed, man. You know that shit about like the whole shit, like you call somebody.
That's right. He was in Vegas.
Yeah,
He lived in Vegas.
yeah.
That's right. Now I'm thinking about it. I'm putting it together. He did live in Vegas because you know how when you people be like, yo, when you come out, we gotta go see such such such. Yeah,
Yeah,
niggas always say that when you not from the town and all that shit.
yeah.
Uh, uh,
Yep.
well, I definitely think we need to be more in tune and aware of how much knowledge of self is how important it is. I think that it allows better quality life. I think that we wouldn't be dying as young as we are dying if we acquire more knowledge of self and what entails with it, what comes behind it, how we could be better towards each other, how we could be more honest. Because I'm telling you, man, no is a great word. No, it's saying no means, look, I can't do it. It's this. Let's not make this fallacy a fake ass dream. No, I cannot do it. No, and it's a good word because it's the one of the most honest words that don't need to be questioned.
Iyanla Van Zant said that. You familiar with Sister Iyanla Van Zant?
No,
Iyanla.
see, you put me up on something.
She just said like no is the most powerful word you can say. I had never thought of it like that until then because I was a
My
habitual people pleaser.
my
So
dad said no, and I ended up doing a ski trip because I was being rebellious, and I ended up making a lot of money. But now people are putting up pictures from a ski trip I had over 20 years ago because of the word no.
why?
If my father didn't say no, I would have never did the ski trip.
No, I'm
He
saying
said
why.
no to some. He said no to some money. I said I'm gonna get my own fucking money, and I was rebellious, and I went and had me a ski trip because I was being rebellious. I wanted money. So when he
I get
said no, I was like, there ain't gonna be no no for
over
me. I'm
that.
gonna get it.
All that. I got
Right.
that
But
part.
now that people are putting up pictures of ski goggles and bombers and sheepskins, is because of his no.
Is that a bad thing? I'm saying.
No, that's a wonderful thing I'm saying. I'm saying
Okay.
that his no created a
All of that.
situation.
Yes.
And
Yeah.
at the time that no was a bad no. It was like, fuck that. We don't need that nigga around. Fuck that. No,
How
no is
old?
not acceptable.
What was you like? What?
I
How
was
old?
like 13, 14.
Get out of fucking here.
Mm-hmm. I
Like
was 14,
I've been on my own
15.
16. But that 15, 14 is just damn.
Yeah.
You was a real brother.
Life is chances, man. You got to do what you got to do.
You was a fucking real dude. Okay, so the way you put those sentences together, where'd that come from? All of that, clearly.
Well, I won the spelling bee when I was in the fifth and sixth grade. I loved words. And then
What
Kumo
instrument?
D,
Are you a particular instrument when you like writing
the
your?
piano.
Okay,
Piano and saxophone was my
all right.
thing.
Most artists.
Horns. So being a person that loved words already, I was like, this is going to be interesting. Like I love words. I love spelling. Love it. So just with the likes of Kumo D and um, Houdini and Funky Four plus one more, like with the Pow Pow Boogie and the Bing Bang Bang. When it's down, it's down. I was just like, ooh, like it was easy. It was easy to try to figure out what I'm gonna do because of all these different rhythms that people made up. Oh, it's over. I'm ready to jam. We want all the people to clap their hands. And then they were like, have fun, have fun, have fun, have fun, have fun. You was like, oh, like, and you realize that your voice is an instrument.
Yes.
So, you go in between the words and it's like, Mon said something about in the back of the car and then maybe asking him, hey, baby, you look like the way he would into that platinum of accent, the accent, the accent, the accent, in the back of the accent, the accent. And when he was doing that, I was like, wow, that's dope. But he was just like really just waving in between the notes of all the other instruments. So it always seems simple to me that your voice is an extra instrument.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I
So
think. Yeah, I think of Cab Calloway and Dizzy Gillespie and
all those dudes exercised it.
all of them.
All those dudes.
Ella Fitzgerald, all of that,
Right. Nancy Wilson. Come on now.
all of that.
They used
And
to have a language of talking to you with the words, but the rhythms that they use. Nancy Wilson. Who's another one?
Sarah Vaughan.
Eldridge. What's her name? Something Eldridge. Eldridge.
Wait, hold up.
Sarah Vaughan was one.
Dandridge?
Dandridge. Yeah.
Yeah.
Come on now. You talking about like this monstrous artist who used to use their voice as a. Then you got people like Layla Hathaway and
Oh, she's amazing.
fucking
She's
what's the other one that passed away? You know how to love me. Oh, you
what?
know how to make things right.
I know
You
that
know,
song. Who is
you
that?
know how to love. There's no denying. Um,
Oh my God.
she was light skinned. She had a voice of pain. Pleasure for pleasure.
Oh, Philly. She from Philly. What's her
Phyllis
name?
Hyman.
Thank you.
Phyllis Hyman.
My
So when
dad.
you listen to these, we've been graced with all their mastery. So it's like I revisit those things a lot, and it's like the lessons never stop. Like it's crazy. Donny Hathaway is just off the chain, and then you can come up to like
Shit.
the OJs and
Don't sleep on the fucking what's his name? We're in this love together. You got the time that's your life with
are you talking about
Al Jarreau.
Al Jarreau?
Actually met Al. I went to his party, a party at his house. Somebody brought me to Al Jarreau's house.
It
It
never
was,
stops. It
but
never
I'm
stops.
saying the way he would put words in a sentence together, you
And if
know?
you listen to Kim, you can
Yeah,
tell Kim got a lot of references off of Al Jarreau. The bang,
absolutely.
bang, 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 bang. Kim be biting that shit. I know about that shit like that.
He does
That's his
sound like that.
style.
Bing, wrong, bang, wrong, bang. But
Yeah, that's his
he sound
style.
he sound like a twangy guitar.
That's right. He's
He,
an instrument.
yeah, that shit is dope. Earth, Wind, and Fire, they definitely did a lot of that.
Somebody tried to do an Earth, Wind, and Fire song over. I was like, nah, it's not gonna work. It's not gonna work, man. That one you should have left that one alone, dude. I forgot who it was.
That's
Sinead.
that you mentioned that though, because I actually did a podcast on about tones and the etymology of words, right? And tones, like how we say stuff.
Hmm.
Did you know? And I'll just do two tidbits, and I'm not gonna hold you.
No, I'm
Two.
about to get off this phone and get hungry because you know you're eating that steak and I can't get that steak off my conscience. Like I
I'm gonna
gotta
go.
go nibble on something.
How you gonna do it? Are you gonna make you actually getting it and cooking it from scratch?
I don't know, but I might. It's not late yet to me. Like, I'm on that greedy time. I'll be like, get it out, make it, and I'll eat like a couple of bites of it and eat the rest of it tomorrow. But I'm gonna see. I think I got a little piece left in there. I got like
I
a
want to
little.
go get some sakatumi cake.
I got T-bone steak, and I got Have you ever had sour cream vanilla bean? It's like a pound cake, but it's made with sour cream
Oh
and
my God!
vanilla bean.
Shout
This
out,
shit,
shout out, Seamus in Shreveport, Louisiana. Yes, I have. Ooh,
that's not fair. It's so not fair. Like I could eat 4 pieces of that right now.
I bet
It's
you could.
it's like butter pound cake, but less. It's like slightly less sweeter, but you can taste that vanilla. Oh my god, that shit is just like so addictive.
Okay, this is our pajama jam. So, would you mind if I play one of your songs while you go do that?
Um,
Or
no,
you
I gotta get off and get something to eat. I gotta because like I'm a child down and I gotta charge my phone up. My
okay?
phone is screaming at me like, "Yo, nigga, you've been on this motherfucker for 4 hours. This shit getting hot."
Is it
Hmm.
damn? You are awesome for giving me that much time. Thank you.
Nah, it was a beautiful thing, and we're gonna continue again. That's what I'm saying. We can go on all night. We should have a marathon and shit.
Well, yeah, I do this. I do what we call. Well, I'm changing the name since the girl threatened to beat me up because she thought I was stealing the name Pajama Jammy from her. So I'm thinking of a name. Can you guys think of a name? You guys maybe tell me a name.
They should submit names to you.
Interactive chat is what we're doing at this point with a title or discussion points. So
But
thank
TOMEICKO, I'm glad you had me on.
me
It was
too.
worth every minute of it.
Thank you. Thank
I'm
you.
hoping that somebody gets inspired, and I'm hoping that they keep tapping in with you, and just continue being great, man. Because you're an artist, and it's important to have a platform to share, but also to keep those antennas open to create. Like you need to be creating. You need to have your own show. You don't need to be on nobody else's platform. You can have your own show. You just got to continue and put it together the way you want it. Get your content together, and you'll be straight. I think you should do your own thing. Your children was the sign to that shit. So
Thank you.
they
Thank you
was the
for
sign to that. That you should just go ahead and just develop your own thing. It's no disrespect to anybody else's thing, but just pour that energy into your thing and just see where you can take it to, see where it can go.
But I thought if you go on this is what I was told. You go on other people's podcasts and it helps you network and get more.
It does,
What's it called?
but
More.
you can also go in Clubhouse and get involved
What
and
is
start.
this? What is Clubhouse?
You got it's a platform where you speak, but it's not visual; it's just all audio.
Clubhouse. I
You
need
should
to.
go in there. You should find rooms that you can relate to. Get involved, become a speaker that people will start to notice your voice, and then bring them into your platform. It's just that simple.
I'm gonna do some research.
Getting involved, supporting other people's shit, and being able to speak, and people are interested in hearing what you say. And Bruce, I'm thankful listening to this. Yo, I appreciate everybody listening, man, because I don't see all the names. Listen, today was a good day for me. It was the greatest New Year's Day I can possibly have because I got to build with y'all, and I'm hoping somebody gets inspired. I'm hoping that people can see the beauty in themselves. I'm talking about women see the beauty in themselves without, any type of sexual encounter. Like, it's supposed to be a level of respect just as a queen alone, not like, oh, I'm looking for something from you. Like, I know how to treat people nice just because I'm a king and that's what I'm supposed to do.
That's
And
it.
when I hold the door open for you, or I show you respect, or I say, blessings, love, and I use the word love. I'm using the word love in respect. I'm not expecting anything from you. And when a man holds the door for you, he's supposed to hold the door for himself. He's holding the door for you in physical, but he's holding the door for himself first because that's what kings do. It's not nothing that we need to be praised and thanked over. It's something that you just do. You do shit. And when you do shit, you're supposed to get to the point where you do so much that you forgot what you did the last time. I don't need, if you tell me, oh, Prince, you looked out for me last time, I'm hoping I forgot. I'm hoping I could say, well, what did I do for you? Because if I say that, that means I'm doing enough shit that I forgot what I did for you. I'm supposed to do that. I'm moving on now. I'm doing other things. and I'm supposed to be able to forget that I've done that for you. That's when your greatness is. You know what I'm saying?
You sound
So
like
on that note, Queen T, I appreciate you.
thank you.
I'm going to be greedy now.
That's
I
fine.
still
I'm
got
gonna
a few
give
hours to
me
be
some
greedy.
cake. I'm gonna still play a song of yours, and play a couple of my songs too.
Bad. Do
Oh,
that.
have
Please
you
do.
even heard my music?
Did you send it to me? Did
No,
I ask you to send it to me?
I'm sure you have.
Yeah, I said send me because that's the way. See, we know why? Because I go back to emails and I say, see,
You're
yep,
so
she sent
busy.
it to you, nigga. You can't front. This the proof. The proof is in the link.
You're a busy man.
Yeah, but listen, you send it. You can ask me if you'd asked me this question after sending it. I'd have been like, oh shit, I did see that. Now I can be held accountable.
Stuff because I want to get your opinion on some things.
Well, please send it to me.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you guys for listening and watching. I have people who watch regularly, so I'm very thankful. And thank you, Prince Poe. And hopefully you'll join us another time.
I definitely will. Thank y'all for listening. Y'all know where to get me at. Tap in, pull up.
Let me put this Cash App up, but you guys go ahead, brother. You can click on out. Thank you. God bless you and peace
God
be upon
bless you too. Thank you so much for having me.
you. All right. Peace.
Peace.
That is just freaking amazing. We had Prince Poe on this mug. That's pretty freaking awesome, guys. So, do you guys want to hear some music? Y'all want to hear some music? Let's play some music of Prince Poe. He's such a cool dude, man. It's a cool cat. Let me find some. What's the song I wanted to play of his earlier? It's called Pretty Black. How many of you all have heard of Pretty Black? Pretty Black. Prince Poe. See if we don't play that. Thank you guys for hanging out. That's pretty dope. Let's check this out.
Everything about black is good. Yeah.
Hold up. Let me say this. All rights reserved due to the 1976 Copyright Act. This is for educational purposes. I just want to say that. I do reserve the right to Prince Poe to play this song, Pretty Black. Thank you.
What's good? We gonna take it back. On some 92 shit. Where hip hop's supposed to be. On this bubblegum shit I be hearing. Yo. Pretty black, earth tone, the sweetest taboo, the balance of the planet. Love refused to afford it, evil can't stand it. Focus skin marvelous, brain food to harvest. Other than that, just brother man with motherland goodies. And the birthplace of boogie, button ups to hoodies. Love supreme, descendants of kings and queens. The fifth and the goodies, the boogeyman of your dreams. Pretty black, pretty black, pretty black, pretty black. Red, black, and green, green, yellow, and black. Barry White to Rosa, Phyllis Hyman and Zach. It's like you can't see God in the faces of pretty black babies. They say I look good in that pretty black Mercedes. But the winners tend to be little and crack is kind of brittle. Never was afraid, played monkey in the middle. Now I'm chunky on the grizzle, smoother than the guitars. Air, fire, and water, sun, moon, and stars. Shea butter, gutter shit, black soap, mothership. Funkadelic, heavy metal, ghetto rebels running shit. Ebony eyes, a hair, Indian silk. Names echinacea, creamy like soy milk. Welcome to this black starship enterprise. For the most criticized, but the most civilized. Pretty black, pretty black, pretty black, pretty black. Red, black, and green, green, yellow, and black. Barry White to Rosa, Phyllis Hyman and Zach. Bebop, hip-hop, scat, breaking, shake, rattle and roll. Ionic, melodic, funk, jazz, and soul. Unity, strong community, family values. When to, how to, knowledge itself allows you. The darker the berry, the sweeter the bite. Universal beauty, standing proud as your duty. Punk light, we open hearts for all walks of life. Our anger confuses many, so we fit to a mic. collard greens, baked chicken, sweet carrots, ancestors rich. That's why we seek lavish lifestyles. Prince Pope, blow like miles, but corporate America piles the most crack pipe files. That shit's bull. I seen crackheads in Beverly Hills and Westwood. They thinking at the stereotype, that's a given. We're all playing for a reason, the true and living. Graffiti rock, skelly tops, fish in the pocket, skateboards, mongoose, car in the sprocket. Dashikis, the 555 and fresh kicks. Brand Nubian, Ruby when it sounds like this.
Okay, that was pretty banging. What y'all think? That was pretty banging. Let's play another Chris Paul John. Let's play another one. Hold up. Let's play it. I got a right to know. How many of y'all heard that one before? I got a right to know. Let's check it out. All right, we got a video this time. Let's check it out.
I got it right. Why I gotta tell you I'm African American on an application? Why I gotta have a reputation? Why you getting paper still hating? Why I had to smack the shit out you for perpetrating? Why you not getting that pretty girl you eye and eye? Why my family got you arranged and flying high? Why we can't love the love and let it do what it do? Why I can't express some hood love to you and your crew? Why you can't come in the party and just have a good time? Why you flipping on that chick if you a baller on the grind? Why can't some choose to live colorblind? Why she can't give it up and let that next chick shine? Let's take a trip into another world, call for real with just a couple questions. That's how some folks really feel. Now why you trying to beat me in the head? Cause of what you went through in the past. Why you can't see it's just a test for that ass? Why they can't stop spamming all these millionaires? Damn, why who brought on the World Trade Blast? Why Tony Blair wasn't aware of them hitting the UK? Why can't you understand Queens got it in the smash? Why he claim me gangster and snitching? Why innocent kids and children end up missing? Why you think I need to rock Jews just to express my worth? Why you think I get out and travel the earth? Shush. Why it shows people feel it in their soul? Why you can't mix no hip hop with rock and roll? Let's take a trip into another world, call for real with just a couple questions. That's how some folks really feel. Don't choose what the radio plays. Why is cats selling stress but be calling it haze? Why they say Kenny today got more cut than Blaze? Why I can't be from New York and like the Oakland A's? Why his parents not aware of his grades? Why you think so-called positive rappers don't own AKs? Why you think she too big for a thong? Why you stuck in the ways? Why keeping it real sometimes goes wrong? Why didn't you visit your fam up north? Why you eat so much pork? Why you never showed your brother support? Why you really ain't saying nothing in your rhymes? Why you still on the court? Why you wasting time reaching for mine? Why can't men respect mankind? Shit, I'm gonna get mine. I got a right to know.
Wow, what y'all think of that track? Give me some feedback. Hit it up. We about to play this new track. I mean, not new, but another track called Hold That. Let's check it out. Check it out. Hold that. All rights reserved. All rights reserved. Copyright.
Prince
Copyright.
Poe, baby. I'm saying, man. Prince Poe, P.O., not Prince Paul. That's my man. You know what I'm saying? But Prince Poe, like in Poe. I'm saying, what's up with me and you? I'm saying, what up? What up? Huh? Yes, y'all are chilling like beating. You can even dance or rock it on the D. Feeling it in the VIP seating. I think your style so hard, knocking and treating. I get it hot for a reason. I'm not with the teasing. Starting to get cold, need a new spot for the season. Panting and reason, hot chocolate grease. Licking the back of your knees and twisting and squeezing. Get the club hotter than the Pocono weekend. It's jumping off Lauren Hill at the beacon. Prince Poe still creeping. Truthfully speaking, you're a diamond hungry body. Got a lot for the freaks. So let's go.
Daddy, I want you to hold that. Show me what you're working with. Hold that.
Nasty habits is hurting me, so hold that. You gonna do the damn thing, and you know that.
Baby, I want you to hold that. Discreetly, freakly, hold that.
Bedroom bullies will get beastie, so hold that. The thing is looking peachless, own that.
To all of y'all, keeping y'all in hell. If you're drinking at the bar, then I'm thinking motel. Cause it's cool when you choose, yeah, dude, will be smooth. If you play by the rules, you got nothing to lose. Me, you, and your crew, we can cruise through your hood. Get some booze in a room with a pool. Connected to what you cruising, booby, do your duty. Do me like a pornographic movie. Only I'm glad I called her when brown flesh connect in the water. That's hot chocolate, hot sex in the water. I'm about them all, and not just her, all of her friends. Kids for Kimberly, head from Paula.
Come here, Daddy, I want you to hold that. Show me what you're working with. Hold that.
Nasty habits is hurting me, so hold that. We gonna do the damn thing, and you know that.
Baby, I want you to hold that. Discreetly, frankly, hold that.
Bedroom bullies will get beastie, so hold that. If the thing is looking peachy, then
All rights reserved. All rights reserved. All rights reserved. Copyright respected. Approval from the artist.
Crush, kill, destroy, stress. Crush, kill, destroy, stress. Crush, kill, destroy, stress. Crush, kill, destroy, stress.
pain, stress. My brain can't even rest. It's hard to maintain the pressure on my chest. Excess frustration strikes. Blood rushes my head when I come across roads with dead mics and wet promoted shows. It's hard, but with the presence of God, I'm true to the game, so I'm back black to take charge and recap. Sure, the time wish you can never be whack. I'm pure. I insert my lifeline into the track. The energy in me is a poison with no unrevealed remedy. I'm spreading like leprosy throughout the record label, cause mine's put me and my career in jeopardy. Can you come see me in the ghetto where it's dark? Well, it's a real lost peace lurks in the heart. Lord knows it hurts. We kick the hurts to the curb. Execute first things first. And put blooded minds to work. My hurt side and my fan support. So I'm mindful the time being seeing peace, but taking no shorts. No shorts.
Kill, destroy, stress. Crush, kill, destroy, stress. Crush, kill, destroy, stress. Stress. You will now consider me the apocalyptic one. After this rhyme, henceforth, there is none. No more will exist when I emerge from the mist in which I was born into scorn. Most of you can't even comprehend what I am saying to you, even in my human form, the message I'm relaying. Why do you choose to mimic these whack MCs? Why do you choose to listen to R&B? Why must you believe that something is fact just because it's played on the radio 20 times per day? My perception of poetical injection is ejaculation. The immaculate conception, the whole hawker who stalks bodies in Central Park. Soon emergency services outline that body in chalk. Then I begin to walk away and spit. Then when I walk away, I talk. I jogger sprayed my face with mace. She didn't know that I enjoyed the taste of radioactive waste. When I'm in the backseat of your midtown taxi, don't even ask me for the cash key. The 4 cabs before didn't pick me up. No, ask yourself who the gonna stick me up. Crush, kill, destroy, stress. Crush, kill, destroy. destroy, stress, crush, kill, destroy, stress, crush, kill, destroy, stress, crush, stress, crush, crush, stress, crush, kill, destroy, stress, stress. Destroy, stress, 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 destroy, stress.
Give me some feedback. Tell me that ain't still banging. That was enormously huge. That was such a dope song. They had a lot of hits. I'm trying to pick just one that let's see. This is a silly one. Let's see this one. I don't remember this song. Okay, so anyway, give me some feedback, y'all. What y'all thinking? What y'all thinking? What y'all thinking about the different songs we're playing? We get to hear from you. Next, moving on.
Of all the things my mama used to cook, I like chicken. You know that chicken I put in the refrigerator last night? Well, I expect to find it when I get home.
Damn, it really hurts my heart to remember these days way back in the 70s. The only age used to know what's Kool-Aid, cornbread, cornrows, and cornbread. Pull up a chair, read a book like Dr. Seuss, peel off the skin, eat all the meat, nibble on the bone, and then suck the goo, man. If my mother was the colonel, her chicken would have sold. It even tastes better the next day cold. Chicken. When I collect my thoughts, I recollect I used to listen to my mom. Damn it, every day, boy, you better clean up your room before you go outside and play.
You can't remember when we used to play Skelly way back. Blast and wax side of tops, Prince don't play that. It's 6 o'clock, I'm late for dinner. If my building was a girl, I was definitely in. I got an impress.
Yo, you was fiending for a chicken fix.
Ran in the kitchen and put my finger in the cornbread mix. Mom yells, dinner's ready, cause she's the boss. All I needed was my ketchup and my hot sauce and my cornbread. Now I'm ready to take and pick the meat up the bone, and then I ate the skin.
But I'll tell you another thing. Somebody stole my chicken. And I'll tell you another thing. Somebody stole my piece of chicken.
Round, 1, 2, 3. I'm fresh out of the batch and you can't catch me. Mrs. Mary Mac, all dressed in black. She's rather fat and she carries a bat. She's the nosiest lady on the block when it's hot. Cops get shot when we played SWAT, but no one never died though. We just cried, only to laugh again when my mom's made fried
chicken barbecues in the summer. What's the move? Woo! Ha 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 ha. Grand Crew was the jam. Grandmaster Vic played in the park. Master Dog, I seen a spark. So then me, Troy, and Mark went to the Rib Shack, ordered chicken yams and collard greens, but there's no money left in my wallet. But I kept 50 cents for my juice. Now we would go to Troy's house and get loose.
I'm just looking out of the window, watching the asphalt grow slow. My best friend was a G.I. Joe, although he had bald spots in his afro. Play with the kids your own age, that's what they used to tell us. I got jealous when we couldn't run with the big fellas. Bullies on the block used to beat us. I was quick as a cat, in fact I was a cheater, especially when we played Follow the Leader. Little Susie Mae Robinson used to play show and tell with my feet up.
I used to rock my British walkies to church. After the choir sang, the preacher started to preach, so I had to search for a pen and some paper to keep myself occupied. But the aroma from the kitchen came and sat by my side and said, you know what smell good? I said to myself, please, oh please, Reverend Wood, just speed up the sermon so I can determine whether I have peas and collard greens with my chicken that I'm yearning. Turn it to the usher in the back, whispering, please keep the chicken monster from coming through the crack of the door. Later at the table, Mom popped my hand until it was sore, cause I ate the chicken before. The preacher said grace, but I'm ready to go for supper. There's not one piece of chicken on the table left.
I played that one just to say, hey, when we act like we can't figure out what to write about, we figured out what to write about back then, okay? We figured that out. We were very creative. We talked about who stole my last piece of chicken, okay? We wrote about whatever. We didn't have to go all super sexual and super dope dealing. Let's check this one out.
As women, our bodies change as we age.
Here we go. We're going to play this one and then we're going to cut it. All rights reserved. All rights reserved. I do have copyright on copyright for educational purposes.
We be coming up with funky fly like every single day, but somehow, some way. We be coming up with funky fly like every single day, but somehow, some way. We be coming up with funky fly like every single day, but somehow, some way. Somehow, some way. Somehow, some way.
Check it. Intelligent words and colors inside of this rap vision. Liquidized for precision, which cleanses them like baptism. I bless souls through the world's second religion from the left. With art angles to enlarge your prism. Principal I, out of the south side slums. Claiming spots around all these hypocritical tongues. Repeating the same topic, misleading a seed topic with 2 years out of the picture. I still rock it and rock well. Don't ever let my sticky get you jail. I'm strictly international, ghetto. Clientele, the freaky black James Bond with infrared view, jet propelling. Cross-examine my steps, and with the few I make, power use. Drop jewels inside of the grooves, inside and under the eyes of God. Can't lose. Batter and bruise crews, and let the heat spark the fuse. Got your boys crying while you're stretched out in front of the church pews. Fools hit the dance floor to shake shoes. Intergalactic hip-hop monster who sucks. Ooh, out of the crowd with fat asses inside the party want more.
Sticky, butt naked and raw. Somehow, some way, we be coming up with funky fly like every single day, but somehow, some way, we be coming up with funky fly like every single day, but somehow, some way, we be coming up with funky fly like every single day, but somehow, some way, somehow, some way, somehow, some way.
Only inches beyond my eyes, Lord. Here lies the soul of a nigga who fights a lyrical war with inside of himself. Pharaoh, eager to see, feeble intermediate MCs, immediately deleted repeatedly. Y'all know the unprecedented. Without herb, every single word to be verbally demented, presented, so that when it disintegrates, no sentiments are imminent. Standing alone against your sentiment. Isn't it bug how I bust lyrical slugs at thugs that mug for loot to sell drugs when the fan gets struck by feces? I'm only rolling with the most superior profile in my species. See my thesis to release these bombs by all means. Yes, attack the mic, raps until it's a crack fiend. Mace the base with AIDS and misplaced the vaccine. Pharaoh's pulling out on the pole. Took a pair of Catholicism with scriptures that I wrote and note. My physical form is like Nam, insane like Saddam Hussein, but still calm. But
somehow, some way, we be coming up with funky fly like every single day, but somehow, some way, we be coming up with funky fly like every single day, but somehow, some way, we be coming up with funky fly like every single day, but somehow, some way, somehow, some way, somehow, some way, somehow, some way, we be coming up with funky fly like every single day, but somehow, some way, we be coming up with funky fly like every single day, but somehow, some way, we be coming up with funky fly like every single day, but somehow, some way, somehow, some way, somehow, some way, somehow, some way.
If you're on YouTube right now looking for beats, I want you to stop, because I don't know if you know this, but even though most of the beats say free in front of it, they're not actually free. They're free for nonprofit use, and there's not even often a link to get them, and it's really kind of a scam sometimes just to get more views. So what I want to do is, if you click below, I want to actually send you 10 free for-profit beats, untagged, with a license, so you could monetize, distribute, get your songs on Spotify, iTunes. You could keep your royalties too. So
My bad. All right, so that was it. That was our interview with Prince Poe for tonight. He's gonna come back on another time. We're gonna do our overnight jammy jams where we do this from like 9 p.m. to like 9 a.m. and you can get interactive. I'll put the link in. You can join in. It's really pretty fun. But for now, we're gonna get off this thing. Thank you guys for watching. I had such a good time. And that's it for now. Okay. All right. Have a good night. TOMEICKO Show. Share this, share it. Hope you enjoyed yourself. Peace.